Some games are rigged long before the winner is announced. The Fix. Chapter 1. November on the Treasure Coast arrived without announcing itself, the way November did in South Florida. Not through any dramatic shift in temperature or light, but through a series of small subtractions. The humidity dropping 2%, the sun's angle changing just enough that afternoon shadows fell at a direction they hadn't fallen in September, the water offshore going a shade darker, the tourist traffic thinning on A1A, until you could walk into the bait shop without waiting for someone to finish a transaction that was taking longer than it should. Mike ran at 5:45 because he'd started running a month ago, not through any plan, but through the discovery that the metal detector had become inadequate to the morning, too slow and too deliberate, the careful sweep of it not burning through whatever the summer had deposited in his system the way the run did. He ran north from his house through the empty early dark, past the access ramp, past the stretch where the developer who tried to put condos on the dune had given up, and left a cleared lot that the sea oats were reclaiming from the edges inward, past the point where A1A bent away from the coast and the shoulder narrowed and the sound of the ocean filled in the space where traffic usually ran. 3 miles out and 3 miles back. He wasn't fast. He'd never been fast. Speed running was always about something other than speed, and he'd learned that in his 20s from a man who ran distances across terrain that had no interest in accommodating a runner, who said the only way to run was like you had somewhere specific to be, and the distance between here and there was a problem you were solving one step at a time. The burner phone lived in his jacket pocket because he'd decided, after 3 weeks of carrying it on his morning walks and forgetting it on the kitchen counter on the nights he didn't, that the jacket pocket was the only system that worked consistently. The jacket was thin, too thin for a Florida November technically, except that Florida November mornings hadn't gotten the memo about what November was supposed to feel like, and the phone sat in the left pocket with the weight of something that had been waiting and had not yet decided when to stop waiting. He was 1.5 miles out, hitting the section of beach where the jetty's rocks caught the early water and threw it sideways when it buzzed. Not a text. The buzz pattern of an actual call, which he'd been expecting in the same half-formed way you expected whether you'd seen building offshore for a week. He stopped running. Not because he needed to stop running to answer it. He'd answered phones while doing more demanding things than jogging on flat sand, but because some calls needed you standing still when you took them. He pulled it out, looked at the screen in the dark, the glow of it reading Jenny in the contact field the way it had read Jenny for 4 months while he waited for the contact to do something. He answered. Mike. Her voice came through clean, which was the first thing he noticed. Not the sound of a call routed through marginal reception or a VoIP workaround, but a clear, solid connection, the kind that meant wherever she was had adequate infrastructure. Don't say my name. I wasn't planning to. I've got about 4 minutes, and then I need to be somewhere without my phone. Then don't waste one of them on instructions. A brief exhale, the sound of someone who'd had 4 months to rehearse this and was discovering that the rehearsal hadn't fully accounted for hearing his voice. I have documentation. 32 pages. I can't send it through any channel I currently have access to without the wrong people knowing it moved. I need to hand it to a person physically, and I need the person to be you, and I need it to happen Thursday. Where? South shore of Lake Okeechobee. There's a working marina called Green's Fuel Dock, just past the canal bridge on State Road 78, east of Moore Haven. You'll see a harbormaster's office, aluminum roof, hand-painted sign that says diesel bait cold drinks in that order. Ask for George. Tell him you're picking up something for a woman who paid in cash. You won't be there. I can't be there Thursday. I'll be there in 6 weeks, maybe less. A pause that ran 2 seconds and held a great deal inside it, most of which she wasn't saying. The documentation covers money that moved before the federal freeze on Harmon's accounts. I've been tracking it for 4 months. It went somewhere that matters. Where? George has 1 page. The rest is in the envelope he's holding. A sound on her end. Ambient, outdoor, moving air, and somewhere behind it a vehicle, maybe more than one. Thursday, Mike. Before noon. Jenny. 6 weeks, she said. Ask me then. The call ended. The screen went dark. He stood on the packed sand, with the beach's early light just beginning to suggest itself at the horizon, a thin gray brightening over the Atlantic that hadn't committed to color yet, the water doing the thing it did before dawn, going very still, as though it was holding its breath before the day made its demands on it. He put the phone in his pocket and stood there a full minute, which was long enough for the horizon to go from gray to the first faint color, a line of amber low over the water. Then he ran back south, because the beach was still there, and the 3 miles still needed running, and because doing nothing while your brain processed something was a habit he'd never been able to develop, and at 48 had stopped trying. Earl Tucker was at the fuel dock when Mike pulled in at 8, doing what Earl did most mornings before the charter boats came in, reading the weather on the water the way he'd been reading it for 50 years, not from any instrument, but from the surface texture of the inlet, the way the current ran against the pilings, the behavior of the pelicans on the channel marker. 3 of them this morning, which Earl had told Mike once meant the fish were running near the surface further south. Mike had no particular reason to doubt pelican meteorology at this point in his life. "You ran this morning," Earl said without turning around from the water. "What makes you say that? You show up without the detector, you've been running." Earl did turn then, holding a coffee that had been poured from the trailer pot, which at this hour was fresh enough to be worth the trip across the dock. "Saw you a couple weeks ago, running the beach. Didn't say anything, because you don't like people noticing things about you." "I don't mind people noticing things. I mind people narrating them." Fair distinction. Earl looked at Mike's face with the unhurried attention of a man who'd watched enough weather to know when a front was moving in. "You need Thursday off." "How'd you?" "You've got the look. Man who needs a few days has a look." Mike had spent 20 years in rooms where learning to control the look was a survival skill, and had apparently, in the last 3 years, let the skill atrophy to the point where a marina owner on the Treasure Coast could read it off his face before he'd said a word. He wasn't sure whether that represented personal growth or professional deterioration, and had decided somewhere around October that it didn't much matter which. "Thursday and Friday," Mike said. "Got something west of here. Lake Okeechobee area. Don't know what you'd want with the lake." Earl drank his coffee, looked back at the inlet. "Big water, and not much else out that way." "That's about the size of it." "Woman or work?" "Bit of both, if it goes the way I think." Earl nodded, one of his single nods that carried the weight of a longer response without the words required to get there. Cody can cover the fuel dock. He finally learned the difference between 3/8 and God knows, which only took 8 months. That's about right for Cody. That's about right for most things worth learning. Earl handed Mike the coffee cup, which was a gesture of either generosity or practicality. Mike could never fully determine which, and went inside to start the day's first log entry. He drove out to Gus's that evening, because the call had been sitting in his head all day, the way calls from Jenny Baker tended to sit in his head, not as something he could think his way through to a conclusion, but as something that required the particular non-thinking that happened when Gus's bar occupied the foreground, and the important things sorted themselves in the background without being pushed. The bar held its usual Tuesday population, which was lighter than Friday, but consistent in its composition. Bobby Meade from the dry cleaner 3 blocks over, who came in Tuesdays for the grouper, if Gus's cook had gotten any that day. The 2 retired guys from the development on the south end of the road, who drank light beer and argued pleasantly about baseball with the seriousness of men who'd been having the same argument for 30 years and had no intention of resolving it. Dewey Pruitt on his usual stool, which on this particular Tuesday held not a scratch-off, but a tablet displaying the regional high football team's most recent game statistics with the careful attention of a man preparing remarks. Gus set a Modelo down when Mike came in. The lime gone from the neck. The small evolution of the last 2 months that neither of them had discussed. Lake Okeechobee, Mike said, because Gus had a useful way of knowing things about Florida's interior geography that came from having been born in Moore Haven, which was the thing about Gus that most of his regulars didn't know, and that Mike had found out by accident when Gus's sister had called the bar's landline during a Tuesday 6 months ago looking for her brother to tell him their mother's birthday was coming. What about it? You know that side of the state. Grew up on it. Gus ran his rag over the counter. The familiar circuit. Different animal from the coast. People out there don't have the tourist economy to sand the edges off. You get the raw version of Florida, which has its charms and its complications in roughly equal measure. He looked at Mike. Why? Need to go Thursday. Picking something up. From who? Woman I used to work with. Gus absorbed this with the same equanimity he absorbed most information Mike volunteered, which wasn't much. Lake country west of Moore Haven's all cattle and cane and bass fishing. Good fishing if you like bass. People take it seriously. There's a tournament circuit. He considered. Also big agriculture money, going back to the sugar days, which tends to accumulate the kind of relationships that make things work the way they work rather than the way they're supposed to work. Big agriculture money that looks like local money. All Florida money looks like local money if you give it enough time. Gus moved down the bar to refresh Bobby Meade's glass, came back. Green's Fuel Dock if you're going to the South Shore. That's the place to stop first. Man named George knows everything that's happened on that water for 40 years and will tell you none of it, unless he decides you're worth telling. Mike looked at Gus. George is my second cousin, Gus said, without any particular tone attached to it, the way you stated a fact that had always been a fact and saw no reason to frame it as anything else. Call ahead and tell him you know me. He'll give you more than he'd give a stranger. I already have a reason to call ahead. Then you've got two. Gus went to the register to take Bobby Meade's money. George'll make you eat lunch before he tells you anything. Don't fight it. He makes a good lunch. Dewey had waited with uncharacteristic patience for the Gus conversation to complete before he turned on his stool, which told Mike the patience had been deliberate, and therefore that what Dewey had been waiting to say was something he'd been formulating for a while. Tyler threw for 298 Friday, Dewey said. 2 touchdowns, no picks. The second touchdown on a broken play where he ad-libbed the route call at the line and his receiver read it clean. You can't teach that. That's 2 years of practice chemistry and a quarterback who trusts himself. He set the tablet down. Playoffs start next week. First round's home, second round's away. State semis would be at a neutral site. He said it with the contained satisfaction of a man describing a thing he'd watched develop from the raw material stage. Cooper texted me about the 298, Mike said. Cooper's got good judgment for a county detective. Dewey picked up his beer. Ray was in the stands. I know. Ray's in the stands every game now. 3rd row, center section. Same spot. Dewey drank. Bobby Davis told me Ray came into the barber shop last week for a haircut. First time in the shop in 6 months. Bobby said he looked like a man who'd put a bag down he'd been carrying for so long he'd forgotten he was carrying it. That's a good description. Bobby's got a gift for description. 40 years cutting hair. You hear a lot of people describe their own lives, you pick up the language. Dewey set the bottle on the bar. What's at the lake? Don't know yet. Picking something up Thursday. Okeechobee area. South Shore. Dewey considered this the way Dewey considered most Florida geography, through a filter of personal experience and tournament knowledge. Bass Country. The circuit runs some tournaments out there. Everglades Bass Classic, couple of others. Big money in the circuit, if you're a sponsor. Carl Hutchins runs a big sponsorship. Marine Supply, out of Okeechobee City. He reached for the tablet, tapped through something. Sarah Green won the Classic last month. Good angler, grew up on that water. Hutchins's guy filed a protest. Mike looked at him. You follow the base circuit. I follow anything that has a line and a spread attached to it. The circuit runs a fantasy betting component through a third-party app. It's legal in Florida, classified as a skill game. The way the protest affected the payout on the Classic was unusual. Dewey turned the tablet so Mike could see the screen. A fantasy sports platform showing tournament results and points adjustments. Protest gets filed, the result goes to review. The review's been running 6 weeks without resolution, which freezes the fantasy payout for 1,200 participants. 1,200 people with money on a result that should have been resolved in 72 hours by any reasonable reading of the circuit's own bylaws. 6 weeks of frozen payout means 6 weeks of the house holding money. The house being the circuit. The house being whoever runs the circuit's finances, which in this case includes Carl Hutchins's sponsorship entity, which has operational control of the prize pool administration, according to the bylaws revision he got passed 2 years ago. Dewey turned the tablet back. I noticed it because the payout freeze was unusual. I noticed it more when I looked at the revision that gave Hutchins's entity the prize pool control, because the revision was written by someone who understood what language to use to make a financial control look like an administrative convenience. Mike sat with his beer and looked at Dewey Pruitt, who had 3 fingers on his left hand and a gift for scratch-off theology, and had apparently been running a quiet parallel intelligence operation on the base tournament circuit without telling anyone because nobody had asked. How long have you been watching this? Since the Classic result. 6 weeks. Dewey picked up his beer. Figured you'd find your way to it eventually. You always find your way to the thing that's wrong in a place you weren't expecting to look. You could have called me. You were busy. Congressional investigation, federal filings, a school principal winning an election. He shrugged, the 3-fingered hand making the gesture without diminishment. Also, the lake country's not your territory. You needed a reason to go out there, and the reason needed to come from the right direction, or it wouldn't take. He looked at Mike. That phone call this morning was the right direction, I'm guessing. Mike stared at him. You're guessing. You came in with the look of a man who got a call he'd been waiting for, and has now got 2 things pulling in the same direction instead of 1 thing pulling alone. Dewey set the bottle down, with his particular click of finality. You've had that look twice before this summer. Once in July when you found the wire transfer about Reynolds, and once in September when the Lexus plate came back to the county council in Vero Beach. Both times, something that had been separate became the same thing, and you came in here wearing the result of it on your face. Mike drank his beer and said nothing, which was the response Dewey's accuracy usually produced. 1,200 people with frozen tournament money, Dewey said. Sarah Green, with a legitimate win, sitting in review for 6 weeks. A marine supply operator with prize pool control, and a sponsorship that arrived with enough money to revise the bylaws twice. He tapped the tablet, closed the app. Whatever's at the lake, that's the same job as the rest of them this summer. Somebody using a local operation as a front for something that doesn't stay local. You don't know that. No, Dewey agreed. But you're going Thursday. And you're going to find that I'm right. Same as usual. And you're going to come back here in 2 weeks with the kind of face that says a thing's been confirmed that you already knew. And I'm going to be sitting right here with a scratch-off and a fresh beer, and neither one of us is going to make a production of it. Gus appeared with a second Modelo without ceremony, which Dewey accepted without looking up from the screen he'd already moved on to. Regional's first playoff game is Friday, Dewey said. South Fork home field. Tyler's going to throw for 320 yards minimum, assuming South Fork's cornerback plays the same way he played in the regular season, which is soft and off coverage against a receiver who runs a hard-out route. Tyler's identified it. He'll pick it up in the first series and adjust by the second. He looked up finally, and his expression had the specific plainness of a man delivering a forecast he considered as reliable as weather. You should be back by Friday. I'll try to be back by Friday. Don't try. Be back. Dewey went back to the tablet. You've earned a Friday evening that isn't about anything complicated. He drove home on US 1 rather than the highway. The road empty at 9 on a Tuesday in November. The Indian River dark and flat to the east, where it ran close enough to the road that the headlights touched its surface in passing. He was thinking about Dewey and the base circuit, and about 6 weeks frozen, and 1,200 people with money sitting in an account that had administrative control sitting with a different hand than it should. The thing about Dewey, the thing that Mike had spent 3 years calibrating his estimation of, was that Dewey's intelligence was real but narrow, a deep and genuine capability applied to the specific domain of anything with a line and a spread attached to it, which was a domain that turned out to intersect with a surprising percentage of the real world's mechanisms for moving money between people who had it and people who wanted it. Dewey saw the spread before he saw the story. The story was Mike's job. But the spread was usually the first true thing, because spreads moved on information that the narrative hadn't caught up to yet, and information that moved a spread without explanation was almost always information that somebody wanted to keep from moving anything else. 6 weeks of frozen payout. 1,200 people. A prize pool administrator with operational control, granted by a bylaw revision that nobody had read carefully enough. He pulled into his driveway and killed the engine and sat a moment, the November air coming through the truck's window with the mild, inoffensive coolness of Florida's best weather, the season that arrived without announcing itself and lasted long enough to remind you why people came here in the first place before the summer took it all back. The burner phone sat in his jacket pocket. He took it out and looked at the one saved contact. The text thread showed one incoming text, the one from 4 months ago that said pick up when it rings and it will ring soon, and now one outgoing call, made this morning on a beach in the dark, 4 minutes and change. 6 weeks, she'd said. Ask me then. He'd asked her twice in 4 months in his own head, the conversation running one-sided in the kitchen in the morning, and on the beach in the evening, and in the bar when Gus set something down, and the moment had the texture of something that would have been better with another person in it. He was used to not knowing where she was. He'd gotten used to it in a way that was distinct from comfortable, more like a man who'd learned to navigate a room without a particular light source because the light source wasn't reliable, and standing still waiting for it was a waste of time he didn't have. Thursday. South shore of Lake Okeechobee. A harbor master named George, who was Gus's second cousin. He went inside and made the kind of dinner that happened when a man hadn't been to the grocery store in 4 days. Eggs, toast, the last of a block of cheese that had survived past its practical prime but not past its edible one. He ate standing at the counter because the table had his notes on it from an afternoon of going back through everything Jenny's single page of wire transfers had produced since July, the handwritten version of what Jennings had built on her end, which was now 5 pages of legal pad dense with account numbers and entity names and the arrows connecting them, the visual grammar of a financial structure trying to look like 4 unrelated things. Tomorrow he'd call George ahead, because Gus said to call ahead, and Gus's practical intelligence on the subject of the lake was 30 years more seasoned than Mike's. He'd pack a bag, because Thursday and Friday were the minimum, and the minimum never seemed to be the actual number. He'd tell Jennings where he was going, not because she'd told him to, but because 3 months of working with someone who'd asked him to call before rather than after had produced a habit that felt by now less like procedure and more like good manners. He rinsed the plate and set it in the drying rack next to the coffee cup from this morning, which he'd washed at 8 and hadn't put away, and looked out the window over the sink at Mrs. Alvarez's porch light, burning across the way it burned every night, reliable in the way of things that had stopped being a decision and become simply what happened. The phone on the counter, his regular one, not the burner, showed a text from Jennings, sent at 8:47. Drummond asked about the wire transfers again today. Whatever Jenny found, the federal side's been waiting for it. Try not to get the envelope wet on the drive back. He typed back, "How'd you know about the envelope?" Jennings, you found something and you're going somewhere Thursday. You always come back with something in an envelope. He put the phone face down on the counter and went to bed. The burner phone went on the nightstand, charged, on, the single contact sitting in it like a door that had been opened one crack, and was waiting to find out whether the next 4 minutes and change were going to open it the rest of the way or leave it where it was. Thursday. South shore of Lake Okeechobee, past the canal bridge on State Road 78. He'd been to the lake exactly once in 3 years, driven past it on the way to a hardware store in Moore Haven that had a bilge pump compatible with a boat Earl was working on. And what he remembered about it was the particular quality of its size, the way it occupied the horizon rather than sitting within it, a body of water that was too large for the scale of everything around it, sitting in the flat agricultural middle of the state like something that had arrived from somewhere else and decided to stay. Jenny Baker had been somewhere for 4 months. He turned the light off. Outside, the tree frogs were going in the ditch at the end of the road. The sound that had become, without ceremony, the sound of a night in Colusa Cay, the way the gulls had become the sound of the morning. Thursday, she'd said. Before noon. He'd be there before 9. Chapter 2. Mike had heard enough about Tom Green in the last 20 minutes to understand that the 40 minutes he was about to spend were going to matter more than the drive out here and the envelope combined, which was saying something. He put his hands in his jacket pockets, the envelope on one side and the burner phone on the other, and waited. The boat came in clean. Wednesday he called George on the number Gus provided, a landline at the fuel dock that rang 7 times before a voice answered that sounded like gravel settling into a culvert after a heavy rain. Greens. George. Name's Mike Ramble. I'm a friend of? Gus's guy. The voice didn't change register. You coming tomorrow? Before 9. Come before 8. After 8 I've got charters coming in for fuel, and you'll wait on me. A pause, brief, more consideration than hesitation. You eat breakfast? Usually. Come at 7:30 then. He hung up without the additional sentence most people appended to phone calls as social scaffolding, the goodbye or the see you then, and Mike set the phone down with the impression of a man who'd been conserving words for a long time and had developed strong opinions about which ones were worth spending. He packed light, 2 days' worth of clothes in the duffel, the folder Jennings had sent with the account structures she'd built off Jenny's single transferred page, his phone charger, the burner phone in the jacket pocket where it lived now. The metal detector stayed in the carport. The beach would be there when he got back. He drove out at 6:15, the truck moving through the dark of a November morning that was cool enough to wear the jacket without commenting on it. US 1 empty south to north before the commuter traffic built, and then the turn west that took him away from the coast on State Road 76, the 2-lane that ran through the heart of what most people who visited Florida never saw because it didn't present itself, didn't advertise, didn't have a chamber of commerce producing materials about itself with photographs taken at the best possible angle. The landscape changed in the way Gus had described, not dramatically, not through any single transition point, but through the accumulation of small subtractions. The salt smell went first within a mile of the turn, replaced by something earthier and more complex, the smell of ground that was doing real agricultural work rather than supporting beach grass and tourist infrastructure. The road narrowed by a lane. The billboards that had been running along A1A with their advertisements for waterfront dining and personal injury attorneys stopped appearing, replaced by signs for equipment dealers and an occasional hand-lettered board outside a farm stand closed for the season. He drove through Indian Town at 6:40, a town that occupied a specific Florida niche, too inland for tourism, too small for suburban sprawl, built around the citrus economy and the workers it required, organized with the practical efficiency of a place that had never had any reason to be organized around anything else. A diner on the main road showed lights inside, pickup trucks in the lot, and Mike pulled in because 6:15 breakfasts required a second cup of coffee at something closer to 7, and because the rule about diners in working towns was that they reliably produced the kind of food that made no claims about itself and delivered accordingly. The counter held 6 men in work clothes, 2 of them deep in a conversation about a piece of irrigation equipment that had failed at the wrong time, the other 4 eating with the focused efficiency of people on a schedule. A woman in her 50s named Barbara, according to the tag pinned to her uniform's pocket, set coffee down before Mike had finished sitting and left a menu she'd clearly decided he didn't need to consult and was right. "Eggs," Mike said, because that was what this counter required, the same way Lazo's Mercado required the Cortado and Gus's required the Modelo, every place having the thing it was actually for underneath the thing it appeared to be for. 2 or 3? 3. Toast, not a biscuit. Barbara wrote nothing down, which meant she'd remember it, the working memory of someone who'd been carrying 6 orders in her head simultaneously since before he was born. The 2 men talking about irrigation equipment were going somewhere in their conversation that involved a water management district permit and a timeline that didn't accommodate the permit's processing schedule, and the men around them were the kind of audience that absorbed the conversation without appearing to listen, the way you absorbed a weather report. Not because you could change the weather, but because knowing it helped you plan. Mike drank his coffee and ate his eggs when they arrived, which was 4 minutes, not 5, not 6, the timer on the order running exactly right, and thought about a lake he'd only seen once, and a woman he hadn't seen in 4 months, and 32 pages of documentation she'd built alone in wherever she'd been building it. He left a 10 on the counter for a $6 breakfast, which was the right amount in a place like this, and drove west. The sugarcane started past Canal Point, coming up on both sides of the road in walls that blocked the horizon and created a different kind of enclosed space than the mangrove tunnels on the coastal roads. Denser, more deliberate. The walls of a crop that had been planted with the same efficiency that governed everything else out here, without sentiment and without apology. The cane ran in rows he could see down briefly every time the road cut through a harvested section, long green corridors going back further than the eye wanted to follow. He first saw the lake at 6:58, by the clock on the dash. Not the water itself, the sky above it, which changed before the water came into view, going flatter and wider in a way that registered as absence rather than presence, the particular quality of sky over large water that had nowhere to reflect off except the surface below it, the visual signal of something very large that hadn't shown itself yet. Then the dike appeared. 30 feet of earthen embankment running across the landscape like a seam, the Herbert Hoover dike that held back a lake the size of Rhode Island, which Mike had looked up Wednesday night, because he'd driven past it once and never thought to quantify what he was driving past. 40 miles across. The second largest freshwater lake, wholly within the United States. A body of water that had flooded in 1928 and killed 2,000 people before the dike was built, and which still occasionally threatened to overwhelm the dike during bad hurricane seasons, the Army Corps of Engineers running the water levels the way you ran a patient on dialysis, not restored to health, maintained within survivable parameters. The road ran along the dike's base for 3 miles, the lake invisible above and to the right, the agricultural flatness continuing on the left, and then a canal lock and a bridge and the road dropping down to water level. And there was the lake. Brown. Enormous. Moving with the slow, deliberate motion of something that understood it could afford to take its time. A line of baseboats running south 2 miles out. A commercial barge sitting motionless near the far shore that was close to invisible given the distance. A flock of birds he didn't know the name of working the near shallows in a coordinated pattern that suggested they'd figured something out about where the fish were and hadn't shared it with the baseboats. He drove south on State Road 78, the lake to his right, for 4 miles before the hand-painted sign appeared, diesel bait cold drinks, on a plywood board mounted to a galvanized pipe driven into the ground at the road's edge. And below it a gravel road running 50 yards to a fuel dock that had been built at some point when permanence was a practical goal rather than an aesthetic one. Green's fuel dock had the bones of a working marina, stripped of everything that didn't serve a working purpose. The dock itself ran 80 feet into the lake on pressure-treated pilings that had been replaced section by section over what looked like several decades, each replaced section a slightly different shade of gray weathering. A fuel pump stood at the dock's end, beside a handwritten sign listing diesel and premium prices that were, as Gus had said, honest. An aluminum-roofed building sat at the dock's landward end, 20 by 30 feet. Its walls a combination of concrete block on the bottom half and corrugated metal on the top, with a screen door that had been replaced recently enough that the screening still held its original tension. A man stood at the dock's edge looking at the water, which was the correct position for a man at a fuel dock at 7:26 in the morning, and he turned when Mike's truck came down the gravel. George was built the way some men got built when they'd spent 40 years doing physical work in Florida heat. Not large exactly, more dense. The mass distributed low, forearms that had real history in them, a face the color of old saddle leather that had absorbed more sun than most people would consider advisable and had formed its own opinion about the matter. He wore canvas work pants and a long-sleeve shirt the color of the lake, a hat that might have started life as a different color, boots. He looked at Mike's truck the way he probably looked at everything, as a thing to be assessed for what it actually was rather than what it appeared to be, without hurry, without particular expression. Mike got out. George let the assessment run its course. "Gus's friend," George said. "Mike Ramble." "I know who you are." George turned and walked toward the screen door of the aluminum-roofed building. "Coffee's on. Come in." Inside, the building ran its square footage efficiently. A counter along the left wall, holding a commercial coffee maker and a refrigerated case of bait and cold drinks, a chest freezer along the back wall, a wooden desk in the right corner with papers on it in a system that was less organized than prioritized the most important things on top. A small television on a shelf above the desk showed a weather radar loop, sound off. Mounted on the wall above the counter, 3 or 4 dozen photographs, some framed and some held up with tacks, all of them of fish being held by fishermen, going back decades by the look of the clothing and the equipment visible in the backgrounds. George poured 2 cups without asking about either of them, which was the same presumption Gus made on the same basis, family training apparently running consistent. He set one in front of Mike, and took the other behind the counter and stood there the way harbormaster types stood behind counters, occupying the space without leaning into it, not quite on duty and not quite off it. Mike drank the coffee. It was strong, in the way Lake Country coffee ran strong, the way working people's coffee ran strong, calibrated for a day that started before the sun considered getting involved. "Woman came Monday," George said. "Cash, like you said on the phone. Drove a car I didn't look at because she paid me not to, which was more money than looking at cars usually costs a person, so I figured she had her reasons. She's careful." She seemed careful. George put his cup down. What she seemed more was tired. Not sleep tired. The other kind. Mike didn't answer that, because there wasn't a response that would add anything useful, and George didn't appear to require one. "Left you something." George reached under the counter and came up with a manila envelope, standard letter size, sealed with the kind of tape that suggested whoever sealed it had done so with the intention that it stay sealed until the right person opened it. On the front, in handwriting Mike hadn't seen in 4 months but recognized without effort, Mr. 2 letters. Nothing else. He took the envelope. Didn't open it. She said anything else, Mike said. Said tell you she was sorry she couldn't be here herself, and that the coffee was good if George made it right. George's face moved fractionally, something close to what another face might have expressed as satisfaction. I make it right. Yeah, you do. She also said, George stopped, picked his coffee back up. She said to tell you that the paper inside is one of 32 pages, and that the other 31 are somewhere safe, and will find their way to you through a route that doesn't require her to be standing in it, which I think means she doesn't want anyone to know where she is by tracking what she sends. That's what it means. She doing okay? Mike looked at the photographs on the wall above the counter, the decades of fish and fishermen, the particular accumulation of a place that had been doing the same thing for long enough that the doing itself was the record. She's working on it, he said. George nodded, the same single nod that Gus used for the same kind of information, and went back to looking at his weather radar, which had developed a small system off the coast that was running northwest at a pace that suggested it would either dissipate or become someone's problem by Friday, the meteorological equivalent of a coin still in the air. Mike opened the envelope at the picnic table on the dock's landward end, where a person could sit and see the lake without being on the water, which was the correct distance for reading something that required thinking rather than fishing. The November morning was doing its Florida thing, the light going gold in the way it went gold in November rather than July, a gold that was warm rather than hot, the color of something that knew its time was limited and was using it well. The envelope held two things, a single printed page and a handwritten note on a quarter sheet of paper folded twice. He read the note first, because that was the order Jenny had put things in, and Jenny put things in order for reasons. The handwriting was the same compact, left-leaning script he remembered from briefing room notes and margin annotations on shared documents, the handwriting of someone who'd been trained to write fast and legibly simultaneously, and had found the point where those two requirements met. Mike, one of 32. The others are with someone you don't know yet, but will. This page is the one that shows where the money landed after it moved. The rest shows how it moved and from where. I'm not going to tell you to be careful, because you already are. I'm going to tell you this one is different from the others, because the people who move this money are not going to wait and see what you do with it the way they waited in Martin County and Fort Pierce. They've learned something about you this summer. Act accordingly. 6 weeks. Ask me then. J. He set the note down, held it flat on the table with the heel of his hand, because the lake was sending a breeze across the dock at a diagonal that had opinions about loose paper, and picked up the printed page. Wire transfer records, 12 entries, the format of a bank's own internal documentation, rather than a screenshot or a secondary printout. Somebody had gotten close enough to the actual account records to produce the original format, which was either legitimate access or very good forgery. And given that Jenny Baker had spent 6 years running private intelligence for clients who paid for proximity to original documents, the former was more likely than it required much thought to conclude. The transfers ran in 2 columns, sender and receiver, with dates, amounts, and reference codes in a third column. He read down them once, fast, getting the shape before the detail. The sending account appeared on every line in the same abbreviated form, HGA Op 3. He recognized the abbreviation from Drummond's federal filing, where the Harmon Group advisory accounts had been cataloged by function. HGA for the corporate parent, OP for operating, with numerical suffixes designating specific accounts. Account 3 was one Drummond had flagged in the federal filing as an unresolved outflow, money moved before the freeze to a destination she hadn't confirmed. The receiving account split between 2, LVC1 and FPM1. 2 recipients, 6 transfers each, dates running from March through late June of the current year, the amounts varying by individual transfer but running to a total when Mike added the column in his head, of approximately $4.2 million. He looked at the reference codes in the third column. Each entry carried a 4-digit reference, followed by a 2-letter suffix. The suffix on the LVC1 transfers read OC. The suffix on the FPM1 transfers read Street. He pulled out his phone and opened the Notes app where he'd been keeping the shorthand version of everything Jennings had built. Entity names, account abbreviations, the architecture rendered in the minimum language that still held the shape of the thing. He scanned through it. LVC. He'd written it twice, both times with a question mark. LVC, Lakeview Capital. Lakeview Corp. FPM. He hadn't written it at all, which meant it hadn't surfaced in anything Jennings had documented from the federal side. He photographed the page with his phone, sent the photo to Jennings with a text, wire records. HGA OP3 is the source. 2 recipients. LVC and FPM. Need entity identification on both. Then he photographed the note, because Jenny's notes had a way of being relevant beyond their immediate content, and sent that too with, from the source. Safe is a relative term. Jennings texted back in 4 minutes, which meant she'd been at her desk already. The kind of early start that had become standard across a summer of following threads that ran past business hours. LVC, working on it. FPM, nothing in the federal file. The reference codes. OC and Saint, what county are you in? He looked up from the phone at the lake, where a base boat was running back toward the dock at the speed of a boat that had somewhere to be, the hull coming up on plane and throwing a wake that reached the dock pilings in a slow, rolling series of waves. He texted back, Okeechobee. ST could be Stewart. FPM in Stewart, connected to Harmon money. What's operating in Stewart that would take 400-and-something thousand from Harmon's account in 6 transfers over 4 months? A longer pause. 6 minutes. He drank his coffee, which had gone from hot to warm, and watched the base boat tie up at the end of the dock. 2 men unloading gear with the efficient movements of serious fishermen who'd had a morning, and were moving through the end of it toward whatever came next. First Patriot Modification Group, Jennings texted. Mortgage Modification Servicer. Stewart address. State licensed. OC equals Okeechobee County, which is where your LVC entity would operate. Lakeview Capital Partners, filed 18 months ago, registered agent in Wilmington, managed by. She stopped. The 3 dots appeared and disappeared twice. Then, Mike. The registered agent on Lakeview Capital Partners is the same firm as 3 of the shell entities from the Palmetto Row case. Different suite number, different company name, same building in Wilmington. Same architecture. Then immediately, Drummond needs to see this today. He looked at the wire transfer page again, at the 12 entries and their reference codes, at Harmon Group Advisory's operating account, 3 distributing $4.2 million to 2 Florida operations in 4 months before the federal freeze landed. A mortgage modification servicer in Stewart, 6 transfers, reference code for St. Lucie County. A capital entity in Okeechobee, 6 more, reference code for Okeechobee County. Jenny had been right about the note. This was the piece that connected what he'd found to what he hadn't found yet, a line running from the federal case through 3 months of sealed filings to 2 active operations in 2 counties that nobody had looked at yet because nobody had known to look. Find what you were looking for. George had come out of the building without Mike registering it, which said something about either George's quiet or Mike's focus, and was standing at the dock's edge looking at the lake, not at Mike. Found what someone left for me to find, Mike said. Whether it's what I was looking for depends on what comes after. That's usually how it goes. George set down a second cup of coffee on the picnic table, which Mike hadn't asked for, and which appeared without comment, the same family DNA as Gus's counter service. Those 2 men who just came in. Base tournament fishermen. They've been coming in here since the season started 3 months ago. Good fishermen. He paused. They also work for Carl Hutchins. Mike looked at the two men at the dock's far end, who were loading ice into a cooler with the practiced efficiency of people who'd done this after every tournament day for a season. "Hutchins Marine," Mike said. George looked at him then, for the first time since they'd been sitting outside, and his face did a thing that wasn't quite surprise. "You know Hutchins," George said. "I know the name. Dewey told me." "Dewey?" George's expression didn't change, but something behind it shifted fractionally. "Who's Dewey?" "Man at the bar I drink at. Follow spreads. Notice the base circuit payout freeze." "Your friend at the bar noticed the payout freeze." George turned back to the lake. "I've been watching Hutchins's involvement in this circuit for 2 years, and I haven't been able to explain what I'm watching to anyone who had the capacity to do something about it. And a man at a bar 2 counties over noticed the payout freeze." He shook his head, not in a negative direction, the gesture of a man absorbing irony rather than disputing facts. "Dewey has specific capabilities," Mike said. The two men at the dock's far end finished their ice and walked back toward the parking lot without looking toward the building, the natural gait of people who'd come for fuel and a dock and hadn't required anything else. Mike watched them go without making it obvious he was watching, the old habit running on its own, and noted that the truck they loaded into had Hutchins Marine Supply's logo on the door, a jumping base in a blue circle, the kind of logo that had been designed to look both professional and regional, trustworthy across both audiences. "Tell me about Hutchins," Mike said. George considered whether to, in the particular way of a man who'd been conserving information the way you conserved water in a dry summer. Not reluctant to share, just careful about when sharing served the water's actual purpose. "Came into the circuit 4 years ago," George said. "Sponsorship money. Real money, more than the circuit had seen from a single sponsor. Dennis Clark, he runs the circuit, been doing it 8 years." Dennis was grateful. Circuit needed the money. The circuit's prize pools were the thing that kept the top-level fishermen coming back every year. Better pools meant better competitors, meant more national attention, meant more coverage, meant more sponsors. He drank his coffee. Hutchins's money was clean. "I'm not saying it wasn't. I don't know what it was, only what it looked like. It looked like a man who'd done well in marine supply and wanted to put his name on something that mattered to the community he'd built his business in. That's not an unusual story in a lake town. But the bylaw revisions." George turned the cup in his hands, looking at the lake. 2 of them, passed at quarterly board meetings 14 months apart, each one narrow enough that nobody saw the pair of them as a sequence until after the second one was already in the bylaws. First one gave Hutchins's sponsorship entity a seat on the circuit's finance committee in exchange for a guaranteed 4-year funding commitment. Which is reasonable. You give real money, you get real input. Second one, passed 2 years later, gave the finance committee chair, which rotates but has been Hutchins's person for the 2 years since the revision passed, administrative authority over prize pool disbursement pending board review. "Prize pool disbursement pending board review," Mike said. "That's the freeze mechanism. That's the freeze mechanism. Any result that comes to the board on a protest can have its disbursement held pending the board's resolution of the protest. The board meets quarterly." George set his cup down. The Everglades Base Classic protest was filed 72 hours after the result. Next quarterly board meeting is in 41 days. 1,200 people's payout frozen for at least 41 days, held in the prize pool account, which Hutchins's entity administers. George was quiet for a moment. "I want to be precise about something. I don't know what Hutchins is doing with the money during the freeze. It may be sitting in the account doing nothing. It may be doing something else. I'm a fuel dock operator, not a forensic accountant. What I know is that the mechanism exists, that it was built by Hutchins, that it was activated by Hutchins's man against a result that I watched from 50 yards away and which was legitimate, and that Sarah Green, who has been fishing this lake since she was 8 years old, is sitting at home 6 weeks into a protest that shouldn't have gotten past week 1. You know Sarah Green? I know every serious angler on this lake. Sarah's been buying fuel from this dock since she was old enough to run her own boat. He paused. Her father Tom's been buying fuel here since before she was born. They're good people. She caught those fish the way she caught them because she knows this water in a way that takes a lifetime to know. And somebody used a mechanism built for exactly this purpose to take a legitimate result away from her because it was convenient for someone else to take it. Mike sat with the wire transfer page and the morning and the lake, which was doing what large bodies of water do in November, reflecting the sky with enough fidelity that you could see the weather coming in it before you could see it in the sky above. The protest, Mike said. Hutchins built the mechanism. His man filed the protest. What's the connection between the protest and the $4.2 million that hit the two entities connected to Lakeview Capital and First Patriot Modification Group? George looked at him. I didn't tell you about Lakeview Capital or First Patriot Modification Group. No, Mike said. The woman who left this envelope did. George studied the page in Mike's hand for a moment without reaching for it. The assessment of a man reading something by its shape and weight rather than its content. You'll want to talk to Tom Green, George said. Before you do anything else in this county. Tom's been watching the tournament circuit longer than Dennis Clark's been running it. And Tom has a way of explaining the shape of things that makes the pieces you already have fit the pieces you haven't found yet. Can you reach him this morning? I can reach him right now. He's been on the water since 5, same as every morning. He'll be in for fuel in about 40 minutes. George stood, looked at the lake's southern horizon where a base boat was running north at a distance that, to Mike's untrained eye, was just a boat. To George's eye, it was apparently identifiable at this range, because he said, "That's Tom. He's coming in a little early. Conditions must have changed out south." Mike looked at the approaching boat, at the wire transfer page in his hand, at the lake which was larger than he'd remembered from the one time he'd driven past it, brown and full of its own logic, completely indifferent to what the people building structures around it were using its surface for. 40 minutes, Mike said. About that. George picked up his cup. I'll make fresh coffee. This batch has been on an hour and a half, which is past its best use. He went back toward the screen door, then stopped with his hand on the door. The woman who left the envelope. She said something else right at the end that I didn't know whether to pass along. Mike waited. She said, "Tell him the water here is cleaner than it looks." George opened the screen door. I don't know if that means something to you. It does. Good. He went in, and the screen door closed with the particular wooden smack of a screen door that had been closing the same way for decades and intended to continue. Mike put the wire transfer page back in the envelope, the note on top of it, and folded the envelope in half and put it in his jacket pocket next to the burner phone. Then he sat on the dock with the November morning running its light across the lake, and watched Tom Green's base boat come in from the south, the hull dropping off plane as it entered the no-wake zone at the dock's approach, the engine sound dropping from running to idle. A man in his 60s stood at the console, making the small, precise adjustments of a person who docked a boat at this particular dock in this particular way 1,000 times and had no reason to approach it differently now. White hair under a cap, forearms on the console rail, watching the dock with the particular attention of a man who looked at the approach rather than the destination. Chapter 3. Tom Green tied the boat off with 2 lines and a spring, the motions of someone who'd done this at this specific dock long enough that the dock's particular quirks, the piling that sat 2 inches out of line, the cleat that needed the line run through it at an angle rather than straight, were accommodated automatically without looking. He came up the dock ramp with a cooler in one hand and a rod case in the other, moving with the unhurried economy of a man who'd been up since 5 and had no intention of rushing the rest of the day to compensate. George met him at the dock's landward end, took the cooler, said something in a voice low enough that Mike, sitting at the picnic table 30 feet away, caught the tone, but not the words. Tom looked toward the table. Then he set the rod case against the building and came over, and Mike stood, because Tom Green was a man you stood for without needing to have that explained to you. George says you're from the coast. He said it without inflection, not unfriendly, just establishing the baseline. Colusa K. North of here, about 2 hours. Used to fish the inlet up that way. Before my knees had opinions about standing in moving water for 6 hours. Tom sat across the picnic table rather than beside it, the position of a man who preferred to see a face during a conversation. He was 61, white-haired under the cap. The face below it, the particular kind of weather that came from water and sun rather than from hard living, clear-eyed, the expression of a man who'd been watching things carefully long enough that the watching had become his primary mode of being in any room. George says you know about the circuit. Just started learning. What do you know so far? Mike told him. Dewey's payout freeze observation, Hutchins's sponsorship history, the bylaw revisions, the Everglades Base Classic protest, and Tom listened without interrupting. The listening of someone auditing what a stranger had against what they themselves already knew, checking coverage and checking accuracy. Dewey's right about the freeze mechanism, Tom said when Mike finished. Carl Hutchins built it specifically for this purpose and waited 2 years to use it, which tells you something about the kind of patience the man has. He looked at the lake, which was doing what the lake did from this angle, filling the middle distance so completely that there was no horizon beyond it, just lake and then sky. My daughter fished that classic the way she's fished every tournament for 7 years. 12-hour days, pre-fishing the water 3 weeks before the event, logging water temperatures and pressure changes, and the effect of both on base movement in this specific body of water in this specific month, which she's been tracking since she was 18. He turned back to Mike. She won, because she knows this lake better than any angler on the circuit, and because she worked for it. Walt Briggs filed that protest because Carl Hutchins told him to file it, and Carl Hutchins told him to file it because a $75,000 prize pool disbursement hitting Sarah Green's account was less useful to Carl Hutchins than a $75,000 prize pool disbursement sitting in the prize pool account for 41 days. The float, Mike said. The prize pool money earning on the float. Not earning anything significant on 41 days of float. That's not the point. Tom put his hands flat on the table, the gesture of a man laying out a diagram. The prize pool account doesn't just hold the prize money. It holds all of it. Entry fees, sponsor contributions, the whole operating pool for the current season. At any given point in the season, that account is holding between $2 and $4 million, depending on where you are in the schedule. He paused. When the Everglades Classic result went to review, the disbursement freeze applied to the current prize pool balance. Not just the Classic's $75,000. The whole account. Mike sat with that. How much is in the account right now? He said. Dennis Clark gave me a number 6 weeks ago, before this got complicated enough that Dennis stopped telling me things because he was scared of what knowing things was doing to him. Tom's jaw worked. $2.8 million. $2.8 million sitting in a prize pool account with administrative control, held by Carl Hutchins's entity, frozen on a protest mechanism Hutchins had built and activated for a minimum of 41 days. And during the freeze, Mike said, does the account sit somewhere drawing nothing, or does it sit somewhere drawing something? The bylaws don't specify investment protocol for frozen funds. Dennis told me that when I asked him 2 years ago why the revision language was so loose on that point. Tom looked at the lake again. At the time, I thought it was just sloppy drafting. Now I think it was intentional space. Intentional space for what? For whatever someone with administrative control over $2.8 million and 41 days of no one looking decides to do with it. He brought his eyes back to Mike, and they were steady in a way that had nothing to do with calm. I can't prove that. I want to be clear about that. I'm a guideboat operator, and a father who's watching his daughter get cheated, and I don't have a forensic accountant or a subpoena or access to the account records. What I have is 40 years of watching this lake and the people who work it, and a very strong sense of when a man has built a machine for a purpose. That sense is worth something. It's worth exactly what a judge decides it's worth, which is nothing, until somebody puts actual documentation next to it. He looked at the envelope in Mike's jacket pocket, which Mike hadn't offered and hadn't tried to conceal, and Tom made no move toward it, just acknowledged its existence. The woman who came Monday. George didn't tell me much, but he told me enough. She's building the documentation, Mike said. Has been for 4 months. What she left is one piece. There are 31 more coming through a route she didn't specify. Tom nodded once, the same family nod as George's. You trust her? With specific things, yes. That's an honest answer. He stood, picked up his cap, resettled it. Come back when you've got more than 1 page. I can tell you what the documentation means from the water side, the tournament side, the circuit side, what the numbers will and won't be able to show on their own. But 1 page doesn't give me enough to work with. He looked at Mike. My daughter's at the house today. 10 minutes north on the Lake Road. She'd rather talk to you than to another lawyer, which is the 3rd one who came out here last week to tell her what her options are in language designed to obscure how few options she actually has. I'll come back, Mike said. Today or tomorrow. Today's better. She gets worse the longer she sits with it. Tom said it plainly, without dramatizing. The concern of a father delivered in the register of a man who'd learned long ago that concern expressed dramatically accomplished less than concern expressed usefully. George'll give you the address. He picked up his rod case from where he'd leaned it against the building and walked toward the parking lot without looking back, the settled gait of a man who'd said what he had to say and was done with the saying of it. George gave him the address on a slip of paper torn from a receipt roll behind the counter, which was how addresses got transmitted in places that hadn't fully adopted the practice of texting them, and packed him a paper bag with 2 sandwiches and 2 cans of cold water and a piece of pound cake wrapped in wax paper that he delivered without explanation. Long drive back, George said. I might not go back today. Then it's lunch. He went back to the fuel pump where a flats boat had pulled in while Tom's boat was being tied off, and Mike drove north on the Lake Road with the paper bag on the passenger seat and the November morning holding its gold light across the water to his right. Sarah Green's house sat on a rise above the lake that wasn't much of a rise, 3 feet of elevation above the surrounding land, which on the flat geography of the lake's shore read as a hill, and the view from the front porch was of the lake's eastern reach, a long straight vista of brown water running south toward the distant sugarcane. A truck sat in the driveway with a tournament trailer behind it, empty, the trailer's roller guides and live wells visible through the open back gate, and a tackle organization system mounted to one wall of the trailer that had been built by someone who spent real time thinking about how to reach the right lure at the right moment without searching. He knocked. The door opened in a reasonable amount of time, not immediately, not after a delay, just the time it took someone to cross a small house. Sarah Green was 28, which Mike knew from the outline Walsh's folder had given him on the circuit's top-ranked anglers, but which presented differently in person. She was built like someone who'd spent 7 years standing in a bass boat for 12 hours at a time, compact through the shoulders, a balance in her stance that suggested she was comfortable with a deck moving under her, the reflexive stillness of someone whose work required patience as a physical discipline. Her hair was dark and cut functional, and her face held the specific combination of anger and exhaustion that went with a legitimate win being held in administrative review for 6 weeks. She looked at him the way her father had looked at him at the picnic table, taking the full measure of what she was looking at before she committed to an expression. Dad texted me, she said. Come in. The inside of the house was organized around the fact that someone who fished for a living lived in it. Tackle storage visible through an open closet door, tournament registration folders on the kitchen counter, a whiteboard on the wall of the main room, covered in what Mike recognized as pre-fishing notes, water temperature readings, lure selection by condition, the documentation of a methodology that had been applied systematically for long enough that it had developed its own visual language. She poured 2 cups of coffee without asking, set his on the table, took hers standing at the window that faced the lake. "You're not a lawyer," she said. "No." Dad said private investigator, which is different from a lawyer. But I've had enough of both lately that the distinction has gotten blurry. She drank. "What do you want to know?" "Tell me about the protest." "Not the result. You caught those fish, I don't have a question about that. Tell me about the mechanism. The specific bylaw section, how the protest was filed, the timeline." She looked at him over her coffee cup, recalibrating what kind of question that was. "You know about the bylaw revision," she said. 2 revisions. 14 months apart. The second one built the freeze mechanism. The second one built the freeze mechanism, she confirmed. Bylaw Section 12, subsection C, paragraph 4. Added at the August board meeting 2 years ago, passed 5-3 with Hutchins's Finance Committee representative casting the deciding procedural vote on whether the revision required a supermajority or a simple majority, which it did not require, a supermajority according to Hutchins's rep. And the board's own counsel at the time agreed, because the board's own counsel at the time was a man who'd done legal work for 3 of Hutchins's related businesses for 5 years. She set the cup down on the window ledge. "I know all of this because I've spent 6 weeks reading it. I didn't read it before, because I was fishing. Tournament anglers don't read bylaws. We read water." "Walk me through the protest itself." Walt Briggs filed it 72 hours after the classic result. Walt's a decent fisherman, and a genuinely decent man who got put in an impossible position by someone who understood exactly what impossible felt like for Walt specifically. She said this without particular venom, more like a woman who'd had time to arrive at a fair assessment. "The protest claims I pre-staged fish in the tournament zone, placed base in the specific area I fished during the official hours, so they'd be there when the competition started. It's a real thing that happens, not often, but enough that the circuit has a rule against it. The rule is in Section 9. What's the evidence in the protest? A photograph. Taken from a boat at 5:47 a.m. on the second day of the Classic, showing what appears to be a live well discharge in Tournament Zone 7, which is the area I fished both days. She crossed to the kitchen counter, opened a folder, came back with a printed photograph. This is it. Mike looked at it. A wide shot, early light, a boat in the middle distance, a plume of water visible at its stern that could have been a live well discharge, could have been a washdown pump, could have been any of 4 other things that produce water visible at a boat's stern. The boat in the photograph, he said. Not identifiable, at this distance and in this light. I know it's not mine, because I have time-stamped GPS track logs from my tournament unit, showing my location at 5:47 a.m. on day 2, which was half a mile northeast of Zone 7. She pointed at the photo. But the protest mechanism doesn't require the photograph to be conclusive. It requires the photograph to constitute a reasonable basis for review, which is language that means whatever Dennis Clark's board decides it means, which is language Carl Hutchins wrote. Clark. What's his position on the protest? Dennis Clark's position is that he's a decent man who's been running a circuit he loves for 8 years, and who made a series of decisions over 4 years about how to fund that circuit that he's now discovering were decisions that came with conditions he didn't read carefully enough. She took the photograph back, looked at it. Dennis isn't corrupt. Dennis is captured, which is a different thing. And the distinction matters because a corrupt man can't be fixed and a captured man can sometimes be freed. You trust that distinction. I grew up on this lake. I know most of the people involved in the circuit, not well, but enough. Dennis Clark is a man who's realized he's made bad decisions and is scared of what admitting that costs him. She put the photograph back in the folder. He's also the man who has to call the vote on the protest at the quarterly board meeting. And if the vote goes the way Hutchins has arranged for it to go, my classic win gets overturned, and the prize pool disbursement stays frozen, and the fantasy betting payout stays frozen, and Carl Hutchins's administrative entity continues to hold $2.8 million for a second quarter under the same freeze mechanism. How long can it keep going? Theoretically, indefinitely, if the board keeps sustaining the protest or opening new review periods. There's no statutory limit on a protest review in the current bylaws. There's no provision requiring a result in any specified timeframe. The language is completely open-ended. She closed the folder with the kind of controlled force that came from a woman who'd read the same language 40 times and hated it more each time. A protest can run until I run out of money fighting it, or until the circuit season ends and the board convenes to set next season's rules, at which point last season's results get administratively finalized, which would include finalizing my protest in my favor, but that's 8 months away. And by then 1,200 people have been frozen out of their fantasy payouts for 8 months, and whatever Hutchins's entity has been doing with $2.8 million has had 8 months to be done. Mike looked at her across the small kitchen, at the tournament folders and the whiteboard and the tackle closet and the view of the lake through the window, and thought about what it cost a woman who'd fished seriously for 7 years to sit in her house for 6 weeks watching a legitimate win get processed by a machine built to process it into something else. "What do you need from me specifically?" he said. "I need someone to prove the photograph is fabricated, or prove it shows a boat that isn't mine, or prove that the protest mechanism was built for this specific purpose rather than for any legitimate administrative purpose. Any one of those things, with documentation, gives Dennis Clark's 3 dissenting board members enough to call a special session instead of waiting for the quarterly meeting." She looked at him steadily. "My lawyers have been working on the photograph for 6 weeks and haven't gotten past a good faith argument that the identification is insufficient. What they can't get to is the underlying fact of what Hutchins is actually doing with the account during the freeze, which is the thing that transforms this from a bad faith protest into something actionable." "That's what I'm working on," Mike said. "From a different direction than your lawyers have been working." "Dad said you had documentation." "The beginning of documentation. 1 page of 32. He looked at the whiteboard, at her pre-fishing notes, at a methodology applied with the kind of rigor that produced results consistent enough to win a major tournament. "The documentation connects prize pool activity to a money movement pattern I've been tracking across 3 counties. If it holds up, and I won't know if it holds up until I have all 32 pages, it doesn't just address your protest. It addresses where the prize pool money is going during the freeze, which is the thing that turns a bad faith protest into a federal financial crime." Sarah looked at the whiteboard for a moment, the week's pre-fishing notes still visible on it from the classic prep, unerased. "I've been working this lake for 7 years, she said. "I pre-fish every tournament zone for 3 weeks before each event. I keep logs. I track patterns. I know where the base are going to be on day 1 of any tournament before day 1 exists, because I've done the work that lets me know that." She turned back to Mike. "The man who filed that protest didn't do that work. He never does that work. Walt Briggs is a decent fisherman who relies on instinct and experience and occasionally gets lucky, and luck doesn't beat methodology at this level. He finished 3rd. He should have finished 5th on his methodology." She stopped. "I'm not angry at Walt. I'm angry at the man who used Walt. Tell me about Hutchins directly. Not through the circuit." Hutchins himself came into the community 4 years ago. The way he came in money first, relationship second, is not how Lake community people operate. People out here, you know them before you know their money. Hutchins reversed that. Money was there before anyone knew what to do with it, before anyone had decided whether to trust him. And money at that level creates its own momentum, especially in a community that needed what the money provided. She looked out the window. He's professional. He's organized. He doesn't make social errors. He knows when to talk and when to listen, and he's studied the community enough that he can fake the local knowledge well enough to pass at a surface level. But it's always felt like performance to me. Like a man who learned the lines rather than lived the experiences. She paused. My father doesn't like him. My father hasn't said so directly because my father doesn't say things directly until he's sure of them. But I know what my father's silence about someone means after 28 years of watching it. George doesn't like him either. George doesn't like anyone until he's known them 20 years, which is a different kind of thing. She almost smiled at that, the first movement in her face that wasn't controlled anger or focused description. George liked you well enough to pack you lunch. He packed me lunch. The paper bag in your truck. She did smile this time, briefly. George has packed lunch for 3 people in the last 10 years. His mother, my father, and apparently you. Make of that what you will. He drove east from the lake. At 2 in the afternoon, the paper bag on the seat beside him, the envelope in his jacket, the 2 conversations sitting in his head with the weight of things that had confirmed each other without having been aware of being compared. He'd told Sarah he'd be back, and he'd meant it, and she'd said she appreciated the specificity. The road back toward the coast ran through 40 miles of agricultural land that did its work without commentary. The cane and the cattle operations and the occasional small processing facility set back from the road behind chain link, all of it organized around the logic of production rather than the logic of presentation. The towns along the route were small enough that calling them towns was partly courtesy. A gas station, a church, a hardware store with equipment out front, a post office operating out of a building that had been something else first and hadn't bothered changing the exterior to accommodate the new purpose. He was thinking about the prize pool account, about $2.8 million sitting somewhere with a 41-day no questions asked window, about what $4.2 million from Harmon's unfrozen account had purchased across 2 Florida counties, when the sign appeared at the road's left side, a hand-lettered board, red letters on white, weathered enough that it had been there a while, Palms Corner, bait and lunch, open. He turned in because the sign said lunch, and he hadn't eaten since the diner in Indiantown at 7 a.m., and because hand-lettered signs on small Florida roads advertising bait and lunch were a category of establishment that had this summer produced a statistically unusual percentage of useful information. The place had 4 stools at a counter, 3 tables with mismatched chairs, a refrigerated case of bait running along the right wall, beside a rack of fishing equipment displayed with the pragmatic efficiency of a store that sold what worked rather than what sold. The counter held a coffee maker that had been running long enough to constitute a philosophical commitment to coffee rather than a practical response to demand, a glass case with sandwiches in it, and a handwritten menu board above the case listing 6 things. 3 of the 4 stools were empty. The 4th held a woman of 78 years who occupied it with the absolute authority of someone who had held this specific stool every day for long enough that the stool had developed a relationship with her presence and would have felt the absence. She was not eating. She was arguing specifically and fluently with the man behind the counter, late 40s, reading glasses pushed up on his forehead, the posture of a man who had been having this argument for 20 minutes and had not won any of the previous 19 minutes, and could see that he was not going to win the current one either. Read the sentence again, Williams said, holding a letter out across the counter. Read the exact sentence. The sentence. Read it. The man behind the counter took the letter, read the indicated sentence, in the manner of a man who'd already read it 7 times and was reading it again because the alternative was admitting he didn't know how to argue against it. It says, potential savings of up to 40% on your current monthly obligation, subject to program eligibility and completion of the application process. Subject to program eligibility, said. And what determines program eligibility? The application. And what determines completion of the application process? The man behind the counter set the letter down. Their discretion. Their discretion. She took the letter back, folded it with the precise, unhurried motions of a woman who'd been folding letters for 78 years and had developed strong views on how it should be done. So what the sentence actually says, stripped of its good manners, is that they might save me up to 40% on my mortgage payment if they decide I qualify after I've applied and they decide whether I qualify. She tucked the letter into the pocket of her cardigan. That's not an offer. That's an invitation to submit paperwork. Some people do get the modification. Carl, said, and the way she said it, not unkind, just exact, stopped him completely. I have been alive for 78 years in this county. I was alive when a savings and loan that made very polite promises to very many people in this town went under in 1989 and left some of them without accounts they thought they had. I was alive when a development company sent very nice letters to people on the south end of this road in 2006 offering to consolidate their mortgages at better terms. And some of those people are not on this road anymore. She looked at Carl with the directness of someone who'd been watching how things worked for long enough that watching and understanding had become the same activity. This letter is polite. The terms it appears to offer are attractive. The actual thing it does is get me to submit my financial documentation to a company I've never heard of before this certified mail envelope arrived yesterday morning. Carl behind the counter looked like a man who'd been hired to sell sandwiches and had ended up in a financial regulatory seminar. What do you want me to say, ? I want you to agree with me that the letter is not what it appears to be, which you already do, based on your face, which has been agreeing with me for the last 15 minutes while your mouth has been doing something different. She looked along the counter toward Mike, who had come in quietly and sat at the nearest stool while this was in progress, and who had taken out his phone in the manner of a man checking messages while absorbing every word of a conversation he was technically not part of. You want something? She said to Mike. Coffee and a sandwich. Whatever's good. The grouper's fresh. Carl makes it right. She looked at Carl. Make the man a grouper sandwich. Then back to Mike. You drive through or you live out here? Drive through. Coming back from the lake. Okeechobee side. South Shore. She considered this with the brief, focused consideration she'd probably applied to most information she received. Was it relevant? Was it true? Was it useful? And in what order did those 3 things matter? What were you doing on the South Shore? Picking something up. Talking to some people about the base tournament circuit. The shift in her expression was small, but real. A woman recognizing that a stranger had said something that connected to something she'd been thinking about. Carl Hutchins, she said. Among others. Carl had been making the sandwich and not appearing to listen, which was the counterperson equivalent of what Gus did from 6 feet down the bar, absorbing everything while appearing to attend exclusively to the task at hand. He set the sandwich down in front of Mike with a cup of coffee and went to the far end of the counter to refill the coffee maker, giving the conversation the space it was going to need. I don't know Carl Hutchins personally, said. I know of him, the way you know of someone when their name is attached to several things that concern you individually, and you notice eventually that the individual concerns have the same name attached. She took a sip of her own coffee, which she'd apparently been nursing since before Mike arrived, and which had gone to a temperature she no longer required to be hot. "What's your interest in the tournament circuit?" "A woman named Sarah Green won the Everglades Base Classic. The win's been in protest review for 6 weeks. The protest mechanism was built by Hutchins's entity." Dot looked at him over the coffee cup with the eyes of a woman who'd spent 78 years developing calibration tools for assessing strangers. "You're working on that," she said. "Not a question. Working on the broader picture it's part of." "Which is what, broader picture?" Mike ate a third of the sandwich which Carl had made right, and looked at Dot Williams sitting on her stool with her cardigan, and her folded letter, and her 40 years of watching this county operate below the level that official versions of events described. "I'm trying to understand how a company called First Patriot Modification Group operates," he said. "Specifically, in this county." Dot's hand tightened fractionally on her coffee cup. "Not much. Enough." "You know that name," she said. "I know it from a different direction than you know it." He looked at the letter-shaped outline in her cardigan pocket. "That's their letter." She reached into the pocket, unfolded it with the same precise motions as before, set it on the counter between them. The letterhead was clean. First Patriot Modification Group, a Stewart address, a state license number in small print at the bottom, the visual presentation of a company that understood that legitimacy was primarily a design problem. The letter itself was 2 paragraphs, the first describing the company's modification program in language that was simultaneously specific-sounding and committal to nothing, the second containing the sentence Dot had made Carl read aloud 7 times, "Potential savings subject to program eligibility and application completion." Below the 2 paragraphs, a call to action, a phone number, a website, a deadline for requesting an application package. The deadline was 3 weeks from the letter's date. "When did this arrive?" Mike said. "Yesterday." Certified mail, which cost them the price of certified mail to send to a woman who owns her house free and clear and has not had a mortgage since 2009. She looked at the letter. "Which they would know if they pulled the county property records before they sent it." Which means either they pulled the records and sent it anyway, or they didn't pull the records, which is its own kind of information about how carefully they're selecting their targets. "They pulled the records," Mike said. "They know you own the property outright." She looked at him. "The letter isn't about your mortgage," he said. "It's about your property." The room went quiet in the way rooms go quiet when someone says the thing that had been sitting in the middle of the room unacknowledged. And Dot Williams sat very still on her stool with the stillness of a woman processing a confirmation of something she'd suspected but hadn't let herself fully think yet. "What do they want with my property?" she said. "That's what I'm working on understanding." He drank his coffee. "How many of these letters have come to this street?" She looked at him for a long moment. Then she reached into the cardigan's other pocket and produced a second envelope, folded once, the outline of a letter inside. "Laura Scott got one 6 months ago," she said. Laura followed the process. Laura did everything right, submitted the application, provided the documentation, waited 4 months for a response. The response was a modification offer that changed her terms in ways that weren't what the letter had described. And before she'd finished deciding whether to accept or contest the new terms, a foreclosure notice arrived at an address she'd never given anyone. She set the second envelope on the counter next to the first. "Laura doesn't live on this street anymore. Lakeview Property Development put a building on her lot in 60 days. Prefab construction, 6 units, leased to agricultural workers at $400 a unit per month." Mike looked at the 2 envelopes on the counter. "How many houses on this street?" he said. 14. 12 occupied. 2 vacant since the people who owned them took early buyout offers from a real estate company that came through 18 months ago. She said it the way she said everything. Plainly, the words doing their work without assistance. Those 2 lots also have Lakeview buildings on them now. The same construction style, same 6-unit layout, same tenants. 3 lots. 3 Lakeview property development buildings. A street of 14 houses. First Patriot's letter went to Laura Scott 6 months ago, Mike said. Yesterday, it went to you. Who else on this street received one? Dot looked at Carl, who had come back from the coffee maker, and was standing at the far end of the counter making no pretense of doing anything except listening. 3 others that I know of, Carl said. Barbara Means at number 6, David Hughes at number 11, and the Tran family at number 4. All within the last 2 months, starting with Barbara in September. That's 5 properties, Mike said. Counting Laura Scott's. Which brings the total Lakeview footprint on this street, if all 5 go the way Laura Scott's went, to 8 out of 14, Dot said. Over half the street. Outside the window, the November afternoon was running its light across a road that looked, from inside a bait shop with mismatched chairs, like every other small Florida road in a county that produced more agricultural product than most people who ate it knew existed. 3 houses with Lakeview buildings on their lots. 5 letters sent to 5 more. James Harris, Carl said. You should talk to James. Who's James? Dot's grandson, Carl said. Contractor. He's been documenting everything. Photographs, permit records, the demolition notices, the Lakeview construction timeline. He's been trying to figure out what to do with it. Dot looked at Mike with the assessment she'd been running since he sat down, and apparently concluded something. James comes in at 4, she said. Tuesday through Friday, he stops here after work. He orders the same thing every time, which is the catfish and a large coffee, and he's been doing it for 3 years. She picked up her cup, found it empty, set it back down. You can wait for him here, or you can give me a number and I'll have him call you. I'll wait, Mike said. Good. She looked at Carl. Carl, refill the man's coffee and make me a fresh one. Mine's been cold for 20 minutes, and I've been too occupied to ask. Carl refilled both cups, the coffee maker having completed its philosophical commitment to fresh production. Mike sat on his stool in the bait shop and lunch counter in Palms Corner, and looked at the 2 envelopes on the counter, the first Patriot letterhead visible on both, the same design language repeated twice on the same 15 inches of laminate surface. Same architecture. Different county. The OC reference code on Jenny's wire transfers, Okeechobee County, and the building permits filing under Lakeview property development, and a street in a lake community losing houses one by one on a timeline tight enough that an 80-year-old woman who'd been watching things carefully for 8 decades had noticed the pattern before anyone with official capacity to do anything about it had walked through the door. You want to know what I think, Dot said. Tell me. I think whoever is doing this has been doing it long enough to be good at it. And I think they're good at it in the specific way that people are good at something when they've learned how to make it look like other things, market forces, unfortunate circumstances, individual bad decisions. She looked at the window, at the road outside, at the afternoon light doing its November thing across a street she'd lived on since 1964. What they're not good at is the part where someone looks at the whole picture instead of the individual pieces. Individual pieces all have explanations. The whole picture doesn't. You've been looking at the whole picture. I've been living on this street for 60 years. The whole picture is where I live. She picked up her fresh coffee. Your turn. My turn for what? To tell me what you know that I don't. She looked at him with the eyes of a woman who'd been trading information fairly for 78 years and expected the same. You walked in here knowing First Patriot's name before you saw the letter. You know about Lakeview property development. You know something about what's behind it. You don't drive 2 hours west and 2 hours back on a Thursday in November without knowing something. Or you don't do it and look the way you look. Mike drank his coffee, and considered Williams sitting on her stool with 60 years of this street behind her, and the patience of someone who'd earned the right to ask direct questions by being direct herself. "I know where the money behind these two operations came from," he said. "And I know it's connected to something that's been operating across 3 counties this summer. And I know that what's happening on this street and what's happening to a woman named Sarah Green's tournament win are 2 ends of the same machine, which is a thing that nobody's been able to say yet because nobody's been standing where I'm standing." "Where are you standing?" "In the middle of it," Mike said, "which is the only place from which the whole picture is visible." Williams looked at him for a long moment with the expression of a woman who'd spent 60 years on the same street watching the whole picture and had been waiting with more patience than the situation deserved for someone to walk in and confirm she'd been seeing it correctly all along. "James gets here at 4, she said. "It's 2:45 now." "I'll eat a second sandwich," Mike said. "If Carl makes them that well." Carl made a sound from the far end of the counter that was not quite a laugh. "He makes them that well," said. Chapter 4. James Harris was late by 20 minutes, which Carl noted without looking at the clock, and acknowledged without mentioning it, both of them apparently operating from a knowledge of his schedule, precise enough that lateness of this specific duration carried its own explanation. "Job ran long," Carl said to no one in particular. "Always does this time of year," said. "November. Everybody wants their renovation finished before Christmas. Nobody wants to be the one who scheduled it too late." She'd been on her stool for the full hour since Mike's second sandwich, nursing a coffee that had been refilled twice and was currently at a temperature she seemed to find adequate. She'd spent the hour telling him about the street, not a catalogue of grievances, a history. The couple at number 3 who'd been there since before her, gone now, their daughter living in Tampa and not inclined to come back. The church on the corner that had served the community for 40 years and was now operating out of a building 2 miles north because someone had made an offer on the original site that the congregation couldn't refuse on a deacon's salary, and a collection plate that had never quite matched what the congregation needed it to. "Slow removal," Mike had said. "That's what it is," agreed. "Individual transactions, all of them legal, all of them with explanations that make sense if you look at them one at a time. The explanation for all of them together is different from the explanation for any one of them alone." Mike had heard some version of this observation from every person he'd talked to across a summer of this kind of work. Sandra Hill's campaign, Earl Tucker's marina, Netu Lazo's grocery. The same recognition, stated in different vocabularies by different people who'd arrived at it through different routes. The machine didn't announce itself. It showed up as a series of ordinary-looking events until there were enough of them to see the shape underneath. The door opened at 4:19, and the shape of it held none of the announcement Mike had expected. James Harris was 35 and built like a contractor, broad through the upper back, hands that showed their work, a face that had spent enough time in direct Florida sun to have formed a practical relationship with it rather than a decorative one. He wore work clothes that had been worn for work rather than for the appearance of work, and he carried a canvas bag over one shoulder and his phone in his other hand, and moved through the door with the particular efficiency of a man at the end of a day that had taken longer than planned, shedding a hard hat into his hand and setting it on the counter before he'd finished coming through the door. He stopped when he saw Mike. Not dramatically, a half-beat, the recalibration of someone who'd expected the usual Tuesday configuration of the counter and found one element different. His eyes went to which was the right sequence. "Carl told me you'd be stopping in," said. "This is Mike Ramble. He drove from the coast today to pick something up at the lake, and he's been sitting here since 2:45 because I've been making him wait, and he's been decent enough not to complain about it." James looked at Mike with the eyes of a man who assessed things for a living, structures, foundations, the integrity of visible elements, as indicators of what lay beneath, and whatever he found apparently passed review, because he set his bag down on the floor beside the stool next to Mike's and sat. "Catfish," he said to Carl. "Large coffee." Carl wrote nothing down. The order went in, and the coffee appeared first, because Carl's sequencing of things had its own logic. James wrapped both hands around the cup and looked at the counter. "She told you about the street." "The shape of it," Mike said. "What shape?" "First Patriot letters to 5 properties. 3 existing Lakeview buildings. Laura Scott's lot." James drank his coffee. "You know about Laura." "I know the outline. I don't know the detail." "Dot knows the detail better than I do. She was closer to it." "I know the detail," Dot said from her stool. "You know what's in the file. Those are 2 different kinds of knowing, and you should give him both." James looked at his grandmother, and there was something in it that wasn't exactly a smile, but was in the neighborhood of one, the expression of a man who'd grown up receiving exactly this kind of direction from exactly this source, and had long since stopped arguing with the utility of it. He unzipped the canvas bag and took out a thick expandable folder, the kind with the elastic closure, and set it on the counter. Not manila. A physical accordion-style file with tabs, the kind contractors used for project documentation when the project required keeping track of things in sequence rather than by category. "I started this 8 months ago," he said, "when the second Lakeview building went up on the south end of the street. First one I thought was just development. Vacant lot, somebody builds on it, that's normal. Second one, 2 months later, same construction style, same contractor from out of state, same 6-unit layout, that's a pattern." He opened the file to the first tab. "I'm a contractor. I know what building permits look like, and I know what they're supposed to contain, and I know when the information in one matches the construction on the ground and when it doesn't." He laid out 3 photographs on the counter, face up, the way you laid cards when you wanted someone to see the hand before you explained what you'd done with it. The photographs were job site quality. Not snapshots, not phone camera convenience shots, but deliberate documentation taken from angles chosen to show specific elements rather than general views. The first showed a demolition site, mid-process. The structure of what had been Laura Scott's house still partially visible at the frame's right edge. A pile of material on the left that had already been cleared. The second showed the Lakeview building that replaced it. Framing complete, the prefab components visible in the wall sections. The third showed the completed building from the street. 6 identical doors on 2 levels. The landscaping a single row of basic foundation plantings that said occupiable before it said anything else. 61 days from demolition notice to certificate of occupancy, James said. "That's fast." "That's faster than fast. That's a timeline that requires a pre-ordered materials package delivered on day 1, a crew that's done this specific construction before and knows the sequence, and a county inspector who's scheduling final walkthroughs faster than the standard queue." He laid a 4th photograph over the first 3, a printout of the building permit with 3 specific lines circled in pen. "Contractor of record is a company called Coastal Build Partners, registered in Delaware. Florida business license issued 14 months ago, which is the minimum time in state before a contractor can bid county-permitted work. They've done 12 permitted jobs in Florida in those 14 months. All 12 are Lakeview property development projects. 0 jobs for any other client." "Captive contractor," Mike said. "Single client operation wearing a contractor's license," James said. "Legal, if their work passes inspection." "Their work passes inspection because their inspector is Roger Fain, County Building Department, who has approved all 12 of their permits on a timeline running 18% faster than the department average for comparable project types." He closed that tab, opened the next. "I pulled Fain's approval history through the county's public permit database. 18% faster on Coastal Build Partners. For every other contractor in the county, his approval timeline runs 1% below department average. Not faster on Coastal Build, faster only on Coastal Build." Carl set the catfish down, and James ate 2 bites without breaking the file's rhythm, because he was the kind of man who ate while he worked when the work required it. "You've had this for how long?" Mike said. The Fane pattern, 3 months. The contractor analysis, 5 months. The photographs go back 8 months. He looked at the counter for a moment. The honest assessment of a man who'd been carrying something and knew it. "I didn't know what to do with it. I talked to a lawyer, a friend, not a specialist, and he said the permit stuff was circumstantial. The inspection timeline was interesting but not independently actionable. And the contractor situation wasn't illegal, just unusual. He said I'd need to show money changing hands in a way it shouldn't be, and I don't have that." "I might have that," Mike said. James looked at him. He'd looked at Mike twice before, and both times it had the same quality: assessment completion filing. This time, the filing took a different direction. "From where?" James said. "Documentation connecting the money behind Lakeview property development to a Harmon Group advisory account that the federal government has been tracking as part of a broader fraud case." Mike said it plainly, the way Jennings had taught him to say the important things, not as a revelation, just as information that was now in the room. The money moved before a federal freeze hit the parent account. It funded 2 operations in this region simultaneously. Lakeview is one of them. James set his fork down. Not dramatically. He just set it down and looked at the file and then at Mike with the expression of a man who'd been doing careful, methodical work on a problem for 8 months and had just heard that someone had the piece the work was pointing toward. "What's the second operation?" he said. "A mortgage modification company in Stewart called First Patriot Modification Group." Mike looked at the letter-shaped outline, still visible in Dot's cardigan pocket. "The letter your grandmother received yesterday." Dot Williams didn't say anything. She drank her coffee. But something in her posture had shifted, the stillness of a woman absorbing a confirmation she'd suspected without being able to articulate. "First Patriot," James said. "That's what got Laura." "Walk me through Laura's specific situation," Mike said. "What actually happened in sequence?" James took his coffee, leaned back from the file, the shift in posture of someone who'd been presenting documentation and was now telling a different kind of story. "Laura Scott, number 9 on the street. Veteran Army, 2 tours. Bought the house on a VA loan 7 years ago. Managed it well, never missed a payment. First Patriot letter came in March, certified mail like Dot's." The letter described a modification program specifically for veterans, which Laura had no reason to be skeptical of, because VA loan modification programs are real. They exist, the government offers them, and the letter was formatted to look like an official program rather than a commercial service. He wrapped both hands around the cup again. Laura called the number. Professional, sympathetic, knew the right vocabulary, debt-to-income ratios, amortization schedules, the language of mortgage finance. Told her the program could reduce her monthly payment by up to 40%. Told her the application was straightforward, would take 4 to 6 weeks to process. Application required her financial documentation, Mike said. Full picture. Bank statements, tax returns, current loan documentation, employment records. She submitted everything. They sent a confirmation receipt with a case number. James's jaw moved. 4 months later, no response to 3 follow-up calls, she gets a letter. Not from First Patriot. From a loan servicing company she'd never heard of, informing her that her loan had been transferred to their management and that she owed 6 months of back payments on a modified loan agreement she'd never signed. Modified loan agreement she'd never signed, Mike repeated. Agreement that somehow had her initials on it. Digital document, e-signed. The email address attached to the signature was hers, but the device signature showed it had been signed from an IP address in Wilmington, Delaware. He let that sit. Laura didn't have the money to fight it. The timeline, between the letter arriving and the foreclosure proceeding, was 4 months. Standard foreclosure timeline in Florida is a minimum of 120 days, but the modified loan agreement had a default acceleration clause that cut the notice period to 60 days, and the notice went to an address Laura had never provided, which meant she didn't receive it, which meant the 60 days ran out before she knew it was running. Notice went to a wrong address, Mike said. Does she know where the wrong address came from? The application, James said. She gave them her mailing address when she applied. The address on the foreclosure notice was the physical address of the lot. Not a mailing address, not where she received mail, just the location of the property, which is on the public record. He looked at the file. Anybody pulling county property records would have the physical address. It's not her mailing address. Sending notice there is either an error or a choice. It's a choice, Dot said from her stool, and the flatness of it closed the sentence. When did Lakeview build on her lot? Mike said. 61 days after the foreclosure was finalized. Same Coastal Build Partners crew, same 6-unit prefab layout, same Roger Fain approval timeline. James opened the file to a rear tab, came out with a document Mike recognized as a county deed record. Buyer of record at Laura's foreclosure sale, Lakeview Property Holdings LLC, Delaware registration. Paid market price. Sold the lot 3 weeks later to Lakeview Property Development LLC, a related entity, different Delaware registration, for $1. Mike looked at the deed record. $1. Transfer between related entities. Technically legal, commonly used in real estate holding structures to move assets between arms of the same operation without triggering transfer taxes. You'd need to show the entities are related, which requires piercing the LLC veil, to characterize the $1 transfer as a fraudulent conveyance. James closed that tab. My friend the lawyer said that was the strongest piece of the file, and also the piece most likely to require a federal prosecution to actually use, because the LLC structure is in Delaware and state-level remedies are limited. Federal's already looking at it from the upstream end, Mike said. What you've got on the downstream end is the ground-level documentation they don't have. James looked at him again, the same assessment, and this time it landed somewhere different. You've done this before, James said. It wasn't a question. It was a contractor recognizing someone else's work product. Few times this summer. Did it work? Enough times that I keep doing it. Carl, who had been moving between the coffee maker and the counter and the bait case in the background of the conversation, with the trained invisibility of a man who ran a space where people needed to talk, appeared at Mike's elbow with a coffee refill that hadn't been requested and was exactly right. The thing James had been sitting on for 3 months, the thing he'd been uncertain about, came out after the catfish was finished, and the folder was mostly closed, and the conversation had moved from documentation to something less structured, the kind of talking that happened after the formal presentation, when the guard came down, and the actual weight of carrying something for a long time had somewhere to go. August, James said. Last week of August. I was on a job, renovation at a house on Miller Road, 2 streets over. Working late, the crew had gone. I was doing a final inspection of the framing before we closed it up the next day. He turned his coffee cup in his hands. The Lakeview building that went up on number 5, the one closest to Dot's end of the street, had been finished 2 weeks earlier. I had a sightline to it from the Miller Road job's 2nd floor. Wasn't paying attention to it, just had it in my peripheral. He stopped. Not for effect. Mike had learned the difference between dramatic pausing and actual pausing, and this was a man reassembling an event he'd run through his head enough times that the running itself had worn certain details smooth. 2 men were standing in front of the building. Late afternoon, maybe 5:30. I wouldn't have noticed except one of them was the Lakeview project manager, guy named Drew Sims. I'd talked to him twice when he was pulling permits at the county office. Standard contractor-to-contractor acknowledgement, nothing more than that. And Sims never talked to anyone on this street. He came in, pulled his permits, showed up for inspections, left. He didn't have casual conversations on the sidewalk. James looked at his cup. The other man I'd never seen before. Sims was doing most of the talking. The other man was listening and occasionally asking something. And whenever the other man asked something, Sims's whole posture changed. Like the conversation had a direction, and Sims understood who was setting it. What did the other man look like? Mike said. Mid-40s. Not local, not in the way clothes read out here, not in the way he stood. Good-looking in a way that didn't call attention to itself, which is a hard thing to describe, but you know it when you see it. The kind of presentation where everything is right and nothing is memorable. James set the cup down. He had a phone in his hand, not using it, just holding it, and at one point he turned and looked at the street, looked at it the way someone looks at a map they're checking against the territory. Not curious about the street. Evaluating it. Mike said nothing for a moment. The description matched Reed's appearance the way a key matched a lock. Not just the physical details, but the behavioral ones. The evaluating look at the territory, the authority that rearranged the posture of the man doing the talking. Did you hear any of it? Mike said. Enough. I wasn't trying to listen, but sound carries when you're in an open frame on a second floor and the street's quiet. James looked at the counter. Sims said something about the timeline, and the other man said the timeline was firm, and Sims said acquiring the remaining properties depended on First Patriot's completion rate, and the other man said First Patriot's completion rate was running ahead of schedule. Completion rate. First Patriot's completion rate. The phrase belonged to someone running a quota. Letters sent, applications received, foreclosures completed, lots acquired. Someone who thought about the human consequences of that sequence as a rate rather than as a set of individual people losing their homes. There was one more thing, James said. Sims said something about a specific address. He said number 7, and the other man said number 7 needed to move before December, and Sims said he'd flag it with the modification team. He stopped. Number 7 is my grandmother's house. Williams didn't move on her stool. Her coffee cup was in her hand, and she kept it there. The same steadiness Mike had seen in every person this summer who'd been told plainly that what they already knew was true. December, she said, to no one in particular. Not a question, not a reaction. Just the word, standing in the room while she decided what to do with it. First Patriot's letter to her arrived yesterday, Mike said to James. Certified mail. James looked at the file, at the folder he'd built over 8 months. That's 3 months from when I heard the conversation to the letter arriving. 3 months to complete whatever process they used to identify targets and initiate contact. He looked at his grandmother. I should have told you sooner. You told me what you could tell me when you had something to tell it with, Dot said. I don't require people to hand me problems without solutions. You were building the solution. I don't have a solution. You have the documentation. That's the beginning of a solution. Beginnings count. She set her coffee down, the cup making its definitive sound on the counter. What happens now? She said to Mike. I call Detective Jennings tonight, walk her through what James has. She connects it to what she already has on the upstream side. A county detective in Indian River County, named Dan Cooper, has been building parallel documentation on a related case. Between the 3 of them and a federal agent in Jacksonville named Drummond, what James built gets added to a file that's been building all summer. He looked at the folder, at 8 months of photographs and permits, and a permit approval pattern that was the ground-level counterpart to wire transfers from a ghost account. Your file and the wire transfer records are describing the same machine from different angles. Yours from the bottom up, ours from the top down. James was quiet for a moment, the quiet of a man deciding something. I need copies of what you've got, he said. The wire transfer records. The federal case information. I want to see how what I built fits what you built. And I want to be there when someone explains it to a prosecutor, because I'm the one who can explain the construction side of it in language a jury would understand. He looked at the file. I've been building this for 8 months in the dark. I'd like to work with the lights on for once. That's a reasonable ask. Mike pulled out his phone. Give me your number. I'm going to call Jennings tonight, and she's going to want to talk to you directly, probably tomorrow. James gave it. Carl, at the far end of the counter, had produced a notepad from somewhere and was writing something on it, and when he came back down the counter, he set the notepad in front of Mike, an address, a name below it, Laura Scott. She deserves to know someone's working on it. Mike looked at it. She's still fighting the foreclosure, Carl said. 8 months in, still fighting. Her lawyer's on a deferred fee because the lawyer thinks she's right and the law is wrong. She comes in every other Wednesday for the grouper. Next Wednesday. I'll be back before Wednesday, Mike said. And he meant it the way he'd meant it to Sarah Green, which was as a statement of fact rather than intention. The difference between planning to do something and simply telling a person that it would happen because it would happen. He tucked the notepad in his jacket pocket, next to the envelope that still held Jenny's wire transfer page and her note. The 2 pieces of paper had been in the same pocket for 6 hours now, which struck him, briefly, as the correct proximity. A page from the top of the structure and an address for the person at the bottom of it, sitting against the same few square inches of jacket lining. Outside the window, the Palms Corner Road had gone to its late afternoon self. A school bus moving north, a pickup with an equipment trailer turning off toward one of the agricultural roads, a man on a bicycle with a bag of something hooked over one handlebar who was moving at a pace that suggested he had somewhere to be, and the bicycle was the right tool for getting there. Nothing about any of it looked like the subject of a federal fraud investigation. Nothing about it looked like the downstream consequence of wire transfers routed through Delaware shells from a Harmon Group advisory account before a federal freeze could catch them. That was, Mike understood, the whole design. James said, "You finished your catfish." "I'm finished." "Then let the man go. He's got a 2-hour drive, and he should do it before dark, because the Lake Road after dark has opinions about headlights that the Lake Road in daylight doesn't have." She looked at Mike. "You'll come back." "I'll come back." "Good." She picked up her cup, found it empty, set it down with the sound of a woman who'd gotten everything out of a cup that the cup had to offer. "Carl, close out the man's tab. Second sandwich, 2 coffees. I had 3. I know what you had. Then put it on mine. It's already on yours. Same as always." Something in the exchange carried 40 years of the same conversation, the particular, worn smooth comfort of 2 people who'd been disagreeing about the same small things for long enough that the disagreement had become its own form of agreement. Mike paid his own tab, which Carl accepted without argument, and left a tip that was more than the tab, which was the right amount for a place that had given him lunch and a James Harris and the address of a woman named Laura Scott, who was still fighting something 8 months in because she understood that the fight itself was the point. He shook James's hand, nodded to Dot, walked out into the November afternoon with the canvas of the day doing its final work, the light going amber gold, the shadows running long east off everything that stood more than a foot tall, the agricultural interior of the state settling into its end-of-work quiet. His phone showed a text from Jennings, sent at 4:42, 6 minutes ago. Drummond identified, FPM. First Patriot Modification Group, Stewart. Financial crimes pattern, consistent with predatory modification scheme. Not the first time this playbook has run in Florida, second time with this specific company structure. Previous iteration was in Hillsborough County 2020, dissolved before charges. Same Delaware agent as Lakeview Capital. She's adding it to the file. Where are you? He typed back, Palms Corner. Driving home. Call you from the road. Then, after a beat, also have a contractor named James Harris who's been building ground-level documentation on the Lakeview property development operation for 8 months. Photographs, permits, approval records, and a conversation he overheard 3 months ago between Lakeview's project manager and a man matching Reed's description. He got in the truck. The phone buzzed before he had the door closed. Jennings, Reed was in this county. Mike, 3 months ago. Before Melbourne. Before Indian River County. A pause, longer than Jennings's pauses usually ran. He's been running multiple operations simultaneously, she sent. Overlapping markets, overlapping timelines. That changes the scale of the federal case. Drummond needs to know tonight. He started the truck, the engine doing its reliable thing, and pulled out of the Palms Corner parking lot onto the road that ran east toward the coast. The sun was behind him now, going down over the agricultural interior, and the road ahead ran toward the darkening sky with the particular clarity of a November evening in Florida, when the humidity had stepped back enough that the distance was visible rather than felt. He called Jennings when the signal was good, 5 miles out of Palms Corner on the 2-lane, and she answered on the first ring, which she always did when she'd been expecting the call. "Tell me everything from the beginning," she said. "Start with what George gave you, and go through James Harris and don't leave anything out." He told her. The road ran east and the light ran down, and somewhere behind him, Lake Okeechobee sat in its managed basin, being brown and enormous and completely indifferent to what the people using its surroundings were doing with them. And in a bait shop and lunch counter in Palms Corner, an 80-year-old woman was probably still on her stool finishing a coffee that had gone cold again, because Dot Williams had been on that stool through worse things than a cold coffee and intended to be on it through considerably worse things than whatever was coming next. Jennings was writing as he talked. He could hear the pen. "James Harris," she said. "Can he be in my office tomorrow?" "He can be wherever you need him to be," Mike said. "He's been waiting 8 months for someone to tell him where that is. Tell him 9 a.m. Tell him to bring the file." A pause, the pen stopping. Mike. Reed in Okeechobee County 3 months ago. Overlapping with Indian River County, overlapping with Fort Pierce, overlapping with Martin County. He wasn't running 3 separate contracts consecutively. He was running them simultaneously. I know. That means Harmon wasn't managing 3 separate operations this summer. He was managing one operation with 3 active fronts, coordinated, timed, probably with shared infrastructure we haven't fully mapped yet. Her voice had taken on the quality it got when she was seeing the shape of something she'd suspected for months and was finding it confirmed. Drummond's federal case has been treating the Martin County and Fort Pierce and Indian River County situations as a pattern pointing toward one organization. What you've just added is the evidence that they weren't sequential. They were simultaneous. That's a different legal characterization. "Bigger case," Mike said. "Bigger case. More counts. Different charging strategy." She stopped. "How many fronts do you think this thing has that we haven't found yet?" Mike drove east through the last of the agricultural land, the citrus groves giving way to the first signs of the 2-lane becoming something wider, the coast beginning to assert itself in the gradual way coasts asserted themselves from the interior. "I don't know," he said. "But Jenny has 31 more pages." Chapter 5. The lake at 5:30 in the morning didn't look like anything Mike had expected it to look like, which was the thing about large bodies of water at that hour. They stopped being geography and became something closer to atmosphere, the distinction between water and sky reduced to a shade difference in the dark, the horizon somewhere out there implied rather than visible, the whole enormous brown expanse of it running silent, except for the sound of small waves against the dock pilings and the distant pop of Tom Green's outboard turning over on the first pull. Mike had found the motel in Okeechobee City the night before, a place called the Lakeview Inn that had been named for a view of the lake it no longer had on account of a stand of Australian pines that had grown up in the intervening decades between the naming and the present moment, which was the kind of Florida irony that stopped being ironic after a while and became simply the condition of things. The room was clean, and the air conditioning worked, and the coffee maker on the bathroom counter produced something in the functional range. And he'd sat on the bed at 11 with his phone and his notes and the wire transfer page from Jenny's envelope, and worked through the architecture until he was sure enough of the shape to sleep. He was at Green's fuel dock at 5:15 because Tom Green had said 5:30, and men who ran guideboats for a living meant 5:30 the way other people meant 6:30, which was early enough to account for everything that could go wrong before the day's actual start. George was already there, which probably meant George had been there since 4:30, and he handed Mike a cup without ceremony and pointed toward the dock where Tom's boat was warming up. They ran south for 40 minutes without talking much, which was the correct amount of talking for a base boat running across Lake Okeechobee at first light, when the lake was doing the thing it did at this specific intersection of hour and season, going silver-gray in the east where the sun was considering its approach, the water surface textured by a light north wind that moved it in long, low swells too gentle to create whitecaps, but present enough to make themselves felt through the hull. Tom ran the boat the way he ran everything, with the economy of someone who'd done it long enough that the doing required only the portion of his attention it deserved, not the portion anxiety demanded. He stood at the console without gripping it, weight shifting with the hull's movement, eyes on the water ahead in the specific way of someone reading conditions rather than watching scenery. Mike sat in the forward seat and looked at the lake and let the 40 minutes do the work that 40 minutes on moving water did when you let them, which was something adjacent to thinking without the effort thinking usually required. At Zone 7, Tom dropped the engine to idle and then to nothing, and the boat settled into the swell, and the sound of the lake came back without the outboard competing with it. Birds working the distant shoreline, the low machinery of wind and the tools, something below the surface disturbing it occasionally in the specific way of large bass, doing what large bass did at dawn in the places they actually lived rather than the places tournament anglers placed them. She fished this zone both days, Tom said, the first full sentence since they'd left the dock. Both days in the same zone is a risk, Mike said. Pressure spooks fish. It's a risk a fisherman takes when they're confident about why the fish are in a location, rather than just confident that the fish were there yesterday. Tom was looking at the water the way he'd looked at it from the dock, reading rather than watching. Sarah pre-fished this zone for 3 weeks before the Classic. Water temperature, pressure changes, the effect of wind direction on bait fish movement in this specific part of the lake in this specific month. She built a model. He paused. Bass don't move on instinct alone. There are patterns, and the patterns have variables, and understanding the variables is the difference between a fisherman who gets lucky in a tournament and a fisherman who wins one. And her tournament notebook documents the variables. 3 weeks of pre-fishing and 2 days of competition recorded in real time down to the minute of each strike. He looked at Mike. I want you to understand something about that notebook before you talk to her again today. It's not evidence of where she caught the fish. It's evidence of how she thinks, and how she thinks is the thing that can't be faked and can't be staged. You can pre-stage fish in tournament water. It happens, it's wrong, some people do it. But you can't pre-stage a methodology documented across 3 weeks that correctly predicts where fish will be based on variables you tracked before you knew where the tournament zone assignments would fall. The zone assignments come out how far in advance? 48 hours before the first day. The circuit draws zones 2 days out to prevent exactly this kind of preparation. Tom looked at the water where the light had shifted from gray to something approaching color, the first suggestion of what the day was going to do. Sarah's notebook shows her pre-fishing 12 different zones across 3 weeks. Zone 7 is in there, same as 11 others, and the notes for Zone 7 across 3 weeks of pre-fishing show the exact conditions that would concentrate fish in the specific spot she fished on both days of the Classic. He paused. That's not someone who knew Zone 7 was her zone in advance. That's someone who'd done the work on all 12 and was prepared for whichever 2 the draw produced. Mike sat with that. The boat moved gently in the swell, Zone 7 doing its quiet morning business around them. And somewhere in the tules, a heron lifted off with the unhurried authority of a creature that had decided this particular spot had given it what it came for, and the next spot was worth investigating. The photograph and the protest, Mike said. Have you seen the original? Dennis Clark sent me a copy. 4 times I've looked at it. Tom's jaw worked. The boat in that photograph is at a distance and in light conditions that make identification difficult, which is the first thing any analyst would tell you. The second thing any honest analyst would tell you is that the activity visible at the stern, the water discharge, is consistent with 4 different operational explanations, only one of which is a live-well discharge. And a live-well discharge is only problematic in tournament context if the live-well contains tournament fish being released at that location. The photograph doesn't show fish. The photograph shows water. He looked at Mike directly. The protest doesn't claim the photograph proves pre-staging. It claims that the photograph constitutes reasonable grounds for review. Reasonable grounds is the language Hutchins put in the bylaw revision, because reasonable grounds is a standard that can be satisfied by a photograph of water from a moving boat in uncertain light at 5:47 in the morning. Built the rule to fit the evidence he planned to produce. Built the rule to fit the minimum evidence required to trigger the mechanism he needed triggered. Tom started the engine, idled it, looked at the zone a moment longer. I've fished this lake for 40 years. I've watched every tournament this circuit has run for 22 years. That photograph was taken by someone who positioned their boat in Zone 7 before dawn on day 2 of the Classic for the specific purpose of producing a record of a boat being in Zone 7 before dawn on day 2 of the Classic. The only boat that was supposed to be in Zone 7 at that time was Sarah's. He brought the engine up and turned the bow north, back toward the dock, the light now fully committed to morning. The lake going from silver to brown to the specific color it settled into when the day had decided what it was going to be. Sarah was at her kitchen table when they got back, the tournament notebook open in front of her, a cup of coffee beside it, reading the notes the way you reread something you've read many times when you're trying to find the part that solves the current problem rather than just confirming what you already know. She looked up when Mike came in, looked at the notebook, looked up again. Daddy called from the water, she said. Told me to have this out. He said you'd explain it better than he could. He's modest about things he understands completely. She pushed the notebook across the table, not handing it to him, just repositioning it so he could read it from where he sat. Find day 1. Second entry, 7:42 a.m. He found it. The handwriting was the same compact, precise notation he'd seen on her whiteboard. Time, location within the zone, given as a compass bearing, and distance from a landmark, water temperature, lure selection, result. The 7:42 entry. Soft plastic swim bait, slow retrieve, 2.5 feet depth, 68.2 degrees, light nay chop, 4.1 pounds largemouth, west side of hydrilla mat, bearing 280 from the channel marker. Read the pre-fish entry for the same location, she said. 3rd tab, first week of October. He found it. October 8th, 2 weeks before the Classic, Zone 7, West Hydrilla, morning conditions, light north wind, 68 to 70 degree range, bait fish stacking on west edge. Base holding in 2 to 3 feet, at edge of mat. Best approach, slow retrieve, subsurface parallel to edge. Peak window, 7:30 to 9 o'clock. He looked at both entries for a moment. Tournament catch at 7:42, he said. Pre-fish prediction for peak window, 7:30 to 9. 3 weeks before I knew Zone 7 was my zone. She took the notebook back, not closing it, leaving it open at the pre-fish page. I built that prediction from 12 days of data collection across the whole lake. The conditions I was tracking, temperature, wind direction, bait fish behavior, pointed to that specific window in that specific location. When Zone 7 came up in the draw, 48 hours before day 1, I looked at my pre-fish notes, and I knew exactly what I was going to do and when I was going to do it and why. She looked at Mike across the table. That's not luck, and it's not staging. It's methodology applied correctly. And the methodology is documented 3 weeks before the event in my own handwriting, which I didn't write in anticipation of a protest, because when you win a tournament on methodology, you don't expect to have to defend the methodology afterward. The protest assumes the methodology is the cover story rather than the actual explanation. The protest assumes a fish in a specific location at a specific time is evidence of staging, full stop, and it doesn't engage with the question of how I knew to fish that location at that time. It doesn't have to engage with it. The bylaw revision doesn't require the protest to disprove the methodology. It only requires the protest to constitute reasonable grounds, which is a water discharge photograph and a signed statement from Walt Briggs. Mike looked at the notebook, at the 3 weeks of entries, at a record that was simultaneously a professional log and the most complete refutation of the protest's implicit claim that existed. When I talked to the circuit's attorney general, he said, "This notebook goes with me. Not copies, the original." She put her hand flat on the cover of it. "The original goes with you." She held his eye. "Don't lose it." "I won't lose it. My father would drive to wherever you are and find you if you lost it." That seems completely consistent with your father. Something in her face eased a degree. Not quite a smile, but the topography of one. The expression of someone who'd been sitting with a legitimate grievance long enough that the relief of having it properly acknowledged was the thing closest to a smile available. They spent the morning at her table, Mike working through the notebook page by page while she explained the entries. The whole thing less like a legal review and more like a tutorial on a discipline Mike didn't know and was learning through its application to a specific problem. She taught the way a person taught when the subject was something they developed themselves rather than inherited. From the inside out, the principles emerging from the practice rather than the other way around. By 11, he understood enough about bass fishing methodology on Lake Okeechobee to have a conversation with someone who knew it, which was not the same as knowing it, but was the useful difference between an investigator who could recognize a relevant detail and one who couldn't. Tom came in at 11:15 with his own coffee and the afternoon's booking information, a family from Orlando doing a half-day trip. And he sat at the third chair without anyone having offered it and listened to the last 20 minutes of the notebook review with the expression of a man who'd watched his daughter explain her work many times and hadn't gotten tired of it. "Dennis Clark," Mike said when they'd closed the notebook. "What's your read on whether he'll cooperate?" Tom and Sarah looked at each other with the particular communication of two people who'd had this conversation between themselves. "Dennis will cooperate when someone makes cooperating feel less dangerous than not cooperating," Tom said. "For 14 months, it's felt the other direction. If you walk into his parking lot after a board meeting with documentation showing what he's been part of, and you make the case that what he's been part of makes his situation considerably more dangerous than coming forward, he'll come forward." He looked at his coffee. Dennis built something he cares about. The circuit matters to him. The fact that he let someone use it as a vehicle for something else matters to him in the specific way that things matter to people who care about something and have watched it get used for a purpose they didn't intend. "He's been protecting it by staying quiet," Sarah said. "He thinks coming forward destroys the circuit. He hasn't worked out that what Hutchins has done to it is the thing that destroys it, and coming forward is the only way to separate the circuit from what Hutchins turned it into." "I'll make that case to him," Mike said. It's the right case, Tom said. It's just a case he needs to hear from someone who isn't Sarah or me, because he knows we have a stake in the outcome, and he'll discount anything we say accordingly. He called Jennings from Sarah's front porch at 12:30, the lake visible through the gap in the tree line, where Tom had mentioned once that a dock had stood before a hurricane took it in 2004, and they'd never rebuilt it. "Walk me through the Lakeview Capital identification," Mike said when she answered. "I've got Tom Green and his daughter, and 8 months of James Harris file, and I need to know where the financial trail from those three connects to what you've confirmed." "Lakeview Capital Partners," Jennings said, and he could hear the folder opening, the specific sound he'd learned to associate with her moving from memory to documentation. "Delaware registration, 18 months old, registered agent out of Wilmington, different firm from the Sandpiper and Fort Pierce agents, different suite, but same city and same structure. Operating account receives wire transfers from HGA Opus 3, which is Harmon Group Advisory Operating Account 3, the one Drummond had flagged as unresolved outflow before the freeze." A pause. "Lakeview Capital is the funding vehicle. It receives money from Harmon and distributes it downstream to two operating entities, Lakeview Property Development LLC, which is the construction arm. That's James Harris Building Permits and his Coastal Build Partners contractor, and the Southeastern-based Tournament Circuit's Prize Pool Administration account. The Prize Pool account receives money directly from Lakeview Capital. Monthly transfers, consistent with the sponsorship agreement Hutchins's entity signed with the circuit 2 years ago, which Dennis Clark has on file." She paused. "Here's the thing, Mike. The sponsorship money going into the prize pool is legitimate on its face. A sponsor funding a prize pool is exactly what a sponsor is supposed to do. What's not legitimate is the administrative control Hutchins's entity holds over the account during freeze periods, which turns the prize pool from a pass-through into a holding account. $2.8 million sitting in a holding account with administrative control in Hutchins's entity's hands," Mike said. "And during the freeze period, Drummond's financial crimes team has been watching for outgoing transfers from the prize pool account that don't match expected prize disbursements. 41 days in, they found 2 transfers to an account they're still tracing." She stopped. "Mike, the 2 transfers are moving money from the prize pool during the freeze to an account that has characteristics consistent with Lakeview Capital's secondary operating account. If that traces out, the prize pool freeze is a mechanism for moving tournament sponsor money back into the development operation," Mike said. "Hutchins funds the prize pool from Lakeview Capital, freezes the pool on a protest, and transfers the frozen balance into the development operations secondary account. Laundering through the circuit. That's what it looks like from the financial side. I need Drummond to confirm the trace on the destination account, which she's working on." Jennings was writing, the pen sound consistent and fast. "But if it confirms, the tournament circuit isn't just a cover story for Hutchins's presence in the community. It's an active money movement mechanism. Clean money in through sponsor contributions. Dirty money out through a frozen prize pool that nobody's supposed to be moving." Mike looked at the gap in the tree line where the dock used to be. "How long has this been running?" "The prize pool account's transfer history goes back 30 months. Drummond's team is going through every freeze period in those 30 months. Every protest, every review delay, anything that created a window where the account balance sat without expected disbursements." A pause. "There have been 4 freeze periods in 30 months, counting the current one. Total pool balance across all 4 freeze periods, approximately $9.2 million. Mike sat on the porch step and looked at the lake through the gap. $9.2 million moved through a base tournament circuit's prize pool account over 30 months. 1,200 people with fantasy betting money frozen in the current round alone. Sarah Green sitting inside at her kitchen table with a tournament notebook that documented a legitimate win being held in administrative review so the mechanism could run one more time. Sarah's protest resolution, Mike said. Does it move on the circuit side or the financial side first? Financial side, if Drummond confirms the trace. The moment the prize pool transfers are characterized as fraudulent, the freeze mechanism loses its legal standing and the protest resolution becomes straightforward. You can't sustain a protest that was filed in service of a fraudulent financial mechanism. She paused. That's the theory. The theory requires the trace to confirm, which requires a few more days. I'm going to the board meeting, Mike said. Thursday. Tom Green's guest membership. Don't do anything at the board meeting that gives Hutchins's attorneys something to work with. I'm going to sit in the back and watch. You're going to sit in the back and watch, and also read every face in the room and decide which ones know what, and then you're going to find Dennis Clark in the parking lot afterward. She said it without accusation, just the accurate description of what he'd told her he was going to do without quite having said it. Fine. Just watch at the meeting. The parking lot is yours. He heard Tom come out of the house behind him, the screen door's particular sound, and Tom sat on the step above his without being asked, the comfortable proximity of a man who'd been sitting on this porch his whole life and didn't require an invitation from anyone to continue doing so. Jennings, Mike said. The Palms Corner families. First Patriots 13 active applications. When does Cooper move? Cooper's waiting on the warrant package to complete, which needs the federal notation from Drummond, which she's attaching once the prize pool trace confirms. A pause. 4 more days at most. Possibly 2. There are people whose applications are in process right now. 60-day notice windows running. I know. Cooper knows. Drummond knows. Her voice had the flat, controlled quality of a professional, managing the gap between the urgency of human situations and the pace of institutional process. The warrant moves when it's solid enough that no attorney can get it thrown on a procedural issue, because if it gets thrown on a procedural issue, those 13 families are worse off than they are now. 2 more days. Tell me the moment it moves. You'll know when it moves. He hung up and sat on the step with Tom Green beside him and the lake running its brown November business a few hundred yards away through the gap in the trees, and told Tom what Jennings had said, the full architecture, the prize pool mechanism, the $9.2 million across 30 months, the 4 freeze periods, the trace that was 2 days from confirming. Tom listened the way he listened to everything, completely without interrupting, the specific quality of attention that came from a man who'd spent 40 years reading conditions that rewarded attention. When Mike finished, Tom was quiet for what felt like a full minute, but was probably 30 seconds, the lake filling in the silence with its low, constant sound. $9 million, Tom said. Through a bass fishing circuit. Through a bass fishing circuit. Tom looked at the gap in the tree line where the dock used to be. I've been on this lake my whole life. My father was on it before me. We've watched it go through the phosphorus crisis in the 70s, the algae blooms in the 90s, the hurricane damage in 2004 and 2005, the Army Corps management fights that run every decade or so. He paused. Every time something threatens the lake, the people who've been living on it fight for it. Not because anyone tells them to. Because it's where they live, and it's what they know, and the alternative to fighting for it is watching it become something else. He looked at Mike. This is the same fight, Tom said. Just a different kind of threat. Mike didn't disagree with that. It was he'd been finding all summer, always the same fight. The marina, the grocery store, the candidate, the lake community, different places, different mechanisms, the same fundamental transaction. Somebody with enough money and enough patience and enough layers between themselves and the transaction deciding that someone else's place was worth more to them as a product than it was worth to the people who'd been living in it. Board meeting's Thursday, Mike said. I'll call Dennis tonight, Tom said. Tell him I'm bringing a guest. He can't refuse. The membership bylaws he's supposed to care about don't allow him to. He stood, the step creaking under the shift of weight. He'll know why I'm bringing a guest. Might do him some good to spend 2 days knowing it's coming. You think he's close? I think Dennis Clark has been one honest conversation away from doing the right thing for 14 months, and the reason he hasn't had that conversation is that nobody's offered to have it with him. Tom looked down at Mike with the expression of a man who'd been watching things for long enough that he could see the difference between what a situation was and what it could become if the right element was introduced. You're going to offer to have it with him. In a parking lot after a board meeting. Best conversations I've ever had were in parking lots, Tom said, and went back inside, the screen door closing behind him with its particular sound, leaving Mike on the step with the lake and the gap in the tree line, and 2 days to wait on a wire trace that was going to confirm or deny the shape of a thing he was already fairly certain he understood. The lake ran south in the morning's flat November light, brown and enormous and keeping its own counsel on the matter, same as always. He drove back to the motel and called James Harris, because James had been in the dark for 8 months, and 2 days of waiting was different when you had someone to wait with. James picked up on the second ring. Jennings confirmed Lakeview Capital as the bridge, Mike said. Your file on the construction side and the wire transfer records from the financial side are describing the same machine from opposite ends. She needs you in her office at 9 tomorrow. A pause on James's end, brief, the pause of a man absorbing confirmation. I'll be there, James said. Bring the file. All of it. It's already in the truck. Another pause. Mike. My grandmother. December was the deadline they mentioned. First Patriot's letter arrived yesterday. How much time does she have? 2 days on the warrant, maybe less. He meant it as reassurance and delivered it as a fact, which was the version James Harris would trust more than the reassurance. Cooper moves the moment the federal notation attaches. Her application hasn't been submitted. The letter arrived yesterday. She hasn't called the number, she hasn't submitted anything. First Patriot can't initiate a process she hasn't entered. She hasn't called, James confirmed. She told me this morning she doesn't intend to. She said calling them would be handing them something they haven't earned. Mike thought about Dot Williams on her stool, reading fee disclosure language to a man behind a lunch counter who already agreed with her conclusion, making him read the sentence aloud because precise language in precise situations was the only tool that worked. She's right, Mike said. Tell her to keep not calling. He hung up, lay back on the motel bed with the ceiling fan running at the low speed that did nothing except move the air in a slow, contemplative circle, and looked at the ceiling the way he'd looked at the crack in his own bedroom ceiling on the morning after Jenny's first call, when the beach and the metal detector and the Folgers cans full of rusted buckles had been the whole of what he was planning on. The burner phone sat on the nightstand, not ringing. Its one contact waiting in the same patient silence it had maintained for 4 months. 6 weeks, she'd said. It had been 6 weeks and 2 days. He fell asleep before he decided whether to call her, which was its own kind of answer, and the ceiling fan made its slow circle in the dark above him. And outside the motel window, the Australian pines that had grown up and stolen the Lakeview Inn's view of the lake kept the lake's business to themselves, same as they'd been doing since they were tall enough to matter. Chapter 6. The bait shop on the western shore, where Walt Briggs bought his crickets every Tuesday, sat on a gravel pull-off between 2 Australian pines that had grown into each other at the crown, creating a canopy that shaded the building's front wall and the 2 benches outside it with the reliable commitment of things that had been growing in the same direction for decades without anyone asking them to. The building itself was concrete block, painted the yellow of old hardware stores with a hand-lettered sign above the door that listed what was inside in order of the owner's priorities: live bait, tackle, cold drinks, ice. The ice came last because it was the least interesting thing in the building to the owner, though it was the first thing most customers needed. Mike arrived at 8:40, which gave him 20 minutes before Tom Green's read on Briggs's schedule put him in the parking lot. He bought a spool of 12-pound monofilament he didn't need and a package of hooks he'd find a use for eventually, and stood at the counter talking to the man behind it about the lake's current base behavior in the way of someone who'd been paying attention to the lake for 3 days and had learned enough from Tom and Sarah to have a conversation without embarrassing himself, and learned a little more in the process about the Western Shore's particular bottom structure and how it affected fish movement in November when the water temperature dropped below 70. The monofilament and hooks together cost $9.40 and produced 12 minutes of useful intelligence, which was a better return than most operational expenditures Mike had made across a summer of this kind of work. Walt Briggs pulled in at 9:02 in a truck that had more miles on it than the body suggested, the kind of well-maintained older vehicle that told you its owner was either careful with money or careful with things or both. He was 56, built with the compact efficiency of a man who'd spent decades in a fishing boat's standing position, not heavy, not lean, just the particular physical result of a specific kind of sustained physical activity, the same way Tom Green was built, the same way every serious tournament angler Mike had seen on this lake was built. He moved with the unhurried confidence of someone who knew exactly what he was there for and how long it would take. He clocked Mike at the counter before Mike turned around, which meant he had the same peripheral attention to unfamiliar elements that most people who spent time in small community establishments developed after enough years of knowing who was supposed to be there and who wasn't. Mike bought a styrofoam coffee cup from a machine near the door that produced something approximately coffee-adjacent and took it outside to one of the 2 benches, giving the bait shop back to its regular purpose and Walt Briggs back to his routine, because pushing a conversation before it was ready to happen was the fastest way to not have the conversation at all. He waited. Walt came out 4 minutes later with a wax container of crickets and a look that had decided, during the 4 minutes inside, what it was going to do with the unfamiliar element on the bench. He sat on the other bench. Not beside Mike, across from him, the 2 benches facing each other at the angle the Australian pines had created, which was close enough for conversation and far enough for a man to leave without it being a production. "You were at the board meeting Thursday," Walt said. Mike had been at the board meeting Thursday, in the back on Tom Green's guest membership, saying nothing, watching Dennis Clark and Carl Hutchins not look at each other across a conference room table, while a man from the circuit's accounting firm presented the quarterly financials in a format that disclosed everything and revealed nothing. He hadn't spoken to Walt Briggs at the board meeting, because Walt hadn't been at the board meeting. He'd been mentioned at the board meeting, his name appearing in the protest documentation as the filing party, but Walt Briggs in person had been somewhere else, which was its own kind of information. "Word travels," Mike said. "Lake's a small community. Tom Green, bringing a guest to a board meeting, travels fast." Walt set the cricket container on the bench beside him. "Tom's never brought a guest before. He wanted me to see how the circuit ran." "What did you think?" "I thought it ran the way things run, when some of the people in the room know something the other people in the room are choosing not to see." Mike drank the approximate coffee. "Walt, I know you filed the protest because Carl Hutchins told you to file it. I know why he told you to file it, and I know why you did it. I'm not here to make that harder for you than it already is." Walt looked at the cricket container. He looked at it for a while, the way you looked at something when you needed a focus point for what your face was doing while you worked out what to say. "What are you here for then?" he said. "To give you the option of saying something before the situation says it for you. Which it's going to, in about 2 days, when a warrant gets executed on Carl Hutchins and the circuit's financial records and everything connected to the prize pool administration." Mike set the coffee down on the bench beside him. "When that happens, you're either a man who cooperated before the warrant or a man who's cooperating after it. Those 2 things look different to a prosecutor." Walt's jaw worked. Outside the canopy of the Australian pines, the morning was doing its clear November thing. The kind of weather that made the lake community look like exactly what it presented as: a working waterfront economy organized around a body of water that rewarded patience and expertise, utterly unremarkable to anyone who didn't know what was running underneath it. "I filed the protest," Walt said. "I know what I did." "Tell me why." Walt picked up the cricket container, set it down again. A tick of the hands, the small fidgeting of a man who needed the motion more than the purpose. "Carl Hutchins knows about a violation from 2019, he said. "Tournament on the Kissimmee chain. Not this circuit, a different event, smaller, local. I pre-staged fish. Not many, 3 fish, 30 minutes before the official start, specific spot I'd scouted. I was in a bad stretch, financially. My wife had been sick the year before, and the bills had a longer tail than I'd expected. And I needed the purse badly enough to do something I've never done before or since." He stopped. "I didn't win. Fish weren't where I put them by the time the event started, which is what happens when you pre-stage fish in moving water in November. They move. I finished 7th. It cost me a tournament entry fee and my integrity for 1 day, and I've been carrying it for 4 years. Hutchins found out how. Don't know how. He called me 8 months ago, laid it out plain, told me what he knew and told me what he wanted, and described what would happen to my guide license and my circuit membership if the 2019 situation became known." Walt looked at the lake, visible through the pines in a narrow band of brown. "He didn't threaten me. He explained things. That's how he does it. He explains things in a way that means the same thing a threat would mean but doesn't sound like one." Mike had heard this described before, in a maintenance supervisor's account of a code enforcement officer, in a retired attorney's description of a phone call from someone named Diane. The same method, wearing the same language. What he wanted was the protest, Walt said. Filed against Sarah Green's classic result. He gave me the photograph, told me what to say in the filing, told me the bylaw section to cite. He stopped. "Sarah Green is a legitimate fisherman. Better than me, better than most people on this circuit. She caught those fish the way she says she caught them. I know that. I filed a protest against a legitimate result because a man threatened to destroy my livelihood, and I've been sitting with that for 6 weeks. You can still fix it," Mike said. "I filed a false protest against a legitimate win." "You filed a false protest under coercion, which is a different legal situation than filing one voluntarily, and the difference matters considerably more than you're giving it credit for." Mike looked at Walt directly. "The warrant's coming regardless. The financial side of what Hutchins has been doing with the prize pool during freeze periods is documented at the federal level. Your protest is one piece of it, and it's the piece connected to you. You can either be the man who came forward before the warrant and cooperated fully, or you can be the man who had to be compelled afterward. The outcome's the same, but the cost isn't." Walt sat with that. The crickets in the wax container moved in their small, persistent way, the sound of them a low, continuous background to a conversation they were entirely indifferent to. "The 2019 violation," Walt said. "What happens to that?" "That depends on the prosecutor and the cooperation agreement, which isn't something I control or can promise you anything about. What I can tell you is that a man who was coerced into filing a false protest because someone used a 4-year-old isolated violation against him is a considerably more sympathetic figure than a man who let that coercion stand without disclosure." Mike picked up the coffee again, found it had gone past its serviceable temperature, set it back down. "You should talk to a lawyer today. Not tomorrow. Today. And when you call Detective Jennings at Colusa KPD, I'm going to give you her number. You should have the lawyer with you. Colusa K's not this county. She's coordinating across counties on the Hutchins investigation. She'll connect you to the right people locally. The lawyer helps you navigate who those people are. Walt looked at the cricket container again. Then he looked at the band of lake visible through the pines, the specific look of a man checking on something he'd relied on his whole life to confirm it was still there. "Sarah Green," he said. "Yeah. She's going to know it was me. She already knows it was you. She knew inside 72 hours. Mike said it without softening it, because softening it was the wrong service to provide. She's not the one you're protecting yourself from by coming forward. You're protecting yourself from the man who used you." Walt was quiet for a moment that had the particular texture of a decision being made rather than a decision being considered. The moment after the coin has left the thumb and before it lands. "Give me the number," he said. Mike gave it to him. Jennings's direct line, not the main department number, the one she'd told him to hand out when she meant it to reach her specifically. Walt put it in his phone, with the careful single-finger typing of a man who'd grown up before smartphones were an assumption. "Today," Mike said. "Today," Walt confirmed. He picked up the crickets, stood, looked at Mike with the expression of a man who'd been carrying something and had just set it down, and was feeling the particular unfamiliar lightness of that. "Tell Tom Green I said I'm sorry," Walt said. "Not for me. For Sarah." "Tell her yourself," Mike said. "When this is done." Walt walked to his truck and drove south on the lake road, the cricket container on the seat beside him, and Mike sat on the bench under the Australian pines and looked at the narrow band of lake through the trees and let the morning do what it was doing, which was being clear and November and completely indifferent to the things that had just happened under its canopy. Hutchins Marine Supply occupied a purpose-built building on the east side of Okeechobee City, set back from the highway behind a parking lot large enough to accommodate boat trailers, with dock access behind the building to a canal arm that connected to the lake. The signage was professional. Navy and white, the jumping base logo in the upper left corner, the kind of branding that said established without saying anything specific about when or by whom. The inventory visible through the front windows ran from outboard motors to electronics to the full range of consumables that serious fishing operations required, organized with the efficiency of someone who understood that the people buying the inventory were as serious about organization as they were about fishing. The building was designed, as George had told him, and as Mike confirmed on the way in, for surveillance as much as for commerce. The glass-walled office at the back was positioned with sightlines to every entry point, the front door, the side entrance from the service yard, the rear access from the canal dock. A man sitting in that office saw everyone who came into his building before they were fully inside it, which was not a standard architectural choice for a marine supply store, and was exactly the architectural choice of someone who'd learned that knowing who walked in before they reached the counter was a professional advantage worth building into the walls. Mike found the bilge pump at Tucker's Marina the afternoon before, a Jabsco 36,900 that had started showing the preliminary symptoms of impeller failure, lower flow rate, occasional air bubbling in the discharge, and removed it with Earl's distracted permission and the understanding that he'd return it working or replace it at his own expense. Earl had looked at the pump, looked at Mike, and said, "If you're going all the way to Okeechobee for a bilge pump impeller, I want the receipt," which was as much engagement with Mike's actual plans as Earl typically produced. He came through the front door at 11:30, pump under one arm, and spent 9 minutes in the service parts section examining impeller kits with the focused attention of someone who genuinely needed the right part and didn't intend to get the wrong one, because he genuinely needed the right part and didn't intend to get the wrong one. The pump was a real pump with a real problem, and the fix was a real fix, which was the only way a pretext held up in the company of people who knew the merchandise. A counter person, 20s, knowledgeable in the way of someone who'd been working this counter through multiple fishing seasons, confirmed the right kit, located it in the parts inventory, and was reaching for it when the glass-walled office door opened at the back of the store. Hutchins came out with the timing of someone who'd been watching the counter since Mike walked in, and had let the transaction reach a natural pause before inserting himself, which was both a social skill and a tell. It meant he'd been watching since the front door opened and had given himself 11 minutes to decide what he thought of what he saw. Carl Hutchins, at 59, was the kind of man who'd been built by a specific set of decisions rather than by his circumstances, the particular result of someone who'd chosen, at some point, to be organized rather than reactive, and had applied that choice consistently enough that it showed in everything from the way he walked to the way he held the clipboard he was carrying, which was the kind of hold that suggested the clipboard was a prop as much as a tool, something to carry that explained why a man was moving through his own store with such purposeful direction. He was not physically imposing. Not small, not large. The kind of proportions that read as neutral until you were close enough to see that the neutrality was deliberate. A managed presentation the way the store's signage was a managed presentation. The eyes were the tell, gray, observational, running the same dossier speed assessment that Reed had run in the hotel lobby, that Harmon had implied on the phone, the particular rapid cataloging of someone who'd made a habit of reading people as resources or problems before they finished sitting down. He landed on resource, probably, Mike had decided before Hutchins reached the counter. A man who'd come in for a bilge pump part was not presenting a threat, was presenting a sale, and Hutchins's professional reflex would run toward the sale before it ran toward the threat. Jabsco, Hutchins said, looking at the pump, not at Mike. Impeller. Running hot. Flow rate dropped off. What boat? Not curious, diagnostic. The question of a man who sold marine equipment and understood that the boat determined the operating context. 26-foot Hatteras. Inboard bilge system. That's a lot of pump for an inboard bilge. Previous owner's choice, or a specific application. Previous owner's choice. I inherited the maintenance. Hutchins nodded, the nod of someone confirming a hypothesis. You'll want the standard impeller replacement. Counter can set you up. He looked up then, for the first time, from the pump to Mike's face, and the dossier speed assessment ran again, this time with full eye contact, and something in it recalibrated in the half-second it took to complete. Mike had been read by a version of this assessment in a hotel lobby in Vero Beach 2 months ago. The man who ran it there had been smooth, and ultimately surprised when the situation stopped cooperating with his confidence. Hutchins's version of it was older, more practiced, and arrived at its conclusion faster. The half-second didn't produce uncertainty, it produced a category assignment. And Mike watched the category assignment happen, and watched Hutchins decide that the assigned category was interesting rather than concerning. You're not from around here, Hutchins said. Coast. I drive in when Earl can't get the part locally. Earl Tucker's Hatteras is the Conch Republic. He hasn't been running her much this season. Hutchins said it the way you said something, to confirm a story rather than to disprove it. The professional technique of a man who checked things as a matter of habit. Though if the bilge pump's running hot, that would explain the reduced hours. Mike didn't react to the demonstration, because reacting to it was what the demonstration was designed to produce. She's a working boat. Earl doesn't always run her, but she needs to be ready when he does. Reasonable. Hutchins set the clipboard down on the counter, a gesture that meant he was staying, that the conversation was something he'd decided was worth his time rather than the counter person's. Calusa K. You know Tom Green? Through the marina. Tom fished with Earl's marina clients sometimes before his knees. Hutchins was watching Mike's face with the same assessor's attention, looking for the thing that didn't track, the detail that broke the coherence of the story. You were at the board meeting Thursday. Tom Green's guest. Tom's never brought a guest to a board meeting. He wanted me to see how the circuit ran. Why would a man from a marina on the Treasure Coast want to see how a base tournament circuit runs? It was the same question Walt Briggs had asked, which told Mike the question had a natural quality to it rather than a suspicious one. It was genuinely the question anyone in this community would ask, because it was the genuinely strange thing about the situation, the element that didn't fit the story. The difference between Walt asking it and Hutchins asking it was that Walt had already decided he wasn't going to pursue the answer, and Hutchins was deciding whether he was going to. "I follow the circuit for the betting side," Mike said. Fantasy component. The classic payout freeze caught my attention. 1,200 people with money frozen for 6 weeks is a significant market event. Tom offered context. The gray eyes ran the assessment again, this time slower, which meant something in the answer had warranted further processing. Slower assessment from someone like Hutchins was not a good sign, in the way that slower assessment from a suspicious customs officer was not a good sign. It meant the story was being tested against the subject's database of alternative stories, looking for the fit. Fantasy betting on tournament circuits is a niche interest, Hutchins said. Niche interests pay better than common ones. Less competition for the information. What kind of information changes a fantasy bet on a base tournament? Everything changes it. Weather, water temperature, tournament zone assignments, the physical condition of the top-ranked anglers. Most fantasy bettors treat it like a standard sports bet. Pick the likely winner and hope. The people who make money on it treat it like a supply chain problem. Hutchins looked at him for a moment that ran long enough to confirm the slower assessment was running a full cycle. "You made money on the classic," he said. "I didn't have a position on the classic." Mike picked up the impeller kit the counterperson had set down during their exchange. The freeze made the classic interesting from a structural standpoint. "I'm more interested in the mechanism than the bet." "What mechanism?" "The protest review process. The bylaw structure that allows a result to stay in review indefinitely without a resolution deadline." He looked at the impeller kit, turned it over in his hand, the same motion he used when he was buying something and thinking about something else. "It's a structurally unusual feature. Most competitive organizations with prize pools have mandatory resolution timelines. The circuit doesn't. I'm trying to understand why." The glass-walled office at the back was empty now, which meant Hutchins had come out specifically for this conversation, which meant the 11 minutes of watching before he came out had been 11 minutes of deciding whether to come out at all, which meant something about Mike's presence in the store over those 11 minutes had produced a decision that wouldn't have been automatic. "The bylaw revision was passed by the board," Hutchins said. "Majority vote. Standard process." "I know. I looked at the minutes." Mike set the impeller kit on the counter, a gesture of finality, the purchase complete, the conversation optional. The revision made sense for the circuit's administrative efficiency. "I just couldn't find precedent for a similar structure in any other tournament circuit in the Southeast. Novel approaches don't always have precedent." "No," Mike said. "They don't." He paid for the impeller kit in cash, which he'd brought specifically for this purpose, because cash in a marine supply store was unremarkable, and cash created no record in a system that might surface in a search of the transaction history. He tucked the kit under his arm alongside the pump, and thanked the counterperson, and walked toward the door. "Mr. Ramble," Hutchins said. Mike stopped, turned. Hutchins was standing where he'd been standing, clipboard back in his hand, the gray eyes running their assessment with the particular patience of someone who decided the conversation wasn't finished and was waiting to see whether Mike had decided the same thing. "Tom Green's guest," Hutchins said. "Tom's known a lot of fishermen. I've never known him to bring one to a board meeting. Tom has specific ideas about who should see how things work," Mike said. "I'm glad he does." He walked out into the parking lot, and the November morning, the pump under one arm and the impeller kit under the other, and drove north from the lot without looking back at the glass-walled office, because looking back was the thing you didn't do when you'd given a man something to think about and wanted to let the thinking run without interruption. He called Jennings from a gas station 2 miles north, parked at the pump with the engine running. "Hutchins," he said when she picked up. "He knows Tom Green brought me to the board meeting. He knows I follow tournament circuits for fantasy betting. He doesn't know anything else yet, but he's smart enough that the gap between what he knows and what he's going to figure out is probably shorter than I'd like." "How long?" "If he pulls my name and runs it anywhere official, a day. If he starts making calls to people who know people, maybe faster." Mike looked at the pump display, which was running the gallons up at the speed that made Florida gas prices feel more manageable than they were in aggregate. "The warrant needs to move before he has enough to change his behavior." "Drummond confirmed the prize pool trace this morning," Jennings said. "2 transfers, 31 days into the current freeze period, from the prize pool administration account to a secondary account under Lakeview Capital's operating structure. The trace is complete. She's attaching the federal notation to the warrant package today. So it moves. Cooper's going to the magistrate this afternoon. If the magistrate signs today, and Drummond thinks he will, given the federal notation, the warrant executes tomorrow morning." A pause. "Mike, stay away from Hutchins between now and then. You've done what you needed to do in that store, and he's going to be thinking about it, and if you appear again before the warrant executes, it tells him something's converging on a timeline." "I'm driving back to the coast this afternoon." "Good. One more stop first." "What stop?" "Dennis Clark. The board meeting was 2 days ago. Tom said 2 days of knowing I was coming would do him some good." Jennings was quiet a moment. "The board meeting was Thursday. Today's Saturday. 2 days. Mike, I'll be in a parking lot. I won't go inside anything." He finished the fill, replaced the nozzle. "Clark's the circuit's director of 8 years. He's got the prize pool account records, the board minutes going back to Hutchins's arrival, the original bylaw language before both revisions. He's been sitting on documentation for 14 months because he was afraid of what it cost to use it. That documentation in our file is the difference between a case that explains what Hutchins did and a case that proves it from inside the organization." Jennings let the silence run long enough to mean she was deciding rather than disagreeing. "Parking lot," she said. "Tom Green's introduction, not a cold approach. Clark needs to know Tom sent you, not that you found him. Tom's already called him. He'd called Tom Thursday evening from the motel, told him to make the call, and Tom had made it the same night, because Tom Green did things when they needed doing, and not before or after." "Then go," Jennings said. "Call me when you're done. And Mike, Clark's going to be scared. Men who've been sitting on something for 14 months and have finally decided to say it are always scared. Give him room to be scared without making it worse. I know how to have this conversation." "I know you do. I'm saying it anyway." She hung up, which was Jennings's version of good luck. Dennis Clark lived on the north side of Okeechobee City in a house that had a boat in the driveway and a circuit banner visible through the garage window. The kind of house that belonged to a man whose professional life and personal life had been organized around the same central thing long enough that the two had stopped being separate. He was 62, gray-haired, built with the soft middle of a man who'd been active and had let the activity taper over years without the middle catching up to the change. And he was in the driveway cleaning the boat when Mike pulled in, which was either a genuine Saturday morning task or the activity of a man who needed something to do with his hands while he waited for a conversation he'd been told was coming. He looked at Mike's truck, the way a man looked at an expected thing arriving. "Tom called," Clark said. "Said you'd come by today. Is today okay?" Clark looked at the boat, at the hose in his hand, at Mike's truck. "I've been cleaning this boat since 8 this morning. I don't think I'm actually cleaning the boat." "No," Mike said. "I don't think so either." Clark turned the hose off, wrapped it around the dock cleat, bolted to the garage wall, with the muscle memory of a man who'd been doing it this way for years. He sat on the boat's gunwale, not inviting Mike inside, not indicating that the driveway was wrong. The driveway was fine. The driveway was, as Jennings had essentially said, the right place for this. "What Tom told me," Clark said, "is that you've been building a case on Carl Hutchins's prize pool administration and the bylaw revisions that enabled it, and that the case connects to a federal fraud investigation that goes considerably past the circuit." "That's accurate. He told me the warrant executes tomorrow." Tom Green, apparently, had given Clark more information than Mike had given Tom, which meant Tom had his own sources or had made his own calls, and neither of those possibilities surprised Mike particularly at this point. "Tomorrow morning," Mike said. Clark looked at the lake visible at the end of his street, a narrow slice of it between two houses. "I've been director of this circuit for 8 years. When Carl Hutchins came in with his sponsorship money, I thought it was the thing the circuit needed. We'd been running on entry fees and small local sponsors for years, and the prize pools weren't competitive with the larger circuits, and that affected the caliber of angler who chose to fish with us versus the bigger national events." He turned the hose fitting over in his hand. "His money made the circuit better in every way that shows. Better prize pools, better coverage, better angler participation. The things that matter to the people who fish, it got better. And the things that didn't show. The things that didn't show got worse in ways I understood by year 2 and told myself were manageable." He set the fitting down. "That's what I've been sitting with for 14 months. Not that I didn't know. That I told myself I could manage it, and I couldn't." "What did you know, specifically?" Clark looked at the garage window, at the circuit banner visible through it. "The prize pool account structure. I understood the bylaw revision gave Hutchins's entity administrative control during freeze periods, and I understood that freeze periods created a window where the account balance wasn't being dispersed on the expected schedule. I didn't know what happened to the balance during that window, but I knew there was a window, and I knew I'd voted to create it, and that's the thing I've been sitting with." He looked at Mike. "I have the account records. All of them, from the beginning. I have the board minutes from both bylaw revision meetings. I have the original bylaw language before both revisions, and the revised language after both, annotated with my own notes from when I read them and didn't fully understand what I was reading." "That documentation," Mike said. "Jennings needs it. Today, if you can." "I can." He stood from the gunwale, looked at the boat, seemed to register for the first time that it was already clean. "The circuit. If this goes where it's going, is the circuit finished?" Mike thought about what Tom and Sarah had said, the distinction between the circuit and what Hutchins had turned it into. "The circuit existed before Hutchins, and it can exist after him," Mike said. "What it needs after him is a different funding structure and a board that actually reads the bylaws before it votes on them. Neither of those things is impossible." He paused. "The circuit is the people who fish it, Dennis. Hutchins didn't build that. You did, and the anglers did, over 8 years." Clark looked at the circuit banner through the garage window for a long moment, the look of a man taking an inventory of something he'd built and determining what of it could survive what was coming. "I'll call Jennings this afternoon," he said. "I'll bring her everything I have. She's expecting your call." He walked Mike to the truck, the instinctive hospitality of a man who'd been raised to see people to their cars regardless of what the conversation in between had cost him. At the truck, he stopped. "Sarah Green," he said. "I watched her fish the Classic from the tournament official's boat. Both days. I watched her work Zone 7 on the second morning from half a mile out, and I watched her catch those fish, and I knew before Walt's protest arrived, that what I was going to be asked to do with it was wrong." He stopped. "I approved the protest review anyway. Because the alternative, meant explaining why I was overriding a bylaw provision I'd voted to create. Mike said nothing. There wasn't a version of comfort he could honestly offer that was adequate to what Clark was describing, and Clark wasn't looking for comfort anyway. He was looking for the thing that men who've made bad decisions and are trying to get clear of them are always looking for, which was acknowledgement that saying the true thing out loud was still worth doing even when it arrived late. "Tomorrow," Mike said, "when the warrant executes, call Jennings first thing. Don't wait for her to call you. I'll call her first thing." Mike got in the truck. Clark stood in the driveway in the November morning with the clean boat behind him, and the circuit banner in the garage window, and the lake at the end of the street. And he looked like a man who had been cleaning a boat for 3 hours, not because the boat was dirty, but because it was the thing his hands knew how to do while he waited to do the thing that actually needed doing. Mike drove north on the lake road, past George's fuel dock where a base boat was coming in with the morning's catch, past the turn where the road ran close enough to the water that you could see the whole south expanse of the lake in one long view, the whole brown enormous thing of it, running clear to the horizon in every direction, as if it had decided to be the horizon rather than a feature within it. The impeller kit sat on the passenger seat, the pump beside it, Earl's pump with Earl's actual problem requiring an actual fix. He'd do it Monday morning at the marina, because the boat needed to be ready when Earl wanted it, and Earl Tucker's boats were ready when they needed to be. He drove east toward the coast, 2 hours of 2-lane running through the agricultural interior, cane and cattle and citrus and the flat November light doing its seasonal thing across all of it, and thought about a man cleaning a clean boat in his driveway, and a woman who'd bought crickets from a bait shop every Tuesday for years, and the particular architecture of a community organized around a body of water that didn't care about any of what was being done in its name. His phone showed a text from Cooper sent 20 minutes ago while he'd been in Clark's driveway. Magistrate signed the warrant. Executes 0800 tomorrow. 2 counties simultaneous. First Patriot and Hutchins Marine both. He texted back, "Dennis Clark is calling Jennings this afternoon. Circuit Director, 8 years. Full documentation, going back to Hutchins's arrival. He'll cooperate completely." Cooper's response came back in under a minute. "That's the inside witness." Good. Then 30 seconds later, also. "Walt Briggs called Jennings at 11 this morning. Already has a lawyer. Full statement pending." Mike looked at the text and thought about a man on a bench under 2 Australian pines that had grown into each other's canopy, setting down a cricket container and picking it up again, and saying, "Tell her yourself when this is done," and meaning it. He put the phone on the seat and drove east through the flat interior toward the coast, where the beach would be there in the morning, and the tide would have done its work overnight the way the tide did, regardless of what the inland counties were resolving in their warrants and their parking lots and their driveway conversations about 8 years of something built honestly being used dishonestly. The impeller kit rattled once against the pump on the passenger seat when the road changed texture at the county line, the 2 pieces of the repair finding each other in transit, and by the time the Australian pines gave way to the first palm trees and the smell of salt water asserted itself against the agricultural interior, Mike had decided that whatever Jenny was sending him was going to arrive when it arrived, and there was no point in the burner phone sitting on his nightstand like an accusation when the work in front of him was already enough for any reasonable man's November. He drove the rest of the way home with the windows down. Chapter 7. The Stewart address on First Patriot Modification Group's letterhead, the one Williams had read twice and made Carl read twice more, corresponded to a 2-story office building on US 1 south of the Roosevelt Bridge, between a State Farm agent and a nail salon that had been there long enough that the sign had achieved the particular faded dignity of a business that had outlasted several neighboring businesses and intended to outlast several more. The building's directory listed 6 tenants, First Patriot on the second floor in Suite 204, which Mike found by taking the stairs rather than the elevator because stairwells in buildings like this one occasionally held useful things, bulletin boards, overheard conversations, the ambient texture of what the building's occupants actually did during the day as opposed to what their directory listings said they did. Suite 204 held a reception area that had been designed to communicate trustworthiness through material choices rather than through anything it said. The carpet was a solid navy blue that didn't show wear. The chairs along the waiting wall were upholstered in a fabric that read as substantial without being expensive. A framed print above the chairs showed a lighthouse, which was either a nautical aesthetic choice or a deliberate metaphor for guidance through difficult waters, and Mike suspected the latter given the care that had gone into every other detail in the room. The receptionist was in her 30s, professional, with the particular warmth of someone trained to make people who were arriving scared feel less scared, which was the correct training for the specific people First Patriot needed to feel comfortable enough to submit their paperwork. Mike had called ahead as a walk-in inquiry, which was the option the website offered alongside a scheduled consultation, and the receptionist confirmed that a client advisor was available and would be with him in a few minutes, which gave him time to examine the room with the attention he'd have given any room he was assessing. And what he found was a room that had been built by someone who understood their clients well. The brochure rack beside the reception window held 3 publications: a program overview, a veteran's guide to mortgage modification, and a testimonial booklet, and he took all 3 because clients took them, and because the testimonial booklet had names in it that might or might not correspond to people whose cases he could check against county property records. The client advisor came out of the interior office at 12 minutes past the stated wait time, which was long enough to suggest she was genuinely busy rather than performing busyness, and introduced herself as Karen Mitchell, which was a name common enough that it either was or wasn't her real name, and the ambiguity was probably intentional. She was 41, dressed in the professional but approachable style of someone who'd been taught that the client population needed to feel they were talking to someone like them rather than someone above them, and she had the particular fluency of a person who'd given the same presentation many times and had long since stopped consciously generating the sentences, which sometimes made the fluency look like warmth. "Come on back," she said. "We'll find you a quiet spot to talk." The interior office was divided into 3 consultation areas, separated by low partitions that suggested privacy without providing it, which was the correct level of privacy for conversations where the company wanted to hear what was being said while making clients feel comfortable enough to say the important things. Karen Mitchell's area had a desk, 2 chairs, a small plant that appeared to be thriving, and a framed certificate on the wall confirming that First Patriot Modification Group was a licensed mortgage servicer in the state of Florida, which it was. Mike sat in the client chair and took out a notepad that he didn't need and would use as a prop, because taking notes read as diligent rather than suspicious in this kind of consultation. And Karen Mitchell sat across from him and opened her own folder on the desk. "Tell me a little about your situation," she said. He gave her the version he'd built on the drive down. A VA loan from 6 years back, current on payments, but the interest rate was higher than current market. A 30-year fixed that had 12 years left on it, and was costing him a monthly payment that was manageable, but more than it should be. A friend had mentioned the modification program. He was here to understand what was involved. Karen Mitchell listened with the attentiveness of someone whose professional performance required appearing to listen carefully, and Mike watched the difference between appearing to listen and actually listening, which was the difference between following the content and following the person, and Karen Mitchell was following the content. "The program is designed for exactly your situation," she said, which was the sentence she probably used most frequently, because it was the sentence that applied to most of the situations that walked through the door. Veterans with existing VA loans qualify under a federal modification framework that allows servicers to renegotiate rate and term structures in ways that can significantly reduce monthly obligations. She slid the program overview across the desk, open to a page that showed a before and after payment comparison with numbers that made the modification look immediately compelling. This is an illustrative example based on average client profiles in our program. Your actual numbers would depend on your current loan details, but most clients in your general situation see reduction in the range of 30 to 40%. That's significant, Mike said, and wrote something on the notepad. It is. The program works because we're able to leverage the VA's existing servicer relationships to negotiate from a position of strength rather than individual borrower weakness. You're not approaching the lender alone. You're approaching them through us, which changes the dynamic of the conversation considerably. What does the process look like from my end? She walked him through it with the smooth efficiency of a presentation she'd given hundreds of times, and he listened to the content and the sequencing simultaneously, which were two different things. The content was the program description, application, documentation, review period, modification offer, acceptance. The sequencing was the order in which she introduced each element, which told him what she'd been trained to establish before she introduced what came next. She established the emotional benefit first, the payment reduction, the relief, before she introduced the documentation requirement. She introduced the documentation requirement in terms of its necessity for his benefit. We need this to advocate for you, rather than in terms of its benefit to First Patriot. She described the review period as a process over which she had no control, and First Patriot did its best to manage on the client's behalf, which was technically true and substantially misleading. And she introduced the fee structure last, as a natural consequence of the services described, by which point the client had been presented with enough emotional and practical motivation that the fee was likely to feel proportionate rather than predatory. "Tell me about the fee," Mike said at the right moment, the moment she reached the folder's back section. "Our fee structure is performance adjacent," Karen Mitchell said, which was the phrase designed to sound like performance-based without committing to it. "We charge a processing fee when your application is complete and submitted to the servicer. The fee covers the full scope of our advocacy through the modification process." "Is the fee contingent on a successful modification?" She held his eye with the practiced steadiness of someone who'd answered this question many times and had learned to answer it in a way that was accurate without being alarming. "The fee is earned on application submission rather than modification outcome, which reflects the nature of the advocacy work. We perform the full scope of services regardless of the servicer's final determination." She paused. "That said, our success rate is something we're proud of, and we stand behind the quality of our advocacy." "What's the success rate?" "We don't publish specific outcome statistics because every client's situation is unique, and we wouldn't want to create false expectations either way." She closed the back section of the folder. "What I can tell you is that our clients who complete the application process in good faith, with accurate documentation, have very positive outcomes in the majority of cases." Majority of cases was doing the same work that up to 40% had done in the letter. The appearance of a specific claim with none of the commitment of one. "And the fee amount," Mike said. "Standard processing is $2,400, which includes all advocacy services through offer acceptance." She said it without the apologetic register that indicated the speaker thought the number was too high, because she'd been trained past that register or had never had it, which meant either she believed the service was worth $2,400 or she'd stopped thinking about whether she believed it. Mike wrote 2,400 on the notepad, which gave him a reason to look down for 3 seconds while he ran the numbers. 13 active applications in the files Cooper's warrant would find tomorrow morning. $2,400 per application, earned on submission, not on outcome. $31,200 in fee income from applications that were in process right now, regardless of whether any of those 13 families ever received a modification that helped them. He thanked Karen Mitchell, took the folder she gave him to take home and review, shook her hand with the grip of a man who hadn't decided yet but was close, and walked out through the waiting room where a couple sat in the upholstered chairs, mid-50s, the woman with a folder of documents on her lap that she'd brought from home, the man with his hands on his knees, and the careful stillness of a person who decided this was worth trying because the alternative was continuing to worry about something he didn't know how to fix. Mike went down the stairs and out to his truck and sat in the parking lot for a moment with Karen Mitchell's folder on the passenger seat. $2,400 per application. Earned on submission. Whether the modification came through or not, whether the servicer agreed or declined, whether the client ended up better off or worse off than when they walked through the door, irrelevant to the fee. It was legal. That was the thing that kept landing the same way every time he turned it over. The fee disclosure was in the folder, in a section clearly labeled, in language that said exactly what it said without quite making it clear enough that the clarity was actionable. The documentation requirements asked for exactly the information any servicer would legitimately need for a modification review. The review process involved real communication with real servicers. Some percentage of clients probably received real modifications. The fraud wasn't in any single transaction. It was in the construction of the whole, the targeting of specific clients, the collection of financial documentation that could be used for purposes beyond the modification application, the foreclosure mechanism triggered by a process that looked like help, the transfer of acquired properties to a development entity through a chain that crossed 2 Delaware LLCs and a $1 conveyance. He called Jennings. "First Patriot," he said when she answered. "The fee's $2,400. Earned on submission." I counted a couple in the waiting room when I came out. Mid-50s, first-time consultation, brought their own document folder. That's what tomorrow morning looks like from inside. "Cooper knows," Jennings said. "The warrant covers all active applications. Anderson's instructed to freeze every pending case the moment the warrant serves. Nobody's documentation gets submitted to any servicer during or after the execution." A pause. "The couple you saw, did they complete a consultation?" "They were waiting when I left." "I'll call Cooper now. He can have someone at the building before they leave if they're still there." She moved, the ambient sound of her office shifting as she stood. "You've got the folder they gave you. Fee disclosure and program materials." "Good. That's part of the warrant evidence package." A brief pause. "Laura Scott. You're seeing her today." It wasn't a question. He'd told Jennings about Laura Scott 2 days ago, and Jennings had the quality of a detective who tracked the people in a case the way she tracked the documents, not as a category but as individuals, remembering what each one was owed that hadn't been delivered yet. "Carl at the bait shop said she works 2 jobs. I'm meeting her at the diner in Fort Pierce at 2. Tell her the warrant executes tomorrow morning. She deserves to know before it happens rather than hearing about it on the news. That's why I'm going." "I know." A pause that had something in it that wasn't quite warmth and wasn't quite professionalism, the specific register Jennings used when she was saying something that existed past the edges of the case. "The house is gone, Mike. The warrant doesn't bring back what First Patriot already took. Make sure she understands that we know that." The diner in Fort Pierce was on a block that had been through several iterations since it was built. The building itself a survivor of the kind that accumulated character through persistence rather than through design. The exterior showed 3 different paint decisions visible at the edges where the current one had chipped back to reveal its predecessors. The windows were clean. The sign above the door said "Only Diner" in letters that had been correct for 40 years and remained so. It smelled like coffee and griddle, and the particular combination of industrial cleaning products and cooking fat that was the signature of a working diner that cared about cleanliness without worrying about whether the caring showed. Laura Scott was already there, at a booth by the window, which she'd taken with the automatic positioning of someone who spent enough time in this specific booth that it had become her booth without negotiation. She was 41 with the particular quality of stillness that Mike had learned to recognize in veterans. Not the stillness of someone at rest, the stillness of someone who'd been trained to allocate their energy carefully and had internalized the training to the point that it was simply how they held themselves. She had a coffee and a half-eaten piece of apple pie in front of her, and a folder on the table that she'd brought herself, which told Mike that Dot had called ahead or Carl had texted or the Palms Corner Communication Network had done what small community communication networks did. She looked at him when he sat down with the same assessment he'd been getting from Lake people for 3 days, the reading rather than the looking. He'd started to think of it as a regional characteristic, this habit of taking a full measure before committing to an expression, and then remembered that Tom Green had built it from 40 years on the water, and Dot Williams had built it from 78 years on the same street. And it wasn't regional. It was the result of sustained attention applied over time to a specific place and the people in it. Dot called, Laura Scott said. Told me who you were and what you were working on. Dot's thorough. Dot's been thorough my whole life. She taught Sunday school when I was 8. She was thorough then, too. Something moved in her face that wasn't quite a smile, but was built from the same material. She said you had something to tell me. Mike ordered coffee from a waitress who'd appeared and departed in the efficient way of someone who recognized a table that needed one thing and would need other things later, but not right now. The warrant on First Patriot executes tomorrow morning, he said. 8 a.m., Coopers County, St. Lucie, coordinating with a federal agent in Jacksonville who's been building the case on the money upstream from First Patriot. Laura Scott's hands were flat on the table, one on either side of the folder she'd brought. She held them there. Tomorrow, she said. Tomorrow. And my house. He looked at her hands on the table, at the folder between them. The house is gone, Laura. The First Patriot warrant addresses the fraud in the process, which protects the people who are currently in the pipeline. It doesn't undo what was done to you. He said it the way Jennings had told him to say it, directly, without cushioning, because cushioning it would have been a different kind of disrespect than saying it plain. She looked at her coffee. For a moment, she just looked at it, the way people looked at the thing in front of them when the thing they were really looking at was somewhere else. 8 months, she said. My attorney has been fighting this for 8 months. She's good. She believes in the case. She's been on deferred fee for 8 months because she believes in it. She picked up the coffee, drank, set it down. What does the warrant mean for her case? It doesn't directly give her the house back. What it gives her is the documented evidence that the process used to take it was fraudulent, which changes the legal character of the foreclosure from a legitimate default to a fraudulent inducement. That's a different legal action than the one she's been fighting, and it has a different likelihood of reaching a useful outcome. He paused. I can't tell you what that outcome looks like specifically. That's her and her attorney to determine, and it depends on what the warrant recovers and what the federal case produces. But fraudulent inducement as a documented finding opens doors that fighting the default on its own doesn't open. Laura Scott looked at the folder she'd brought. She opened it, not to show him anything specific, just the motion of someone who'd been organized for a long time around a situation that required organization as a survival strategy. I've been keeping records, she said. Everything. Every communication, every call, every letter, every document they sent me, every document I sent them. Every date, every timeline, every discrepancy between what they told me verbally and what appeared in writing. She looked at the folder's contents. My attorney has copies of all of it. I have the originals. She should talk to Jennings, Mike said. Detective Carol Jennings, Colusa KPD. She's the detective coordinating the investigation. The attorney's case and the investigation are building toward the same thing from different directions. The documentation you've assembled is the kind of ground-level record that the federal case needs and doesn't have. I'll tell her today. She closed the folder, not putting it away, just settling it. The warrant. What happens to the people whose applications are in process right now? Cooper's freezing every pending application at the moment of execution. Nobody else's documentation gets submitted while the case is active. She looked at the window, at the Fort Pierce Street outside doing its Saturday afternoon business. People coming and going with the unhurried energy of a weekend that had no particular agenda for them. I tried to warn people, she said, after it happened to me. I talked to 3 neighbors on my old street, told them what the process looked like, told them to watch for the letter. One of them listened. She paused. I don't know if me telling them changed anything. Maybe they would have turned it down anyway. Maybe not. You don't know which thing you did that mattered and which thing didn't. The thing you did for the neighbors mattered, Mike said. Even if you don't know specifically how. That's the kind of thing people say when they can't tell you specifically that it mattered. It's also sometimes just true. She looked at him with the assessment look, held it a moment, and apparently found something in his face that resolved the question of whether he believed what he'd said or was simply saying it. Okay, she said. I'll let you have that one. The waitress appeared, refilled Mike's coffee without asking, offered the same to Laura Scott, who accepted. The diner ran its afternoon business around them. A table of elderly men with the deliberate pace of people who came here every Saturday. A mother with 2 children who ordered with the specific negotiating efficiency of someone who'd eaten at this diner with these children many times. A man at the counter with a newspaper folded to the sports section, reading something that had either pleased or displeased him, and from the expression was doing both. Dot's house, Laura said. Number 7. The warrant should stop it before First Patriot's process gets any further. She hasn't submitted an application. She won't submit one. I talked to her this morning. She said. Laura stopped, and something in her face did the thing that faces did when they were quoting someone they respected, the particular preparation for words that weren't going to be your own. She said handing them her financial documentation would be handing them something they haven't earned, and she doesn't hand things to people who haven't earned them. That's what she told me too. Dot says the same things to everyone. The almost smile again. It's one of her more effective qualities. Mike drank his coffee, and Laura Scott ate the rest of the apple pie with the methodical attention of someone who'd learned that meals eaten during difficult periods required conscious decision to actually be eaten rather than existing in front of you while you were somewhere else mentally. The woman upstream, Laura said. The one building the financial documentation. Is she okay? Mike looked at her. How do you know about her? I don't. The way you described how the case is built. Someone had to follow the money from inside. That's a specific kind of dangerous. She looked at her coffee. I spent 2 tours overseas. I know what following something dangerous looks like when it's in a conversation that's trying not to sound dangerous. He thought about the burner phone in his jacket pocket, the one contact saved in it, the 6 weeks that had passed without a second call. She's working on it, he said. Laura Scott looked at him with the veteran's particular quality of assessment, the one that came from reading situations rather than people in isolation. And whatever she read in his answer she kept to herself, which was the right call. Tell her, she said, that the documentation matters. Whatever she's building, wherever she is, the documentation matters to people she'll never meet who are on the other end of it. He said he would. She picked up the folder, tucked it under her arm with the practiced motion of someone who'd been carrying this specific folder for 8 months. Paid for her coffee and pie from a wallet she opened with the careful economy of someone for whom every transaction was a conscious allocation, and stood. "Tomorrow morning," she said. 8 a.m. She nodded once, the specific nod of a person absorbing a fact they'd been waiting 8 months to hear, and finding that the hearing of it was both larger and smaller than they'd expected. The way any waited-for thing was always both those things simultaneously when it finally arrived. She walked out through the diner's Saturday afternoon to the Fort Pierce Street, and Mike sat with his coffee and the Karen Mitchell folder on the seat beside him, and thought about a two-sided thing, a pleasant professional second floor on US 1 with a program overview and a testimonial booklet, and a woman who'd kept every document for 8 months in a folder she brought to lunch because the folder had become the only physical form the fight could take. He called Jennings. "Laura Scott," he said when she picked up. "Her attorney needs to call you. The documentation they've built in 8 months of fighting the foreclosure is the ground-level record that the federal case needs. Send me the attorney's name, and I'll reach out today. Laura will send it. She's calling her attorney this afternoon." He looked at the diner's window, at the Fort Pierce Street where Laura Scott had just disappeared from view. The couple at First Patriot's waiting room this morning. Cooper had someone there inside 12 minutes. They were still in consultation. Cooper's person waited outside and intercepted them leaving, explained the situation, gave them a contact number, told them to hold their documentation, and not submit anything to anyone until they'd heard from the county. They were shaken, but cooperative. She paused. "That's 2 people who aren't going to lose their house through First Patriot's process tomorrow, which is the most immediate thing the warrant does. 13 families in the pipeline. Minus the couple. 11 more. Cooper's team is working through the active file list today. Every family with a pending application gets a direct contact before 8 tomorrow morning." She said it with the flat confidence of someone describing a thing that was going to happen because she'd organized it to happen. "Mike, you've done what you can do on the human side of this. The warrant does the rest from here. I know. Go home." She said it almost gently, which was a register she deployed rarely enough that it landed differently when she used it. "Take the beach tomorrow morning. The warrant's ours from here." He drove back to Colusa K on US 1, the Karen Mitchell folder on the passenger seat beside Earl's pump and impeller kit, the whole collection of a week's work sitting together on the bench seat without commentary. The road ran north through Stewart, past the Roosevelt Bridge with the St. Lucie River going its green-brown route beneath it, past the bait shops and marine dealers that constituted the working infrastructure of a coast organized around water, past the turnoff for Palms Corner, and then past it on the through route that ran straight north toward the familiar geography of home. He was almost to the Colusa K line when the burner phone in his jacket pocket buzzed. Not a call. A text from the number that always came without a name attached. Sending through James's route. Should reach you Monday. Mike, it's everything. All of it. He looked at the text at a red light, the truck sitting at the intersection of US 1 and the road that ran east to the beach, and held the phone in his hand for a moment the way he'd held it on the beach the morning the call came in. Standing still, giving a specific thing the specific stillness it warranted. He texted back, "I'll be ready." The light changed. He drove the last mile home with the windows down, the November evening doing its salt air thing, the tree frogs starting up in the drainage ditches as the light went down, and Mrs. Alvarez's porch light burning across the way like it always burned, reliable as anything in this life that had stopped being a decision and become simply what happened. He sat on the back step for an hour after dark, the burner phone beside him, not expecting it to ring again tonight and not disappointed when it didn't. The stars were out with the clarity that came on dry November nights, when the humidity had finally conceded the season, and the tree frogs ran their rhythm in the dark. And tomorrow morning, Cooper and a St. Lucie County detective would execute 2 warrants simultaneously, while a federal agent in Jacksonville watched the financial systems for movement, and Jennings coordinated across the counties from her office with her mug and her legal pad and her particular flat certainty that things built carefully enough held. James Harris would call in the morning. Dennis Clark had already called Jennings this afternoon. Clark's 47 pages of circuit documentation currently being scanned and organized into the file that would be in the federal case package before the warrant team reached Hutchins Marine's front door. Walt Briggs had given his statement, a lawyer present, everything on record. Sarah Green's tournament notebook sat on his kitchen table, the original, where he'd put it when he came home, because the kitchen table was where things that mattered got put. And tomorrow, or the day after, or whenever the circuit's financial situation resolved itself legally, the notebook went back to its owner, and the check followed it. And Tom Green's guideboat went out in the morning, the same way it went out every morning, because the lake didn't change its schedule, on account of what the people using its surface were sorting out among themselves. He went to bed at 10, which was earlier than most of the nights this week had allowed, and the burner phone went on the nightstand, and he looked at it for a moment before turning the light off, the way he sometimes looked at something he was waiting on. Not impatiently, just noting that it was still there, that the waiting was still the right thing to do, that Monday was only a day and a half away, and the thing Jenny was sending through James's route was coming whether he watched for it or slept. He slept. Chapter 8. Sunday morning came in at 62 degrees, which was the temperature Florida November mornings occasionally produced, as a reminder that the state had seasons, even if they didn't announce themselves with the drama seasons used in other places. Mike was at Tucker's Marina by 7, with the Jabsco pump and the impeller kit, and a cup of coffee from the trailer pot that Earl had already been running for an hour, which put Earl's actual wake time somewhere around 5:30, which was consistent with a man who'd been getting up before the sun for 50 years and had stopped requiring a reason. He worked the pump in the Conch Republic's bilge access, lying on his side in the boat's forward compartment with a flashlight clamped between his shoulder and ear, because the access panel was designed for maintenance by someone of optimistic proportions, and Mike was not of optimistic proportions. The impeller came out with the accumulated resistance of a rubber component that had been doing the same job for 3 years and had opinions about being removed. And the new one went in with the clean, snapping engagement of something that fit correctly and knew it. His phone, face up on the dock beside the access hatch, showed 3 texts from Cooper that had arrived between 7:48 and 8:03. First Patriot, warrant served. Anderson, in custody. 13 active application files recovered. 2 computers. Then Hutchins Marine served simultaneously. Hutchins present. Came out of the glass office and read the warrant and said nothing. Nothing at all until cuffs. His lawyer called the station before we finished processing him. Then at 8:03, prize pool account frozen by court order. Drummond's team has visibility on all outgoing transactions effective immediately. No movement in the last 48 hours. Either he didn't know it was coming, or he knew and didn't have time. Mike read them in sequence, lying on his side in a boat's bilge access with a flashlight clamped to his shoulder, which was not the posture for receiving significant news, but was the posture he was in, and he read them again before he texted back, Clark cooperating. Cooper called Jennings at 0730. 47 pages of documentation delivered to Jennings's office by courier at 0745. Man had it ready before we served the warrant. Then, also, Dennis Clark submitted a formal protest withdrawal request on behalf of the circuit's director's office at 0800. Sarah Green's classic result will be confirmed at the circuit's emergency board session tomorrow. Clark called the 3 dissenting board members last night. Mike put the phone down and finished seating the impeller housing and replaced the access panel and lay there for a moment in the bilge space before he moved, which was the physical equivalent of what he sometimes did at the end of things, giving it a moment before the next motion, not because the moment changed anything, but because some things benefited from a beat of stillness before the next thing started. Earl was on the dock when he came up, coffee refilled, watching the inlet with the same weather-reading attention as always. "Pump good," Earl said. "Pump's good. You look like a man who just got some news." "I got some news." "Good news or complicated news?" "Both, probably. Won't know for a while which part was which." Mike cleaned his hands on a rag that had graduated from its original white to something closer to the color of honest work. "Earl, that fight we talked about early on. The marina. I remember. People fight for things the same way in a lake community 3 hours west of here as they fight for them here. Different water, same fight." Earl looked at the inlet, at the pelicans working the channel marker in their usual rotation. "That's so. Pretty much exactly so. Glad somebody figured that out." Earl drank his coffee. "Take the truck if you need it today. Cody's driving the rental skiff for the afternoon charter." "I've got the truck." "Then take the morning. Whatever you're working on that isn't my bilge pump, take the morning." Mike left the pump tools in the marina's gear shed and drove home and showered and made proper breakfast instead of the functional minimum, eggs and toast and the last of the orange juice, and sat at the kitchen table with Sarah Green's tournament notebook and the folder from First Patriot and the wire transfer page from Jenny's envelope, and read through everything again in the specific way of someone checking their understanding of a thing they already understand against a day when the understanding was about to be tested against new material. The notebook went on one side of the table. First Patriot's folder went on the other. Jenny's page went in the center. One page connecting 2 operations, and 31 more coming through James Harris on Monday. James Harris called at 8:15 Monday morning, which was the time of a man who'd been at work already for an hour, and was calling during a natural break rather than calling first thing. "It's here," he said. "Came through my email last night. A file share link from an address I didn't recognize, but the file name was what you described. 31 pages. I printed them all this morning before I drove to the job site. Can you bring them to the marina? I can come to you if the job site's easier." "Marina's fine. I'm in Colusa Cay anyway. Repair job on a house 2 blocks from the water. Owner's been after me for 6 weeks about a roof soffit. I can be there at noon." "Noon?" Mike said. "I'll get Jennings on the phone." He called Jennings. 31 pages, he said. "Coming at noon. James Harris is bringing physical copies. I'll be there by 12:30. Drive down." She said it without discussion, the way she handled things that required her physical presence rather than phone coordination. Drummond's been asking about the remaining pages since Saturday. Whatever Jenny built, Drummond thinks it completes the money movement picture from the Harmon accounts in a way that closes the last open questions in the federal case. What open questions? Where the development profit was going to go. Lakeview Capital funds 2 operations, First Patriot and the tournament circuit. First Patriot generates fee income and properties. The circuit generates laundered prize pool money. Both feed Lakeview property development. But development projects have exit strategies. Somebody eventually sells the prefab housing units, or refinances the land under them, or converts the whole operation into a larger real estate vehicle. Drummond's been looking for where the eventual proceeds were supposed to land. A pause. She thinks Jenny's 31 pages show it. Jenny said, "It's everything. All of it." That's what Drummond thinks everything means. James Harris arrived at Tucker's Marina at noon with a folder under his arm that was thicker than any of the previous folders this summer had been, The kind of thickness that came from 31 pages of financial documentation printed double-sided and organized in the order they'd been assembled, rather than the order they'd be read, which was Jenny Baker's organizational method. Chronological, first to last, the story told in sequence rather than by conclusion. Earl Tucker let them use the office trailer, which meant moving a crate of motor oil invoices off the second chair, and accepting that the desk surface was going to be covered in paper for an hour in a way that violated Earl's private filing system, which Earl accepted because Mike had asked him to, and Earl Tucker rarely needed more than that. Mike laid the 31 pages out in the sequence James had numbered them, which preserved Jenny's chronology, and read through them once fast to get the shape before Jennings arrived. The first 8 pages were wire transfer records, matching the format of the single page from George's envelope, the same HGAOP3 sending account, the same LVC1 and FPM1 receiving accounts, extending the timeline back 14 months further than the single page had shown. The pattern ran consistent across all 14 months. 6 transfers to Lakeview Capital, 6 to First Patriot, regular as billing, the amounts varying by month, but the rhythm never varying. Pages 9 through 16 showed something the single page hadn't shown, a third receiving account. LPR1. The transfers to LPR1 were smaller, less frequent, and the reference codes attached to them used a suffix Mike didn't recognize, Florida. Pages 17 through 22 were different in format. Not wire transfer records, but something that looked like internal account statements, the kind that showed opening balance, transactions, closing balance, with notation fields that most external-facing financial documents didn't include. The account being shown was LVC1, Lakeview Capital's primary account, and the internal notations used language that was abbreviated to the point of needing context to interpret. LPD Advance, FPM Return, Circuit Admin, Florida Reserve. Florida Reserve. The same suffix from the LPR1 transfers. Pages 23 through 28 showed a corporate ownership chart, hand-assembled from what appeared to be state registration records, Secretary of State filings, and agent documentation from multiple states. The chart mapped Lakeview Capital's downstream entities, Lakeview Property Development, First Patriot Modification Group, and a third entity Mike hadn't encountered, Lakeview Property Reserve LLC, LPR, the same initials as the mystery transfer account. Lakeview Property Reserve LLC held no construction permits, no building activity, no permit filings in any county Mike could find in the chart's attached records. What it held was land. 16 parcels listed in the chart, all waterfront or waterfront adjacent, all in Florida, distributed across 6 counties including Martin, St. Lucie, Indian River, Okeechobee, and 2 others he hadn't worked in. The parcels weren't improved. They weren't being developed. They were being held. Pages 29 through 31 were Jenny's own handwriting, 3 pages of notes that organized what the previous pages showed into a narrative. He read them slowly, the left-leaning compact script he'd been reading since the first note in George's envelope, and this time the script ran longer, more complete, the handwriting of someone who'd had enough time to say the whole thing. Mike, what you're looking at is not a development scheme. It's a land bank. Harmon's operation across 3 counties this summer was acquisition. First Patriot pressures homeowners in agricultural communities into a process designed to result in foreclosure. The circuit provides laundering for the acquisition capital. Lakeview Property Development builds quickly on acquired properties to establish occupancy and income, which creates the appearance of an operating real estate business rather than a speculative land hold. Lakeview Property Reserve holds the actual prize, waterfront and waterfront adjacent parcels cleared of prior use development, held for eventual sale at a significant premium once the market justifies it. The Florida suffix is Forward Florida. The reserve account funds to which I've traced Florida transfers are Forward Florida Leadership Fund operating accounts. The land bank isn't Harmon's project. Harmon is the operator. The land bank is Tom Johnson's. Mike set the page down on the desk in Earl Tucker's office trailer, Next to the crate of motor oil invoices and the hand-painted diesel bait cold drink sign Earl kept on the wall because he liked looking at it. He looked at the page for a moment, then at the window, which showed the marina dock and the inlet beyond it, and the pelicans on the channel marker doing their rotation. Tom Johnson, 12-term congressman, chairman of the Forward Florida Leadership Fund. The man who'd put Mike in front of a Senate committee 3 years ago, with the particular cold efficiency of someone who found burning a career less costly than the alternative. He'd known the name was at the top of this. He'd had it confirmed at the bottom of 3 previous cases. What he hadn't had, until Jenny's 3 pages of handwritten notes, was the reason. A land bank. Waterfront parcels across 6 Florida counties, acquired through pressure and fraud and laundering, held in a reserve account funded by the PAC of a man who sat on the congressional committees that determined federal waterfront infrastructure investment, dredging, channel maintenance, flood control, port development. A man who could know, before any public announcement, which waterfronts were going to become significantly more valuable. Not a scheme. An investment strategy built on advanced knowledge and other people's property. He called Jennings. "I know what it is," he said when she picked up. "Jenny's pages. I know what Harmon's been building." "Tell me." He told her. The land bank, the reserve account, the 16 parcels, the Forward Florida connection to LPR1. He read her the paragraph from Jenny's notes, verbatim, and then he read it again because Jennings asked him to. She was quiet for a moment that had a different quality than her usual processing silences. "Land bank," she said. "Waterfront parcels, held by a PAC connected to a congressman who sits on infrastructure committees." That's what Jenny's pages show. "That's insider trading in real estate," Jennings said. "Not technically. The securities laws don't apply to real property the way they apply to stocks. But the principle is exactly the same. Advanced knowledge of public investment decisions used to acquire undervalued property before the investment makes it valuable." A pause. "That's a congressional ethics violation, at minimum. It's potentially criminal if the acquisition method involved fraud, which it did, because Harmon's operations acquired the properties through First Patriot's fraudulent process and the tournament laundering scheme. The acquisition method connects the land bank to the financial fraud," Mike said. "The land bank isn't a separate crime from First Patriot and the circuit. It's the reason for them." "That's the federal case Drummond's been building toward," Jennings said. "That's what she's been missing. The destination for the money. The reason Harmon moved $4.2 million before the freeze. He was funding the acquisition mechanism for a land bank that ultimately benefits Tom Johnson's financial position." She stopped, and when she started again, her voice had the specific quality it got when she was thinking out loud rather than reporting. Slower, more space between sentences. "This isn't a PAC violation case anymore. This isn't a local fraud case or a regional organized fraud case. This is a congressional corruption case with documented financial fraud as the mechanism. Drummond's office can handle the fraud piece. The congressional piece is a different jurisdiction." "House Ethics Committee," Mike said. "House Ethics Committee, and probably the Justice Department's Public Integrity Section, depending on how the fraud connects to Johnson's official duties." A pause. "Mike, Jenny's been building this for 4 months alone. She traced 32 pages of wire records, and a land bank, and a congressional corruption pattern while she was— Where has she been while she was doing this?" "I don't know." "You haven't asked." "I asked once." She said 6 weeks. "That was 6 weeks ago." Jennings was quiet a moment. "She's coming in. That's my read. Because she has everything she can build alone. Because the next step requires official channels she doesn't have, and people who do." Another pause. "She needs Drummond. She needs Drummond, and she needs the pages to be in Drummond's file before she surfaces, because once she surfaces, whoever's been watching for her to surface has a reason to move. He'd been thinking about this since Saturday night on the back step, the logic of it running on its own while he watched the stars. She sent the pages through James, because James is a name nobody connected to her or to me has any reason to watch. She sent them now, because the warrant execution gave her a specific moment when Harmon's Florida operation was disrupted enough that the attention was on the disruption rather than on what might be moving in the background. She used the warrants as cover to move the pages, Jennings said. That's why she texted Saturday. Warrant serves Sunday, pages move Monday. By the time anyone who should be watching figures out the pages have moved, the pages are already in the federal file. James Harris, who'd been sitting on the second chair in the office trailer, reading the pages in the order Mike hadn't gotten to yet, looked up from the page in his hand. He'd been quiet, with the particular quiet of someone who'd been waiting in a conversation to be needed rather than inserting himself, which was the quality that had made him useful since Palm's Corner. The parcels in the land bank, James said. Page 28. The chart footnotes. Mike looked at page 28. At the bottom section he'd read past in the initial quick pass. The footnotes listed the 16 parcels with their county designations and acquisition dates. 3 of them were in Okeechobee County, acquired in the 12 months before the tournament circuit's bylaw revisions gave Hutchins's entity prize pool control. 2 were in St. Lucie County, acquired in the 6 months before First Patriot's Florida license was issued. The acquisitions preceded the operations. Harmon hadn't built First Patriot and the circuit to acquire land. He'd acquired specific parcels first, and then built the operations to acquire the parcels adjacent to them, expanding the land bank outward from an existing foothold. He seeded it first, Mike said. Johnson, or somebody connected to him, identified the target waterfronts, the ones that were going to become valuable when the infrastructure investment came, and Harmon acquired the initial parcels through legitimate purchase. Then he built the fraud operations to acquire the surrounding properties cheaply. Which means there are legitimate purchases in the land bank alongside the fraudulent ones, James said. Which means the land bank predates Harmon's Florida operation. He didn't build this here. He brought it here. Jennings, still on the phone, said, from Georgia. The Meridian Strategies dissolution. He dissolved the Georgia operation and moved the whole land bank strategy to Florida. Which means there may be a Georgia component to the land bank, Mike said. Parcels acquired through Meridian Strategies operations before the dissolution. That's the Atlanta Reporter's story, Jennings said. That's what the Peggy Nash contact in Atlanta has been trying to build from the Georgia end for 18 months. A pause. This is larger than Florida. Drummond knows that. She's been knowing it. What she hasn't had is the land bank documentation connecting Johnson's PAC funding to specific parcels. Now she does. Now she does. Jennings's voice had taken on the quality it had Thursday night after the first week of arrests, the forward momentum of a woman who'd been pushing something for a long time and had just felt the resistance change. I'm leaving for Colusa K now. Don't let James leave with those pages. He's not leaving. Good. I need originals or certified copies. Send me photographs of all 31 now. He photographed every page and sent them to Jennings while James watched, the phone's camera working through the stack in under 4 minutes, and Jennings said she'd pull over on US 1 to review them while the download ran, which was the Jennings version of Can't Wait. The burner phone rang at 2:15. He was sitting on the marina dock with a cup of coffee and the pages, reading Jenny's 3 handwritten pages for the 4th time, trying to find the thing he'd missed the first 3 times, which was the thing Jenny Baker almost always included in a document that you had to read 3 times before you found it. Earl had come down at 1:30 and looked at the paper spread on his dock and said, "You need another hour." And Mike said yes, and Earl said, "I'll tell Cody to hose down the other side," and that was the extent of the negotiation. The burner rang with Jenny's contact name on the screen, and he answered it on the first ring, which was the right answer for a call you'd been waiting 6 weeks to receive. "Mike," she said. Her voice was clear. No parking garage echo. No ambient compression of a borrowed phone or a bad connection. Clear, close, the sound of someone in a room rather than a transit. "Jenny," he said. "Don't say where you are." "I'm at Earl Tucker's marina." A pause. "I said don't say where you are." Earl Tucker's marina is the most boring location in Florida. If someone's listening to this line, they already know I'm at Earl Tucker's marina. A shorter pause, and something in it that might have been the beginning of a laugh, caught and redirected. "You got the pages." "James brought them this morning. I've read them 4 times. What did you miss the first 3 times?" "I'm still looking." Page 26. Bottom of the page. The footnote to the footnote. He found page 26. The primary footnote identified the source documents for the corporate ownership chart. The footnote to the footnote was 3 lines, smaller type in Jenny's handwriting. The kind of thing that printed small because it had been written small. LPR parcels include 3 acquired before Harmon Group Advisory existed as an entity. Acquisition entity, Forward Florida Real Estate Holdings, LLC. Florida registration, dissolved 2019. Chairman of record, Thomas P. Johnson. Johnson held the first 3 parcels himself, Mike said. Directly. Before Harmon was involved. Before Harmon was involved. Before Meridian Strategies existed. Before any of the operational layer existed. Johnson identified the target parcels, acquired them under a personal real estate entity, then brought Harmon in to scale the acquisition through a structure that kept Johnson's name off the subsequent purchases. She paused. That's not a PAC violation case. That's not a congressional ethics case. That's a fraud conspiracy with a sitting congressman as the beneficial owner of the fraudulent operations output. That's the federal case Drummond's been building toward for 14 months. That's the federal case Drummond's been building toward for 14 months, without knowing what the output of the fraud was going to. She had the operation. She didn't have the land bank. She didn't have Johnson's personal entity as the original acquisition vehicle. Jenny's voice stayed level, the same controlled register she'd maintained across every conversation they'd had this summer, but underneath it was something that hadn't been there before. The specific texture of a woman who'd been alone with something for a long time and was in the process of not being alone with it anymore. Drummond needs the Forward Florida Real Estate Holdings registration. It's dissolved, but the Florida registration records are public and she can pull them herself. The chairman of record is on the filing. I'll tell Jennings. Jennings tells Drummond. Before tonight, Mike. Tonight. Jennings is on her way here now. She'll have Drummond on the phone before she gets off I-95. A pause that ran 3 seconds, which was long for Jenny Baker. Is she good? Jennings said. Jennings. She's the best cop I've met in 3 years of working with cops. And Drummond. Drummond is the reason this case didn't get buried after it got flagged. He looked at the dock, at the water moving against the pilings in the inlet's particular rhythm, slow and indifferent. Jenny, where are you? A pause. Not the 6 weeks pause, a shorter one, the pause of a decision made rather than a decision being weighed. Vero Beach, she said. Hotel on the beach side of Ocean Drive. The same hotel Reed had occupied 3 months ago, which was either coincidence or Jenny Baker finding a specific kind of dark humor in specific kinds of proximity. Same hotel as Reed, he said. Different room. Better view. A beat. I've been here 10 days. I wasn't sure you'd gotten the pages until James called me this morning. James has your number. James has been my route for 6 weeks. After you talked to him in Palms Corner, after he showed up at Jennings's office with the contractor file, I reached out. He's careful, and he's organized, and he doesn't ask questions he doesn't need the answers to, which is a specific kind of trustworthy. Mike thought about James Harris at Dot Williams's lunch counter, setting out photographs in the order you set cards when you want someone to see the hand, methodical, unhurried, carrying 8 months of work with the patience of someone who decided that carrying it correctly was more important than carrying it fast. He built something good, Mike said. He built exactly what was needed, from exactly the angle nobody else was watching from. She paused again, and this time the pause held the particular quality of a woman preparing to say something she'd been deciding how to say. I owe you an explanation about the 4 months. You don't owe me. I owe you an explanation, she said, firm but not hard, the register of someone who'd made a decision about this before the call, and wasn't going to be argued out of it. When the Meridian Bridge case went to the federal file, and the contracts disappeared and the firm was over, I went somewhere to think. Not to hide. To think. Because I'd spent 6 years building something that turned out to be funded by people who were using it for something I wouldn't have chosen to be part of if I'd known what it was. And I needed to understand the difference between not knowing and not looking hard enough to know. Mike said nothing, because this was the sentence she'd needed to say, and the silence after it was where it belonged. The difference, she said, after the silence had run its proper length, is that I didn't look hard enough. I built the firm on referrals I trusted, without confirming the referrals were trustworthy. I took contracts that paid well, and asked the questions the contract required me to ask, and didn't ask the questions nobody was paying me to ask. She paused. The 32 pages are the questions nobody was paying me to ask. 4 months of them. 4 months of them. Using every resource I had left from 6 years of building something I now understand was built on somebody else's foundation. A short pause. I'm tired, Mike. Not broken. Tired the way you get tired when you've been working something alone for a long time, and you're ready for it to be other people's problem now. It's other people's problem now, he said. Jennings and Drummond and Cooper and Dan Cooper, and a federal prosecutor who's going to receive a file this week that answers the last questions she's had open for 14 months. And Tom Johnson. And Tom Johnson. She was quiet a moment. The sound of a hotel room in that particular November hour. The sound of a beachside window open or closed, he couldn't tell which. I'd like to meet Jennings, she said. She'd like to meet you. She doesn't know that yet. But she would. Set it up. When the file's submitted. After. Another pause, different from the previous ones, lighter. What's Earl Tucker been doing with his marina? Running it. The bilge pump on the Conch Republic's been fixed, as of this morning. You fixed Earl Tucker's bilge pump. Somebody had to. And the metal detector. Still in the carport. Beach has been getting by without me. He heard something on her end that was definitely the beginning of a laugh this time, caught less quickly than the last one, allowed to be itself for a moment. Okay, she said. Call Jennings. Tonight, Mike, the Forward Florida Real Estate Holdings registration. Before tonight. Before tonight. And Mike. Yeah. The marina's fine, she said. Good place to have ended up. She hung up, the line going clean rather than dropped, the way a call ended when the person ending it had completed what they called to complete and had no reason to extend it further. He sat on the dock with the pages and the coffee and the inlet doing its tidal business around the pilings, and held the phone in his hand for a moment before he put it in his pocket. The same moment he'd given the thing on the beach the morning the first call came in. Back when the beach was the whole plan, and the metal detector was the primary tool, and the Folgers cans of rusted junk in the carport were the only accumulation he was managing. Earl appeared at the dock's landward end, coffee can in hand, in the way Earl appeared at moments when his presence was appropriate without having been invited. You look different than you did an hour ago, Earl said. Got a call. Good call or complicated call? Mike looked at the inlet, at the pelicans on the channel marker, at the water going where it was going in the flat November light. Both, he said. Same as usual. Earl sat on the dock beside him, the way Tom Green had sat on Sarah Green's porch step, the comfortable proximity of someone who'd been in this specific place long enough that sitting here required no explanation. You fix everything you set out to fix this summer, Earl said. Fixed some of it. The rest is in progress. That's usually how it goes with fixing things. That's usually how it goes. Mike looked at the water. Earl, when this is fully done, when the case is filed, and the story's published, and the land bank situation is public, there's a parcel in this county that was acquired by a reserve entity connected to the people behind the marina situation 3 years ago. Same operation. Different phase. Earl looked at the inlet. You're telling me somebody bought property in this county on the back of whatever they were going to do to the Treasure Coast waterfront, Earl said. That's what I'm telling you. Property they got early because they knew what was coming. Because a man in Congress knew what was coming because he was on the committee that decided what was coming. Earl was quiet for a long moment, the coffee can in his hand, looking at water his family had been looking at since 1951. Well, he said. Yeah. Does Jennings know? She's going to know the moment she gets off the highway. Good. Earl stood, the dock creaking, the familiar weight of a man who'd been on this dock his whole adult life. You staying for dinner? Cook's doing snapper tonight, got it this morning. Mike looked at the pages, at Jenny's 31 pages and the single page from the envelope and the 3 pages of handwriting that explained what all of it meant, spread on Earl Tucker's dock in the November afternoon light. I've got to wait for Jennings, he said. After that, yeah. Dinner. Bring her, Earl said. She's been in this as long as you have. She can eat snapper. He went back up the dock toward the office trailer, and Mike called Jennings. She answered on the first ring. Pull over, Mike said. I've got something from Jenny that Drummond needs before tonight. Chapter 9. The emergency board session of the Southeastern Base Tournament Circuit convened at 9 a.m. Tuesday in the same marina conference room where the regular quarterly meetings ran, which had a folding table long enough for 14 people and not quite long enough for the comfort of 14 people, and windows on the south side that showed the lake going about its business in the November morning with the same indifference it had applied to every previous meeting that had occurred in its proximity. Dennis Clark called the session to order with the gavel he'd been using for 8 years, a wooden mallet with a crack in the handle that had been there since year 3 and that he'd never replaced because the crack didn't affect its function and he'd learned to hold it in a way that avoided the crack becoming a break. 7 board members present, including the 3 who'd been dissenting for 6 weeks, and who sat on the left side of the table with the specific posture of people who'd been right about something long enough to be tired of it. Hutchins's seat was empty. His name was still on the placard, because nobody had gotten around to removing it yet, and the placard sat in front of an empty chair with the minor awkward dignity of a detail that reality had outpaced. Tom Green sat in the back with Mike, which was the same seating arrangement as the previous Thursday but with a different quality. Thursday had been observation, Tuesday was resolution, and the two things felt different in a room even when they occupied the same chairs. Clark read the session's single agenda item, Resolution of Everglades Base Classic Result, Case No. 2023-09, Walt Briggs versus Sarah Green. He read it in the flat, clear voice of a man who'd prepared himself for this specific moment across a long Sunday, which Mike knew because Tom had called Clark Sunday evening to check on him, and Clark had been reading the agenda aloud to himself when Tom called. The circuit has received a formal withdrawal of the protest from the filing party, Clark said. Additionally, the circuit's financial records have been subpoenaed as part of an ongoing law enforcement investigation, and the prize pool administration account has been frozen by court order, which terminates the administrative freeze on classic results pending board resolution. He looked at the table. Based on the withdrawal of the filing party and the dissolution of the freeze mechanism, I'm bringing the motion to confirm Sarah Green's Everglades-based classic win to a vote. Motion is made. Do I have a second? 3 hands went up simultaneously from the left side of the table, which was 1 second and 2 enthusiastic affirmations of the motion. And somebody at the right end of the table said the single word, seconded, with the resigned efficiency of a man performing a procedural requirement rather than expressing a view. The vote was 5-2, the 2 being members who'd been closely enough connected to Hutchins's side of the circuit's affairs that their vote was more institutional caution than principled opposition. And Clark noted the result in the minutes and set the gavel down and said, "The motion carries. Sarah Green's Everglades-based classic win is confirmed. The prize pool account will disperse consistent with confirmed results as soon as the court order permits." He paused. "I'd like to note for the record that the circuit owes Ms. Green an apology for the duration of this process, and that as director, I take responsibility for the conditions that allowed this process to run as long as it did." He said it without performance. The statement of a man who'd been sitting across from what he'd done for 14 months and had decided that saying it plainly in a room with a gavel in his hand was the minimum it deserved. Nobody at the table said anything after it. The meeting ran another 11 minutes on administrative matters, the circuit's legal representation, the insurance implications of the investigation, whether the quarterly meeting scheduled for December should proceed or be postponed, given that the circuit's financial records were currently in law enforcement custody. The consensus was postpone, which was the unanimous decision rather than the split one, the rare moment when everybody in the room wanted the same thing for different reasons, but the thing they wanted was the same. Clark closed the session at 9:22, and the board members filtered out in the specific pattern of people who'd been in a difficult room together and were relieved that the room was over but not quite ready to normalize the post-room conversation back to friendly. Mike and Tom stayed in their chairs while the room emptied. Tom looked at the empty Hutchins placard. 4 years, Tom said. What about them? I spent 4 years watching that man work this circuit and telling myself I was watching close enough to know what he was actually doing, and I wasn't watching close enough. He said it without particular self-recrimination, just the accurate accounting of a man who'd been reviewing the record. I knew something was wrong. I didn't know what it was, or I knew part of what it was, and the part one didn't know is the part that mattered. The part nobody knew was the land bank, Mike said. The prize pool manipulation was visible if you looked. The land bank was invisible because it was in the record of a dissolved personal LLC that nobody had reason to pull. Still, Tom picked up the cap he'd set on the table when he sat down, settled it. I should have known sooner. Dewey Pruitt noticed the payout freeze from 2 counties away, Mike said. Nobody expects to know everything from inside it that somebody watching a spread from a bar stool figures out by accident. Tom looked at him with an expression that had a mild, weathered warmth in it. You're being kind. I'm being accurate. Kindness happens to sound like accuracy sometimes. Tom stood, the chair scraping back on the linoleum. Sarah's at the house. She'll want to hear it from you as much as from me. From you, Mike said. I'll come by after. There's something I need to do first. Clark was in the parking lot by his truck when Mike came out, not waiting, just standing there in the specific way of someone who'd finished a thing and hadn't yet started the next thing, the brief motionless space between them. You did it right, Mike said. Clark looked at the lake, visible at the end of the marina's parking lot where the water began. I did it late. Late and right is better than never and right, which is better than late and wrong. Mike stopped beside him. The circuit. What happens to it? Honestly, I don't know yet. The sponsorship structure needs to be rebuilt from nothing, which means the prize pools go back to where they were 4 years ago. Entry fees, small local sponsors, competitive, but not nationally competitive. He looked at the lake. Some of the top-ranked anglers will move to the bigger circuits for the prize money. Some will stay because this is where they fish and who they are. It'll be smaller for a while. Will it survive? Clark was quiet a moment. The honest consideration of a man who'd spent 8 years building something and was now determining whether the building had been solid enough to outlast what had been done to it. It'll survive, he said. The people who've been fishing this circuit for 20 years aren't going to stop because the prize pool went down. They fish here because this is their lake. He looked at Mike. Tom Green's been coming to quarterly meetings for 22 years. Walt Briggs has been competing in this circuit for 15. Those men don't need Hutchins's prize pool to have a reason to be here. No, Mike said. They don't. Clark got in his truck, and Mike walked to his own, and the marina parking lot went about its morning business. Boats coming and going at the fuel dock, the lake running south in the flat November light, past the window of a conference room with a cracked gavel and an empty placard, and the specific quiet of a space where something that had been wrong had been put right. He called Jennings from the parking lot before he drove anywhere. Board confirmed Sarah's win, he said when she answered. 5-2. Clark read the session's result into the record and apologized for the duration of the process. On the record. On the record. Good. The word carried the specific quality she applied to things that were good without being finished. Drummond received the Forward Florida Real Estate Holdings registration this morning. Secretary of State's records pulled from the Florida Archive. Chairman of Record Thomas P. Johnson. Personal address listed as his district office in Florida, which is standard for Florida-based congressional LLC registrations. She paused. Mike. The registration date on Forward Florida Real Estate Holdings is 8 months before Harmon Group Advisory was incorporated. He'd known this from Jenny's pages, but hearing it from Jennings's voice with the registration in her hand made it a different kind of known. Johnson built the land bank before he hired Harmon, Mike said. Johnson identified the parcels, acquired 3 of them personally under his own LLC, and then brought Harmon in to scale the acquisition. The order matters legally. It establishes Johnson as the architect rather than a passive beneficiary. She was moving, the ambient sound of her office shifting. Drummond's been on the phone with the DOJ Public Integrity Section since 7 this morning. This is no longer a financial crimes case with a congressional element. It's a congressional corruption case with a financial crimes mechanism. What does that change practically? It changes jurisdiction. DOJ Public Integrity handles congressional corruption. Drummond's financial crimes team handles the fraud operation. They're going to work it together, which means 2 federal offices, more resources, and a charging decision that comes from above both of them. She paused. It also changes timeline. Congressional corruption cases move differently than financial fraud cases, more carefully, more slowly, because the target has institutional resources and political relationships that can complicate the prosecution environment. Johnson's going to know the case expanded. Johnson's lawyers probably already know. The Forward Florida Real Estate Holdings registration is public record. The moment Drummond pulled it, the pull is logged. And men who've been operating at Johnson's level with this kind of exposure maintain enough visibility into those systems to notice when something they prefer to stay buried gets pulled. She stopped. Harmon called his attorneys Sunday night. Reed's attorneys have been in contact with Harmon's attorneys. The legal network on their side of this is running. Are they going to run? Harmon has assets in Florida that he can't liquidate fast enough to matter. The land bank properties are frozen under the court order that came with the warrant. Reed's in Melbourne on bail, terms that include a travel restriction. She paused. Johnson's in Washington. He has institutional standing that makes running difficult in the specific way that powerful people don't usually run. They stay and fight, because fighting is where their advantages are concentrated. That's what Harmon said on the phone, Mike said. When he called, he said the instructions came from Tallahassee. He said it like Johnson was in Tallahassee, except Johnson's in Washington. Tallahassee is where the Forward Florida Leadership Fund is legally domiciled, Jennings said. It's also where the land bank's operating decisions were made. Harmon working out of a Tallahassee office, the PAC running through Tallahassee accounts. When Harmon said Tallahassee, he probably meant the operational hub rather than Johnson's physical location. Johnson directed from a distance, Mike said. Same architecture as everything else in this operation. Layers, distance, deniability at each remove. Except the Forward Florida Real Estate Holdings registration, Jennings said. That one has his name on it directly. His personal address, his signature as chairman, his personal entity, acquiring 3 parcels of waterfront property in advance of a congressional infrastructure investment he was positioned to influence. She stopped. That's the piece that doesn't have a layer between Johnson and the operation. Jenny found it because she was looking at the land bank from the inside rather than from the outside, and the inside showed the founding acquisition. Mike sat in the parking lot with the engine off, looking at the lake through the marina's boat traffic, the brown of it going a particular shade in the mid-morning light, deep and still in the places between the boat wakes. She's in Vero Beach, he said. Jenny. Hotel on Ocean Drive. She's been there 10 days. Jennings was quiet for a moment. You're sure? She called from a clear line. No transit sound, no ambient compression. Room acoustics. He paused. She said she'd like to meet you. I'd like to meet her. The same neutrality she applied to things that were more than neutral. The controlled register that left the actual weight in the space between sentences. Tell her Drummond will want a statement. The 32 pages are evidence in the federal file, but they need a witness who can authenticate them and explain the methodology of how she assembled them. Jenny's the only person who can do that. She knows. Is she ready for it? He thought about her voice on the phone Monday. The tiredness that was not broken. The specific quality of 4 months of working something alone and being ready for it to be other people's problem. She's ready, he said. Then I'll set up a meeting with Drummond. This week, before the public integrity involvement changes the dynamics. She paused. Calusa K or Vero. Wherever Drummond wants. Jenny will go to whoever she needs to go to. I'll call you when it's set. She stopped then, Mike. The 32 pages. Whatever you think of how Jenny operated before, whatever the history of her firm, and the contracts she took, the pages are 4 months of someone working something dangerous and alone, and putting it somewhere it could matter. That's not a small thing. I know, he said. I wanted to say it, because sometimes the people who do those things don't hear it said. He drove to Sarah Green's house at noon, after the marina and the parking lot conversation, and a stop for coffee at a place on the Lake Road that made it correctly and charged appropriately for that quality, and found Tom's truck in the driveway, and Sarah on the porch with a cup of coffee and the tournament notebook open on the table beside her, not reading it, just having it there, the way you kept something nearby when it had been involved in something significant, and you weren't quite done with the significance. She stood when she saw his truck. Not to greet him formally, just stood, the reflex of someone whose body had something to do with what it was feeling, and standing was the appropriate thing. He got out. Dad called, she said. I figured he would. He said 5 to 2. He said Clark read the apology into the record. He did. She looked at him, across the short distance of the porch steps. What does 5 to 2 feel like from inside it? Like watching something that was put wrong get put right, Mike said. Which is a specific feeling that doesn't have a cleaner description. She sat back down. He came up onto the porch and sat in the second chair, the same chair he'd been in when they went through the notebook. And the November morning held its quality around them, the lake visible through the tree-lined gap, the sound of the water just audible at the edge of hearing. "The check," he said. "Cooper called me this morning. The court order freezing the prize pool account. He's working with the circuit's bank on the specific disbursement mechanism. It might take a week while the accounts are still technically under the order, but the order will lift on the classic funds once the fraud investigation narrows its scope to the prize pool administration side." "I know. Clark called me this morning too." She looked at the notebook, at the cover of it. "I don't want to frame it." "The check. I wanted to frame the first one I won that was big enough to matter. 7 years ago, First Circuit win, $11,000, which was the most money I'd had in my life up to that point. I framed it for about a week, before I decided that was the wrong relationship to have with a tournament check, and I took it down." She looked at the lake gap. "Deposited is the right thing to do with a tournament check. You deposit it, and you go back out on the water, and you try to win another one." "When's the next tournament?" "February. Winter Circuit Classic, different body of water, Lake Okeechobee. I've been pre-fishing it on weekends." She picked up the notebook, the reflex of someone who pre-fished on weekends as a physical fact and not as a plan. "I pre-fish regardless of what else is happening. I pre-fished through the whole 6 weeks of the protest. It's what I do." "That's what your father said about going out before 5:30. He goes regardless." "We're the same about the water," she said. "He knows it in ways I haven't learned yet, and I know it in ways he doesn't need anymore. But the relationship to it is the same." Mike drank his coffee, which was the correct temperature for a porch in November, and sat with Sarah Green, in the particular companionable quiet of two people who didn't need to fill the space after something significant had finished resolving. "The man at Hutchins Marine," Sarah said after a while. "Whatever he was doing with the prize pool. The families in Palms Corner, First Patriot, all of it, were they all the same person behind it? Same operation. Different mechanisms. How does someone build that? How does someone sit in a glass-walled office in a marine supply store and know that what they're doing is connected to families losing houses in a lake community and a tournament angler being cheated of a win and—" She stopped. "How does it all stay in one head?" "It doesn't stay in one head," Mike said. "That's the design. Each piece knows only its own piece. Hutchins knows the circuit mechanism. Paul Anderson, at First Patriot, knows the modification scheme. Drew Sims knows the construction timeline. None of them know the full picture, which is what makes the full picture survivable for the person holding it. Who's holding it?" He thought about the Forward Florida Real Estate Holdings registration in Drummond's file, about Thomas P. Johnson's personal address on a dissolved LLC that had acquired 3 waterfront parcels before Harmon existed as a contractor. "That's being worked on," he said, which was accurate and insufficient simultaneously. And Sarah Green looked at him with her particular reading rather than looking expression, and apparently decided that accurate and insufficient was what the moment allowed and didn't push past it. He drove back to Colusa Cay in the early afternoon, the lake road running north past George's fuel dock where a charter had just come in, and a tournament boat was gassing up in the casual way of people who had been doing this at this dock for years, past the point where the road ran close to the water and the whole south expanse of the lake was visible at once, past the canal bridge and the beginning of the agricultural interior, through the cane and the cattle country and the citrus groves that ran for 40 miles before the coast began to reassert itself. Jennings called at 2:15. "Thursday," she said. "Drummond's driving down from Jacksonville." We're meeting in Vero Beach. I suggested we go to Jenny rather than have her come out to wherever we'd otherwise meet, because she's been working alone for 4 months, and I think the right approach is to go to her." She paused. That was Drummond's call, actually. She said going to a source in their location was better operational practice than asking them to come to yours. Said it with the tone of someone who'd made the other choice before and regretted it. "Thursday," Mike said. "You're coming." "If that's right." Drummond specifically said to include you. She used the phrase, "the man with the metal detector," which tells me she's read enough of the file to have a personality attached to the operational notes. A brief pause that carried the dry undertone. She also said, and I'm quoting, "Whoever he is, the ground-level documentation he's assembled across 3 counties in 1 summer is the kind of work that doesn't usually get done outside of a fully resourced federal operation. And I'd like to shake his hand before this goes where it's going, because it's going to get complicated very fast, and the handshake moment will probably not be available afterward." Mike drove through the agricultural interior, the cane walls on either side of the road, creating the tunneling effect that came from driving through something that had no interest in you passing through it. "She's right that it'll get complicated fast," he said. "Congressional corruption cases at the federal level get complicated in ways that county detectives and private citizens with no license and no authority have limited capacity to navigate." She said it with the flatness of someone reporting a condition rather than issuing a warning. Drummond's taking the investigation into her office and the public integrity section. Cooper's case on First Patriot stays county, but coordinates with the federal. My cases on Sandpiper and Palmetto Row have been in the federal file since the beginning. What that means for you and me going forward is, we did what we could do from where we were, Mike said. The rest is theirs. That's right. A pause that had something in it he couldn't fully read through the phone, the specific texture of a conversation between 2 people who'd been working the same thing from the same side for a long time and were now discussing what it looked like when that ended. It doesn't mean the work is done. It means the work changes hands. Drummond's hands are better suited for what comes next than mine are. Considerably. She stopped. "Mike, you should know that whatever Drummond's office does with Johnson, the congressional corruption case, the land bank prosecution, the PAC violations, it will take time. Johnson has resources and institutional standing and political relationships, and men with those things don't resolve quickly even when the evidence is as clean as what Jenny built." She paused. "I'm not saying it doesn't resolve. I'm saying it doesn't resolve on the timeline that the marina and the grocery store and the circuit resolved on." "I know." "Does that," she stopped, chose different words. "How do you sit with that?" He drove through the last stretch of cane before the first palm trees appeared at the road's edge, the transition back toward the coast starting the way it always started, gradually, without announcement, one landscape becoming another through the accumulation of small changes rather than through any single moment of transformation. "The same way you sit with the part where Laura Scott's house doesn't come back," he said. "You know what you fixed and you know what you didn't fix, and both of those things are true simultaneously, and neither one erases the other." Jennings was quiet for a moment. "Thursday," she said. "Vero Beach. 10 a.m. I'll be there." He stopped at Gus's on the way home, because he'd been away for 4 days, and the bar had the quality of a place that registered absence without making a comment about it, just by the way the stool felt when he sat back on it, and Gus set the Modelo down without the lime, the usual geometry of the place restored. Dewey Pruitt was on his stool with a scratch-off and his phone showing the regional high football playoff bracket, and he looked up when Mike came in with the expression of a man who'd been expecting somebody and was confirming the arrival. "Fantasy payout unfroze this morning," Dewey said. "I heard. 1,200 people got their money." He scratched a box, looked at what it revealed, moved to the next one. I wasn't one of the 1,200. I don't bet tournament circuits, strictly speaking. But I know what fair money looks like when it moves. And I know what it looks like when it doesn't. And this morning, it moved right. He put the ticket down and picked up his beer and looked at Mike with the straight look he used when he was done with the peripheral approach. You okay? I'm okay. You were gone 4 days. The lake country's a different animal. Some people come back from it different. Came back the same. Good. Dewey picked the ticket up again. Regional plays Friday. First round playoffs. South Fork at home. Tyler's shoulder's been bothering him. Not serious. Trainer says it's tendonitis from the load, rest and therapy should be fine for Friday. I have this on good authority from Phil, from the boosters, who has it from the athletic trainer, who told him in the parking lot after practice Wednesday. He looked at the ticket, looked at his beer, looked at Mike. Line still right. 11.5. People are betting it correctly. Good. World makes more sense when the lines are right. Dewey scratched the last box, looked at it, crumpled the ticket with the philosophical resignation of someone who'd made peace with this outcome before the ticket was purchased. You staying for dinner? For a bit. Gus set a second Modelo down without ceremony, the lime absent from this one too, and went back to his counter and his rag. The same 6 inches of surface receiving the same attention it always received, the evening beginning to settle into itself around the familiar geography of a bar that didn't change because it didn't need to. Mike drank his beer and watched the muted television in the corner running a fishing show he'd seen before. The same host with the flat-brim hat, a different fish making the same argument about being caught, and thought about a room in Vero Beach where a woman had been working alone for 4 months, and was now in the same city where she'd worked, surrounded by the same November light that sat on every coast in Florida in this season, the light that didn't belong to any particular place, but distributed itself across the whole long edge of the state, the same way the tide distributed itself, going where it went without asking whether the destination deserved it. Thursday, 10 a.m. He'd drive down at 8, be there by 9, give himself an hour to sit somewhere quiet before the meeting, because some meetings needed that hour before them to be useful rather than reactive. And he'd learned across a summer of this kind of work that the most important thing he brought to any room was the ability to listen before he responded. And listening before responding required the kind of settled quiet that you built in the hour before rather than trying to locate in the first 5 minutes of a room that was already running. His phone showed a text from Walsh. Sandra says thank you. Official on the record, from a state representative-elect to the man who helped make the election run fair. Her words, not my editorial. He texted back, tell her the election ran fair because the voters in that district made a fair choice. The rest was just making sure the choice wasn't interfered with. Walsh, a minute later, she says that's exactly the kind of thing she expected you to say, and she's saying thank you anyway. He put the phone in his pocket and drank the second Modelo and listened to Dewey explain to Gus, who had not asked, exactly what tendonitis in a quarterback's shoulder meant for a first-round playoff game's projected point spread. And Gus listened with the practiced attention of a man absorbing information he had no use for, but which the person delivering it needed to deliver, which was its own kind of service and not a small one. The bar ran its Tuesday evening. The Marlin sign hung at its familiar angle above the door. The light through the window went from afternoon to early evening without ceremony, the way light went in November in Florida, without the drama of summer's sudden dark or the drawn-out performance of midsummer twilight, just a gradual lessening that arrived at night the way it arrived at everything, incrementally without announcement, already done before you'd fully registered it starting. He stayed through dinner, which Patty Sutton delivered to the bar without being asked, on the basis of 3 years of knowing that a man who came in, after 4 days away, needed food as much as he needed the beer, and which turned out to be the grouper because the cook had gotten grouper that afternoon, and grouper when it was fresh was the correct food for any occasion this bar offered. He drove home at 8:30, the November night doing its Florida thing with the stars and the tree frogs and Mrs. Alvarez's porch light burning across the way, and sat on the back step for 20 minutes listening to the frogs and thinking about nothing specific, which was the only kind of thinking that worked after a week like this one. The burner phone was in his jacket pocket. He took it out and looked at it in the porch light. The one saved contact, the text thread showing 3 calls and 2 texts across 4 months and 1 more across 6 weeks, the whole of a parallel communication running beneath everything else the summer had been. He put it back in his pocket. Thursday, 10 a.m. He went inside, locked the real door the way he told him to 4 months ago, and the instructions still lived in his body as a habit that had outlasted its urgency and become simply what he did before bed. And the bedroom ceiling had its familiar crack running from the fixture to the corner, and the tree frogs ran their rhythm in the dark outside the jalousie windows, and the burner phone went on the nightstand where it always went, face up, not waiting for anything in particular because the waiting part was done, and what came Thursday was not waiting but something else. Chapter 10. Jennings picked up on the first ring, which meant she'd been at her desk since before 7 with her coffee and her legal pad, and the particular focused patience of someone who knew the call was coming. "I've got 31 pages, Mike said. James Harris brought them this morning." Jenny built the full picture. Lakeview Capital as the bridge between Harmon's accounts and 2 Florida operations. First Patriot on one end, the tournament circuit on the other. "Send me everything now." He photographed all 31 pages on Earl's dock while a charter boat came in from the inlet, the camera working through the stack in under 4 minutes, the whole thing landing in Jennings's phone before the charter had finished tying off. She called back in 12 minutes. "Stay where you are," she said. "I'm calling Drummond and conferencing her in." Drummond's voice came through with the flat, functional authority of someone who'd been waiting for a specific call for 14 months and had decided not to perform surprise when it arrived. "Walk me through it," she said. "Start with Lakeview Capital." Mike stood on Earl Tucker's dock with the pages spread on an upturned bait cooler and talked for 20 minutes. Lakeview Capital receiving Harmon's pre-freeze money through HGA Op 3. The money splitting between First Patriot Modification Group and the Southeastern Base Tournament Circuit's prize pool account. First Patriot generating fee income through a fraudulent modification scheme while acquiring foreclosed properties. The circuit providing a laundering mechanism. Clean sponsor money going in. Frozen prize pool money coming out and flowing back to the Lakeview operating structure. Both feeding a third entity, Lakeview Property Development, building fast on acquired land in agricultural communities along the waterfront corridor. The development operation is the visible product, Mike said. The one that looks like a real business. Prefab housing units, agricultural worker tenants, income-generating real estate. But it's not the actual product. "What's the actual product?" Drummond said. "Lakeview Property Reserve. Third entity. No construction activity. Just land. 16 parcels, all waterfront or waterfront adjacent, spread across 6 Florida counties." He found page 26, the one Jenny had flagged Monday. 3 of those parcels were acquired before Harmon Group Advisory was incorporated. Before Meridian Bridge existed. Acquired under a personal LLC called Forward Florida Real Estate Holdings. The line went quiet in a way that had weight rather than emptiness. "Chairman of record," Drummond said. "Thomas P. Johnson. Personal address listed as his Florida district office." Jennings said nothing. She'd read this from the photographs already. She was letting Drummond have the moment of landing on it. "He built the land bank before he hired Harmon," Drummond said. "Johnson identified the target parcels, acquired the anchor properties personally, then brought Harmon in to scale. Harmon built First Patriot and the Circuit as acquisition mechanisms, ways to get adjacent waterfront properties cheaply, funded through the prize pool laundering, transferred to the reserve through Lakeview's shell structure. Mike looked at the lake, visible past the marina's end. The fraud operations aren't the point. The land bank is the point. A sitting congressman acquiring undervalued waterfront property in advance of infrastructure investment he's positioned to influence. That's not just fraud, Drummond said. That's congressional corruption with fraud as the mechanism. Jenny's handwriting on page 29 says the same thing, with fewer words. Another silence, shorter. I need to pull the Forward Florida Real Estate Holdings registration from the Florida Archive, Drummond said. Chairman's signature on the original filing. It's dissolved. 2019. But the Secretary of State's records are permanent. I'll have it in an hour. She paused. The 31 pages authenticate through Baker? She's in Vero Beach. 10 days. She's ready to give a statement. Tell her not to go anywhere. Drummond's voice had shifted from receiving information to processing it, the specific gear change of someone who'd been building toward a destination and had just arrived. This goes to DOJ, Public Integrity. Financial Crimes handles the fraud operation, but the congressional element changes the jurisdictional picture. A brief pause. Tell Baker I'll come to her. This week. The quarterly board meeting of the Southeastern-based tournament circuit ran in the same marina conference room, same folding table, 14 chairs, the south windows showing the lake. Mike came in on Tom Green's guest membership and took a chair at the back, the same position as always. The room doing what rooms did when someone unfamiliar occupied a familiar seat. A brief recalibration, a few looked-at moments, then acceptance. Dennis Clark ran the meeting from the head of the table, with the careful efficiency of a man managing something he'd built and was scared of losing. He covered administrative items first. Venue confirmations for the winter schedule, a sponsor communication about the circuit's insurance certificate, a budget amendment for the classic prize pool disbursement delay. He handled all of it competently, because Dennis Clark was competent, which was the specific tragedy of a competent man who'd let someone else steer. Carl Hutchins sat in his usual chair, third from Clark's left, clipboard on the table in front of him. The clipboard was the prop Mike had clocked at the marine supply store, something to carry that explained why a man was moving through a room with such purposeful direction. Here, it served a different function. It gave Hutchins somewhere to look that wasn't Clark. When the Everglades Base Classic protest status appeared on the agenda, item 4, after the venue confirmations and the insurance certificate, and before the winter schedule announcement, the room produced a particular quality of attention that was different from the attention it had given the first 3 items. Not dramatic. Just present in a way it hadn't been present before. Classic result remains under protest review, pending resolution at this session or the subsequent quarterly meeting, Clark said, reading from the prepared agenda. Finance Committee report on prize pool administration status. Hutchins picked up the clipboard. Set it down. Picked it up again. Pool account balance is current, he said. Freeze mechanism remains active per bylaw section 12, subsection C, pending board resolution of the protest. Do we have any new documentation submitted by either party since the last session? Nothing submitted. Clark looked at his agenda. Motion to table the protest resolution to the December quarterly meeting. 3 hands went up from the right side of the table. Hutchins is among them. Mike watched Clark. Clark was looking at the agenda rather than at Hutchins's raised hand, which was the tell. A man who'd made a decision about where to look when the hand went up, and had been making that decision for 6 weeks and was still making it now. 2 hands went up on the left side of the table for the opposing motion. Resolve at this session, call a vote on the protest. The motion to table won 4-3. The board moved to winter schedule logistics, and Hutchins set the clipboard flat on the table and left it there. And Clark moved the meeting forward with the practiced efficiency of someone who'd run this meeting many times and understood that the meeting's function was to continue regardless of what any individual in the room was carrying. Mike sat in the back and watched Hutchins not look at Clark for 40 minutes, and watched Clark not look at Hutchins, and thought about the specific architecture of two men in the same room who both knew something the other knew and had decided, separately, that the knowing was best handled by looking somewhere else. After the meeting in the parking lot, Clark stood beside his truck, not leaving, standing with his keys in his hand, looking at the lake end of the parking lot where the water was visible between two boat trailers. Mike stopped beside him. "That's the last time Hutchins chairs a finance committee report," Clark said. "Probably. I keep thinking about what I should have seen earlier. The bylaw language. The prize pool structure. I read both revisions. I voted on both of them." He turned his keys over in his hand. "I read them, and I didn't ask what they added up to." "Most people don't read laws for what they add up to," Mike said. "They read them for what they say. I should have been reading for what they added up to." "You're reading for it now." Clark looked at the lake end of the parking lot. "The documentation I have. Board minutes, financial records, the original bylaw language before both revisions. You need it. Jennings needs it. Tonight if you can. I can have it couriered to her office before 5. He looked at Mike. "The circuit. I've been building this for 8 years. The prize pools, the angler relationships, the classic as a legitimate competitive event. That's what I was building. I want that on the record somewhere." "It'll be on the record," Mike said. "The investigation separates the circuit from what Hutchins did to it. Those are two different things." Clark looked at him for a moment with the expression of a man deciding whether to believe something because it was true or because he needed it to be true, and apparently settled on both. "I'll have it couriered by 4:30, he said, and got in his truck. He called Jennings from the parking lot. "Clark's sending documentation to your office by 4:30. Board minutes, financial records, original bylaw language." He watched Clark's truck exit the lot onto the lake road. "He's cooperating fully." "That's the inside witness," she said. "Combined with Walt Briggs's statement and Jenny's pages, the circuit case is solid." A pause. Drummond pulled the Forward Florida Real Estate Holdings registration. Johnson's signature on the original filing. "She's calling DOJ Public Integrity this afternoon." What does that mean for timeline? Congressional corruption cases move carefully. Johnson has resources and institutional relationships that complicate the prosecution environment. Drummond was direct about that. This doesn't resolve in weeks. It resolves when the federal case is built well enough that the outcome is certain before it's filed. How long? She said she'd rather not guess and be wrong. She said the documentation is the best foundation she's had for any case in 14 months, which tells you something about how certain she is of the outcome without committing to a date. Jennings paused. "Mike. Thursday. Drummond's driving to Vero Beach. She wants to meet Jenny in person. She said to bring you." "What time?" 10 a.m. "I'll text you the hotel." She stopped then. "You okay?" He stood in the marina parking lot with the lake running south in the November afternoon, the whole brown expanse of it going flat under a sky that had decided to be overcast without committing to rain, the kind of sky that was neither one thing nor another and was fine with that. "I'm okay," he said. "Thursday," she said, and hung up. He stood there a minute after the call ended, the keys in his own hand, looking at the water the way Tom Green looked at it, and the way Sarah Green looked at it, and the way George looked at it from the fuel dock, the way people looked at something they'd built a life around and weren't done with yet. Then he drove north, back toward the coast, through the cane and the cattle country and the flat agricultural interior that gave way 40 miles later to the first palm trees and the smell of salt water and the familiar geography of a town that had become, without ceremony and without planning, the place where he lived. The end.